Welcome to this series of lectures where we will be discussing this amazing human body that we each live in and its ability to heal itself. You see, the human body was designed to heal itself, and it will heal itself if you give it the right conditions. Just as my orange tree will give me beautiful oranges if I give it the right conditions. And so we'll be discussing those conditions this week. I will be talking about your body, its ability to heal itself, how and why it heals itself. But before we go there, I would like to first address the most common theories on why human bodies get sick, why human bodies are not healing. And I think you'll agree with me, there is a lot of sickness on the planet today. To do that, we need to go down to the cell. You see, we are just a bunch of cells. There are approximately 100 trillion cells in the human body. We have eye cells, we have muscle cells, skin cells, bone cells, brain cells. And to understand how the human body heals itself, we need to go down to the smallest component, which is the cell. Right down in the middle of each cell is the DNA. The DNA is the genetic code. It's inside the nucleus, and it's the genetic code that determines whether you or I have blue eyes or brown hair or straight hair or curly hair. Nothing will ever change that. But in 1953, headlines in the newspaper stated secret of life had been discovered. Watson and Crick's, two scientists, have been able to unravel the DNA. That genetic code inside every cell. Did you know that if you pull that DNA out, it's 2 meters long? Let's have a look at the DNA. I think we've all seen illustrations of it. 23 chromosomes from our mother. My mother's chromosomes determine I have blue eyes. 23 chromosomes from our father. My father's chromosomes determine that I'm short. That at 61 I still have brown hair. We do it with each other, we do it with our brothers and our sisters and our children and our aunts and our uncles and our grandparents. It's always a fascinating subject to see which line comes through in each person. When you address that DNA and look what it's made up of, the crossword bands are made up of amino acids. And amino acids, very simply, is a breakdown from the protein that we eat. It's like a veritable library, this DNA. And if you were to put all the information into alphabetical language, it would fill 1,000 pages with 1,000 books and 1,000 letters on each page. That's incredible, isn't it? What about the outward strands? They're made up of polysaccharides. Polysaccharides simply means many sugars. And basically, polysaccharides is in just about everything that we eat. Our grains, our legumes, our nuts, our seeds, our fruits and vegetables, many sugars. And the substance that glues these amino acid strands to the outside bands of the polysaccharides is minerals. And the food that is the highest in minerals is vegetables. And the vegetable that is the highest in minerals is your dark green leafy vegetables. Hippocrates, called the father of medicine, he made a statement that's often quoted. He said, "Let food be your medicine and medicine be your food." And he did not know about the DNA. He did not know that our very food makes up our DNA. And when I look at some supermarket trolleys, I think, how will their DNA ever remake them properly? Because the very nutrients required to make this DNA are deficient in your foods that are deficient, like all your fast food. But foods that are grown in the ground and eaten very quickly after they've been picked are very high in these basic things. We are constantly being remade, and we're being remade according to the DNA. Did you know that our eye cells are remade every 1 to 2 days? That's why if people have eye surgery, it's usually day surgery. They heal very, very quickly. The next quickest are the cells that line our gastrointestinal tract. They're remade every 3 to 5 days. We've got a new skin every month. Where does the old skin go? That's why we vacuum the floor. That's why we change our clothes and wash them. That's why we change our sheets, because our skin cells are constantly shedding. We have new bones about every 3 months. We have a new liver about every 6 weeks. So we're constantly being remade. I think it takes approximately 2 years. After 2 years, we have a new body. I used to say to people, you've got to look after this body. It's the only one you've got. If your car breaks down, if it starts to rust, it doesn't work anymore, you can get a new car, but you cannot get a new body. Well, I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind upon realizing that this body is constantly being remade, and it's being remade according to the genetic code inside every cell of the body. You see, the 2 most common theories on why people are sick today is the gene theory and the germ theory. And at the moment we're pursuing this gene theory. What I'd like to do is I'd like to show you how a new gastrointestinal tract cell is made. And when you understand how the new gastrointestinal tract cell is made, then you begin to understand why people aren't healing. Let's have a look. All the information is in the DNA on how to make a new gastrointestinal tract cell. Did you know that inside every cell in the body is all the information on how to make a totally new body? But in the gastrointestinal tract, we don't want the information on how to make a new liver cell or eye cell or bone cell. And so all the information that we need is literally switched on, and all the other information is switched off. A photocopy is made, it's called RNA. RNA is a photocopy of all the information on how to make a new gastrointestinal tract cell. And it comes down to another part of the cell called ribosome. And ribosome is the little factory where the new cell is made. So RNA comes down into ribosome and the new cell starts to be made. Brick upon brick, the new cell is being made. What are the bricks? The bricks are amino acids. You probably have heard that amino acids is the building blocks of the body, and that is true. What is the glue that glues the amino acids together? It is minerals. Minerals literally glues us together. Minerals are important. Brick upon brick, and out pops a new gastrointestinal tract cell. Every 3 to 5 days. Our gastrointestinal tract lining looks like this. It's called villi. And down here in the valley, the new cell is made. And it takes 3 to 5 days for it to travel up, and then it dies off and gets taken away. The gastrointestinal tract is a very interesting part of our body because it's actually not part of our body. What do I mean by that? It's an external structure. Well, my skin is an external structure, and my watch is on my skin. My watch is not part of my skin. But if this watch were to happen to dissolve and then get absorbed through my skin, then my watch becomes part of my body. So in the gastrointestinal tract, it's an external structure. An interesting part about the gastrointestinal tract is that it is 8 meters long. There's one opening here, it's a hollow tube, and there's the other opening at the other end where the waste comes out. And the lining, specifically in the small intestine, it looks like this. So anything that goes into our gastrointestinal tract is not part of you or me until it gets broken down to tiny structures, which we'll be looking at this week. Then it gets absorbed through this lining into the blood, because these villi are covered in little capillaries. That's our blood system. So that's what I mean when I say it's an external structure. Anything that goes into your gastrointestinal tract, not part of you or me, till it gets broken down to tiny structures, then gets absorbed into the blood, then it becomes part of you and me. It's a very important part of the gut, is the lining. Hippocrates not only said, let food be your medicine, he said, all disease begins in the gut. Because if this gut's not working well, we're not getting the nutrients out of it and into the blood. I just showed you how a new gastrointestinal tract cell is made. Now I want to show you how an irritable bowel syndrome cell is made. Because, by the way, if the cells that line the gastrointestinal tract are remade every 3 to 5 days, and we've just declared that this is so, and your anatomy and physiology book will declare it too, how come someone with irritable bowel is not healed in, let's be generous, 2 weeks? Is it a very reasonable question? Yes, it's a very reasonable question. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you how a new irritable bowel syndrome cell is made. RNA makes a photocopy of all the information, comes down to ribosome, the little workshop inside the cell where the new cell is made, and the new irritable bowel syndrome cell begins to be made, brick upon brick. Oh dear, there is a piece of information missing. Brick upon brick. There's another piece of information missing. Brick upon brick. The person's short in a very important amino acid, maybe it's tyrosine. Brick upon brick. Oh dear, they're short in magnesium, a vital mineral, used for over 400 different body functions. It's looking very sad, isn't it? And out pops a new irritable bowel syndrome cell. This is the irritable bowel syndrome cell. Every 3 to 5 days. That simple illustration, I have just touched on quite a few areas that give the reasons why people aren't healing. In that simple illustration of how a new gastrointestinal tract cell and a new irritable bowel syndrome cell is made. We touched on that. What I'd like to look at now is why. Why is there damage in the DNA? Especially when you realise that there are enzymes that are constantly threading up and down those strands, and their role is to heal any glitches. But if the person's not eating the nutrients required to make those enzymes, we're even missing those. You see, what should be on the tip of our lips is always why. What did Julius Sumner Miller always say? Why are these things so? He was quoting Sir Isaac Newton's third law of motion, that to every action there is an equal and an opposite reaction. There is always a reason. Rudyard Kipling, very famous poet, he wrote a whole poem on this. I'll give you the first stanza. He said, I have 6 trusty serving men. They taught me all I know. Their names are what, why, when, where, how, and who. Do you take your 6 trusty serving men with you everywhere you go? Proverbs 26 verse 2, it states that the curse, causeless, shall not come. In other words, no problem happens without a cause. So we've got a big question mark here. Why? Why is there damage in the DNA? Today, research is showing that 92% of DNA damage is caused by mineral deficiency. How could Australians be mineral deficient? Australians are even eating cos lettuce today. I say that because 20 years ago, Aussies only ate the white heart of the iceberg lettuce. Jamie Oliver's done a lot for Australian cooking, hasn't he? He's introduced a lot more greens. You see, the greens are the highest source of minerals of any of the vegetable kingdom. What we have to do is have a look at how those vegetables are grown. The soil is used over and over again. Every organic gardener knows that if he grows a crop in his soil, he cannot put another crop in that soil until he replaces all the minerals that the previous crop took out. So what's happening is plants are being grown over and over and over in the same soil. And they're not going too well, so superphosphate's put in the soil. Superphosphate kills the microorganisms in the soil, and they are the ones that are responsible for pulling the minerals out of the soil and into the plant. So now the plant's deficient, even though it might look good, didn't taste any good. And all the bugs attack that plant. Notice the plant that the bugs attack, the wheat plant. So the gardener sprays the plant to kill the bugs. Then the plant's picked too early. Then it is stored too long. And then the last few minerals that may have been left in, say, the broccoli, when they're cooked in a saucepan, and the person throws the water out, there go the last few minerals. How does that broccoli taste? If you had a blindfold on, you wouldn't even know it was broccoli. Have you ever eaten an apple off a tree? The taste is amazing. You know what you're tasting? Minerals. I was on a plane one day and I got an apple. I was quite excited. An apple on a plane, that's exciting. I took a bite. Oh dear. If I hadn't known it was apple to look at, I wouldn't have known what I was eating. There was no flavour at all. This begins to explain why a lot of people, when they cook, they go to the MSG, they go to the stock cubes, because the food that they're eating does not have the flavour. You want high flavour food? Grow your own, and grow it in well mineralised soil. Obviously, when people live on fast food that is totally mineral deficient, they're going to be mineral deficient. But we're finding people today who are even eating a lot of fruits and vegetables and are finding out that they're mineral deficient, and it's because of the way that they're grown. So that is one of the reasons, and as you can see by what the research is showing, even 92% of DNA damage is being caused by mineral deficiency. We've lost the glue that's gluing us together. Chemicals. It is estimated 30,000 new chemicals are introduced to mankind every year. You have no say over the neighbour, but you have total say over what is in your house. Make a decision to become chemical free and go for organically grown fruits and vegetables as much as possible. Be cautious about what some of the things that are in the supermarket. We had a pest control man do our program. He said to me, there are things in that supermarket that I'm not allowed by law to use. What would they be? Some of those oven cleaners, some of those bleachers, they're very toxic. As we go through this series, I will be showing you alternative ways to keep your house nice and clean. One form of chemicals, not often seen as such, is drug therapy. Drugs never cure disease, they just change the form and location of the disease, and I'm referring to their side effects. Now, if someone's been on say antidepressants or cortisone drugs for many years, I do caution you must not stop them straight away. It's important, if you are on any medication, to find someone who can work with you to show you alternatives and slowly come off them. It can be quite dangerous to stop them outright. Genetically modified foods. Genetically modified foods cause cancer because genetically modified foods are a result of the DNA of two species being spliced together. For instance, the DNA of an Atlantic salmon with the DNA of a tomato spliced together in the hope that a tomato will be created that will grow in the snow. But actually they don't usually result in that, and there's this huge grey area. They do not know the full effect on human beings, but what is known is the substances that are broken down in the body after eating genetically modified foods are not known in the body and have the ability to tamper and even damage our DNA. Electromagnetic field excess. We are electrical people. We have a spark of electricity in every cell. Our nervous system specifically is our electrical system. Electromagnetic field has the ability to tamper or interfere with your electromagnetic field, causing damage at the cellular level, even at the DNA level. In humans, they are 10 hertz. That's the electromagnetic field in humans. And that's, I think it's 10 revolutions per second. And with huge power lines, you often get a 50 hertz, and it's well known to cause damage at the cellular level. The farmer knows that he cannot let his cattle graze under those huge towers because stillborns will be a result, even deformities in the little calves. My children used to like going up to the huge towers. It was about 1 kilometre away from where we lived when they were little, or when they were adolescent, and they would find everlasting daisies with 5 centres. They would find all this mutation in plant life underneath these big electrical towers. So if these towers have the ability to tamper with the DNA of plants and the DNA of animals, what about the DNA of humans? Absolutely. It was never allowed that houses could be built under those huge towers, but I see in housing states today they're there, and they are a contributing factor to damage of the DNA, even to contributing to disease in the human body. Be very careful of the room that you're sleeping in. We spend 1/3 of our life in that room. Be careful of any electrical equipment in your room. Don't charge your mobile phone in your bedroom, or your iPhone, iPad, iPod, computer, television. If you've got no choice, try and do it way over in the far corner. So always address where you're sleeping. Even where the head of your bed is, the wall, make sure there's not the meter box the other side of the wall. Also, stimulants. Stimulants have the ability to tamper with your DNA, and as I go through this, you will see what I mean by this. One is sugar. We have 400 diabetics being diagnosed every day in Australia at the moment. That's an epidemic. Sugar was not known on the planet until, diabetes was not known on the planet until sugar was well established. Hippocrates has no mention of diabetes in his literature. What does sugar do? How does it cause diabetes? It causes a massive blood sugar level rise, and then the pancreas has to respond with a massive amount of insulin to get that blood sugar level down again. And then the person usually goes too low, and so they go and get another little bit of sugar. And so what they're often doing, you'll find that their blood sugars are like this all day long. Crisis, 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 crisis. And eventually, the pancreas just says, I've had enough, and it doesn't produce insulin anymore. Diabetes mellitus simply means sweet urine. So when the pancreas isn't releasing insulin, then the insulin can't be stored in the cell, it stays in the blood and it spills out into the urine. In Australia today, we're looking at about 4th generation sugar abuse. Granted, many people don't realise they're abusing sugar, but it is a highly addictive drug, and I will be showing you that as we go through this series. Caffeine. Caffeine interferes with the neurotransmitters in the brain, and when the neurotransmitters in the brain are being interfered with daily, every day, coffee, Coke, chocolate, then that couple can give birth to a baby who has a tendency or a susceptibility to mental illness because of the disruption in neurotransmitters that constantly happening begins to affect the DNA. Also, tobacco It's well researched, not only the effect of the unborn baby when the woman smokes, but also the defective DNA that a woman gives through. Not only a woman, but of course the father also can give a defective DNA through to the child. I saw a series of lectures in Melbourne a few years ago by Professor Walter Wyeth, and he had photographs of lungs of children born to smoking parents. They had less alveoli, they had big holes in the honeycomb shape around the alveoli, all because of the smoking habits of the parents. Alcohol. Fetal alcohol syndrome is a condition that children can be born with to parents that drink 2 drinks a week. That's not very much, is it? There's a lot of information coming out more and more today on how damaging the alcohol is, not only to the cells of the human body, but how it affects the DNA. Anger. I have a book called Lessons from Water by a Japanese scientist, and he did a lot of research on water. Now, when you put water under a microscope, it has the same shapes that snow has. And he found that when he shouted at the water, had heavy rock music, anger, violence, and then he'd look at the water under the microscope and the perfect forms would all be marred. And then he would do another experiment where he had classical music and love, joy, peace, even those words. What he found amazing was if he put the word hate on the jar that the water was, it marred them. If he put the word love on the jar where the water was, it didn't mar them at all. Interesting. And we are much water. We are 75% water from the neck down, 85% water from the neck up. And so when a person is constantly subjected to anger and violence, it can damage the cells to the point of even damaging the DNA. Now, if you're feeling very discouraged right now at this list because you may tick every box, I've got some very good news. When you stop the things that are causing the problems, very quickly the body starts to respond and starts to heal itself. Fungus. If you look in nature, you will see that fungus can splice into the DNA of many plants. I look out the window and I see a casuarina pine tree and I see lichen growing on the bark. How did it grow? How does it grow on the bark? It splices into the DNA of the plant and reproduces itself through the plant. David Attenborough has a show on ants, and these ants are under the ground, and this type of ant grows a mold or a fungus, and the waste coming off, it rolls into little balls and stores as its food. But they found that these ants did shift work. So each ant only tended the fungus for half an hour at a time. Because if the ant tends the fungus for more than half an hour, the fungus can actually splice into the DNA of the ant. Whew. What I'd like to look at now is fungus, and by looking at fungus, we also address the germ theory. Fungus is a microorganism. Microorganisms, by their very word, are microscopic and they're living organisms. Microorganisms are everywhere. They're in the air, they're on our skin, on our clothes, on everything we look at, there are microorganisms. They're everywhere. They're inside the human body. There are 10 times more microorganisms in our human body compared to cells. And the largest concentration is found in the gastrointestinal tract. There are 10 times more there than anywhere else in the body. And whenever cell damage happens, these microorganisms have the ability to change roles. You see, if the environment changes, their role changes. And whenever cell damage happens, these microorganisms now become the cleanup team. One microbiologist said to me, we call them the garbage collectors because that's their role on the planet. So that's what the microbiologists call bacteria. It's an opportunist organism, and the more filth you find, the more bacteria that you will find. As the environment changes, the bacteria changes roles, or the microorganisms change their roles. And they go from being the garbage collectors to being the exterminators, which is your yeast and your fungus. We find them very busy on the rainforest floor, don't we? They're exterminating the matter on the rainforest floor. As the environment changes, they change. They now become the undertakers. And undertakers are taking away dead things. Their name is mould. That's what it does. And it's not long after the mould stage that the matter is now brought back to dust. And what does the preacher say at the funeral? Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He's referring to what's about to happen in that coffin. Did you know that they're talking about recycling graveyards? Because everything's just back to dust. I don't think they'll ever get away with it because of the memory that people have. But what I have drawn for you here is the cycle of life, or the carbon cycle. A basic law of science states nothing's created and nothing's destroyed. It just changes form. It's the cycle of life. And when you think about it, if a kookaburra dies in the bush, what happens to it? It's brought back to dust. Now out there in the bush, dung beetles, worms, scavengers, blowflies, they all help with the process. There was a contemporary at the time of Louis Pasteur who made the germ theory famous. And this contemporary, his name is Antoine Beauchamp. Antoine Beauchamp, 6 times professor, this man. And he did not believe, as Louis Pasteur did, that germs cause disease. He said, no, germs don't cause disease, they're the result of unhealthful conditions. And this cycle of life that I've just drawn you reveals that. One day Antoine Beauchamp got a dead cat, he wrapped it in an airtight container, he left it for 4 months. He came back after 4 months, he opened the container and it was full of dust, maybe a few burns. What brought cat back to dust? It's an airtight container. The microorganisms that were a living part, an active part of living, running cat, upon death of the organism, and basically that's the ultimate cell damage, these microorganisms took their suit of clothes off, so to speak, put their rubber gloves and apron on, and became the garbage collectors. As the environment changed, they became the exterminators. As the environment changed, they changed, down to the undertakers, until eventually their task had been completed of bringing matter back to dust. These are the players in the cycle of life. These are the performers in the cycle of life. We need to know this, and we need to work with this. Antoine Beauchamp got the dust from the dead cat. He put it under the microscope. It was alive with microorganisms. They'd finished their role of bringing matter back to dust. Now they're waiting in the dust, ready for their next job. And isn't that why we use compost bins? I've always had 3 compost bins. One I'm adding to, one is sitting, and one I'm taking from. How do I know when it's ready to be taken from? Because I put my fork in and all I see is dirt. And I smell it and it smells like dirt. If it doesn't, it's got a bit of work to do. But I usually know when it's ready because that's when the pawpaw trees come up. That's when the pumpkin plants come up out of my compost bin. Then I shovel my compost into my garden. What am I putting into my garden? Microorganisms. Microorganisms that were part of that apple developing. Then they were responsible for the apple ripening. And if the apple doesn't get eaten, they are now responsible for it rotting. Can you see that? They just change roles. As the environment changes, they change. And it rots down and it's in my compost bin and the microorganisms are still there. Remember the basic law of science? Nothing's created, nothing's destroyed. It just changes roles. And it changes roles according to the environment. Let me show you what's happening in the garden. Let's say it's my celery plant. And these celery plants are remarkable. I've had them for years. And they just keep reseeding and keep coming up. And I put my compost into the soil. What am I putting into the soil? Microorganisms. These microorganisms, now they play another role. They brought the matter back to dust, and now they are responsible for breaking up the heavy metals and the minerals in the soil to make them available for the roots of the plant. They're responsible for the breakdown. They are also responsible for the absorption of those minerals into the plant. But they play another role. They are also responsible for protection. Note those three important roles that the microorganisms play in the plant. Now the plant knows it needs them. And so 50% of the fuel that it makes, according to photosynthesis, it sends back down to the roots to feed those microorganisms. It's almost as if the plant says, please stay, I'll feed you well. Beautiful illustration of taking only to give again. Did you know that the law of service is written on every single plant in nature? They are responsible for the breakdown of the heavy metals and the minerals in the soil and making them available for the roots of the plants. There's the absorption, but they also protect the plant against harmful microbes. Let me take this one step further with you. But before I do, this explains why one organic tomato can have 9 times the iron of a conventionally grown tomato. Did you know that? To look at them, they may look no different. You can certainly taste a difference because of the mineral content. Now let's go to the gut of the human being. Way, way down in our gastrointestinal tract, there's a thick turf that covers the lining of our gut. And that thick turf is made up of Lactobacillus acidophilus, bifidus bacterium, microorganisms. Do you remember I said to you earlier that there are 10 times more microorganisms in our gut than the rest of the body? And here it is. It's this thick turf lining. That thick turf lining plays a similar role to what the microorganisms play in the soil. They are responsible for breakdown. They're responsible for the final breakdown of our food. They are responsible for absorption. They are responsible for protection. They're your border protection. How important are they? Are you starting to see that rather than being the enemy, these guys are a vital part of the life force on planet Earth? When we were in utero, our gut was sterile. There were no microorganisms. But when we were born, when we came out of our mother's birth canal, we were literally showered with her microorganisms. I don't know if anyone saw the Catalyst show only 2 weeks ago. It was called Gut it was called Gut Protection. I think it was something like that. And it was all about microorganisms. And there's one doctor there, and he said, I always thought God made a mistake when he put the anus and the vagina so close together. He thought, I thought, what's God doing? We don't want the things coming out of the anus to go anywhere near this newborn baby. But he said, now I realize it's a perfect design. Because he said, when that birth canal stretches and the anus is also stretched, the microorganisms are literally showering that newborn baby. And that newborn baby's mouth takes in those microorganisms, and that turf lining is beginning to be established. He said they have found when babies are born via caesarean section, they don't have the proper gut flora. What lines their gut is skin flora. And that does not play the same role in the gut as the proper flora. Isn't that interesting? So every mother that gives birth to a baby via caesarean section should be told that every morning, before she breastfeeds her baby, she paints a little bit of probiotic. Probiotic on her nipple. Probiotic is for life. You can buy powders that have Lactobacillus acidophilus bifidus bacterium in them, just a little. If a woman breastfeeds, then the breast milk also has microorganisms in it. But if the mother's microbial balance in her gut is altered, is deficient, she will give an altered microbial balance to her baby, whether it be by birth or whether it be by breast milk. Well, what would alter that? What would interfere with that gut? Antibiotics? And you probably have seen in the newspapers in this last year, I've had a few chemists do our program and they said, yeah, the message to doctors is this: reduce your prescribing of the antibiotics. Antibiotics should be kept as a life-saving course. You know, the human gut can cope with about 2 courses in a lifetime. Sadly, there are some people who are having 3 or 4 a year, and this is little by little killing off. Can you see that? Antibiotics kill bacteria, the good and the bad. What also causes a compromise of this gut flora is the contraceptive pill. Many drugs do. Cortisones and statin drugs are probably among the worst. And if the person on top of that is having a lot of refined sugar and alcohol, that feeds the yeast part. And that is very important for the final breakdown of our food. It's important for the absorption of our nutrients out of our gut and into our blood. It's important for protection, because all sorts of things can come in on food. We need protection against that, border protection. What I'm telling you today, Hippocrates did not know, and yet he said, let food be your medicine and medicine be your food, because he just observed when a person's gut was working well, their health was better. So we have got many children being born today starting off with a compromised. In this show where it talked about microorganisms and the gut on Catalyst, they have an answer. And you might be shocked at this answer, but they're called poo transplants. They take the feces of a healthy gut person and they put it in a blender. It is true. Blend it with some water, put it in some big syringes, and the person with the poor gut, they put them under anaesthetic and they do they insert something into their colon. It's called colonoscopy, where they have a look. And they take the camera out and then they get the big syringe and they syringe in this poo transplant. And they can insert it up high or down low. But do you know there's no need for that? all the gut needs is for the person to take by mouth a probiotic. Probiotic means for life. And you can buy powders in the health food shop called probiotic. And the time to take it is 3/4 of an hour before breakfast, and then those microorganisms can go down to where we want them. And there's something else that you can do. There are 2 herbs that both are a little slimy, and it's good that they're slimy, because they both contain substances that coat, line and heal the gut of human beings. One is aloe vera and the other is slippery elm. Slippery elm is the powdered bark of the slippery elm tree, and it's a good name because when you put water with it, it looks fairly slippery. Both of these herbs can be used. In fact, I advised a week on this one, a week on that one, a week on this one, because the body gets used to things. In Psalm 104, verse 14, the Bible says, God gave herbs for the service of man. I love that verse because it's as if herbs come in and say, where would you like me? Where can I go? And when the aloe vera goes into the gut, it coats, soothes the lining of the gut, but it also contains a growth stimulant, and it stimulates rapid healing in these cells that can rapidly respond because they're remade every 3 to 5 days. Slippery elm also contains a growth stimulant. So both of those herbs contain growth stimulants that have the ability to come in and begin healing this gut. Because this gap in the microflora in the gut, it causes these cells to lack nourishment, because this flora here nourishes the cells that line this gut. So you can almost put a little happy face on these cells, but these cells here you can put a very unhappy face because they're not receiving any nourishment. Can you start to see why someone with gut problems is having trouble healing? Because they're not given the right conditions. When the right conditions are given to the human gut, it can heal. And often, when bacteria gets out of control in the body, the person goes to the doctor and the doctor advises antibiotics. Let's have a look at antibiotics. What does the word mean? Against life. That's what antibiotic means. And if we are living organisms, we have to get away from this kill mentality. Anything that has the ability to kill a small organism has the potential to kill a large. And what are we? We're the large. About 1% of doctors today are claiming that antibiotics have caused more problems than they ever cured. What is an antibiotic? Alexander Fleming, it's 1929, and he's growing bacteria in his laboratory in little flasks. He came in one morning and all the bacteria were dead, and he knew Newton's third law of motion: to every action there is an equal and an opposite reaction. So he started to look around. Do you know, I believe we should all be private investigators, finding out why these things are so. He looked around, couldn't see anything. He looked up. He thought maybe something has come down. He put his head out the window and he saw an open window. He went upstairs. He went into the room where the window was open, and right on the window's ledge there was a plate of fruit. And in the plate of fruit there was a mouldy orange. Do you remember the story from school days? What does a mouldy orange give off? A dust. And in that dust is a highly toxic gas designed to kill off anything that would compete with the mould's food source. There is also its spore. It's as if the mould says, this is my orange and no one else is going to get it. I'll give off a toxic gas to kill off anything that might try and get my orange. What might try and get his orange are the yeast, funguses, moulds. So the dust came down, landed on Alexander Fleming's bacteria and killed it. He called the mould penicillium. He called the mold waste penicillic acid. You see, the mold waste is more toxic than the mold. And the mold waste that he called penicillic acid is the penicillin that we know today. Penicillic acid. This one's penicillium. Penicillin has saved the lives of, we could probably say, millions today. Granted. But we've got a problem today, and it's the overuse of the antibiotic and the inability of the health professional to ask why are these things out of control in the body. And if you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. So the smoker has to stop smoking. The people that live in the mouldy house have to get out of the mouldy house. What's the air like you're breathing? Up the top of the board, I have listed the 8 laws of health, or the 8 principles of health. Notice the first one, pure air. No pure air is going into smokers' lungs. I said to a lady who came and did our program, I said to her, do you have any respiratory problems? She said, oh, I get asthma. I said, when did you first get asthma? See, the detective hat has gone on. She said, oh, when I was about 5. I was intrigued by this. Usually if it's a genetic link or a food link, it's happening much younger. 5. Did anything happen at the age of 5? Oh, we moved into another house. And she said, when you're presenting here today, Barbara, I just thought of it. She said, in the corner of the lounge room, in the carpet, mushrooms used to grow. Aha. What's the air like that little girl's breathing in? Why are there mushrooms in the corner of the lounge room? Obviously there's some sort of water damage, because mold will be found wherever you've got still air, no sun and moisture. Remember, they're just opportunist organisms. Antibiotics should be used only as life-saving resorts. And one of the reasons doctors are being told, please reduce your prescribing of the antibiotics, because this person gets really sick and they're not working. And we're getting drug-resistant organisms happening today. Why? Because as you can see by my first illustration, they change. They adapt. You throw some poisons at them, they get knocked off, and then what do? They adapt. That's what golden staph is. Basically nothing will touch it, medically. Florence Nightingale knew this. Florence Nightingale, very famous nurse. And in 1855, she was asked to go to Scutari, which is the port at the bottom of the Black Sea, where the wounded from the Crimean War were being taken. Crimean War, the British and the French soldiers were fighting the Russians. So the wounded would be put in a boat, sail down the Black Sea to the bottom of the Black Sea to the port at Scutari. It was ex-army barracks, Turkish army barracks. A journalist went over to do a story, and when he got there, he was shocked. Do you know the death rate in that hospital was 50%? The men had a better chance on the battlefield than in that hospital. He went back to England, headlines in the newspaper, did we raise our young men to rot in that hospital? So very quickly the British government sent Florence Nightingale and 35 nurses to Scutari to see what she could do. When she arrived, the doctor said, you're not coming in here, this is men's business. This isn't for women. So Florence Nightingale went to the kitchen. The kitchen was filthy. The food was big vats of water with bits of rotten meat in it. That was the food. Body cannot heal without nourishment, as you can see by this DNA, as you can see by how the new cell is made. We need nourishment. So she sent a telegram to her father. She believed she would get into that hospital. So she sent in the telegram. She said, Father, I want a shipload of clean mattresses, clean linen, clean bandages, bedclothes, scrubbing brushes, and a cook. 2.5 weeks later, another shipload of wounded arrived, 1,200 more wounded men. The hospital was already brimming. See, there was raw sewage in the corridors. It was putrid. So the doctor said to Florence and her nurses, all right, you can come in. And the first thing she started to do was clean. Scrub and clean. Now that was 1855, November. Within 6 months, the death rate was 2%. In fact, only by March, the death rate was 10%. What did she do? She just turned the tap off. She made nowhere for these guys to live. She turned the tap off. It's a very important story. This is 80 years before the discovery of antibiotics. Remarkable results. When she came back to England a few years later, they hailed her as a heroine. She was on the boat. She got an idea of what was happening. She changed her name to Jane Smith, went down the back gangplank and went home. Her family said to her later, why did you do that? She said, I am not a heroine. All I did was increase hygiene, sanitation and nutrition. Did everyone get that? Increase hygiene, sanitation and nutrition. She said, that's all I did. Last program, a man said to me, well, why did she know and not the doctors? I said, that's a very good question. You see, Florence read her Bible. Have you ever read in Leviticus the cleanliness rules that God gave Moses around the Israelites in that desert? There were strict cleanliness rules. If they wanted to go to the toilet, they had to go outside of the camp. This is several million people. And they had to dig a hole, and when they'd finished, no one would know that they'd been there. And if someone died, they had to carry that person out of the camp and bury them. And the men that carried him out of the camp, they could not go in the camp, back in the camp for 3 days. They had to wash their clothes, they had to wash their bodies. Strict cleanliness rules. There was nowhere for these guys to live in that camp. You've just got to turn the tap off. And when Florence Nightingale read of Louis Pasteur's theory that germs cause disease, she said, this is the theory of a man of a very unstable mind. And she said, and anyone who believes it is equally unstable. Did you hear that? Germs don't cause disease. Germs are the results of unhealthful conditions. Can you see that? If germs do cause disease, all we need is more drugs. Have we got enough drugs? We certainly have. No, we've got to stop. We've got to go back. We've got to have a look at what these guys are, what their role is in the human body, what their role is on the planet, and more importantly, what their role is in the gut of the human being. I'm not against antibiotics. They have saved lives, they will continue to save lives. But please use them only as a last resort. My son James, at the age of 35, went to the doctor because his elbow was all swollen. The doctor said it's bursitis, that's inflammation of the bursa. Take this antibiotic. James stood up and said, I've never taken an antibiotic in my life and I'm not about to start. He went home and rang Mum. Mum said, inflammation of the joint, grate some ginger, put it into a little pack and bind it onto your elbow. 3 days later he said, Mum, it got hot. I said, it will if there's inflammation. Just do it for about 5 hours a day. And it went away. How often would have that happened to that doctor? How many 35-year-old people? James is 37 now and he still hasn't had an antibiotic and he's still alive. As we go through these meetings, I'm going to show you how you can be your own doctor. You see, I believe everyone should be their own doctor because only you know how you feel, only you know what you've been through, only you know how your body responds or reacts to different things. And I'm always listening to see what bodies do. And we always hear at our health retreat, we adjust. Too many juices, we'll give you less. Not enough juices, we'll give you more. My ankle hurts, let's put the detective hat on and find out what happened to that ankle. You see, if you don't do that, If you don't turn the tap off, you'll never stop mopping up. If you don't find the cause, you will never actually have a cure. The human body was designed to heal itself, and it will heal itself. Tiny little 2-letter word. If you give it the right conditions. And as you can see by my presentation, we've got to give the body the right conditions, starting in the gut. So we've got happy faces, border protection's working well, just re-establish that gut, and from there come out. When I was 20, I got a book called Back to Eden by Jethro Kloss. It was my first health book, and I was reading through it, and every ailment he talks about working with the gut, and I thought, what is this? I now understand why. As you can see from our last lecture, microorganisms aren't the enemy that many suppose that they are. They are an integral part of life on planet Earth. They are an integral part of life in the human body. What we have to look at is why they are there if they are out of control. Because when we work with the human body, with its innate ability to heal itself, then we will begin to get results. What I'd like to do in this presentation, I'd like to take you one step further and show you really the true role of microorganisms in disease. Germs don't cause disease. They are the result of unhealthful conditions. Now, certainly if the conditions are so toxic because these microorganisms are so out of control, it can cause a person to get very sick. So number one has to first look at why are they there, which is what Florence Nightingale did, and what can we do to the environment to make it so that they are not out of control. Many people today are living in clean houses. Many people today are washing their bodies. But many people today aren't looking at the true cleanliness that should happen inside the body, specifically our gastrointestinal tract. And you can see too from my illustration in our previous lecture that this lining of the gastrointestinal tract is vital for the proper running of the human body, but not only that, for the proper breakdown or final breakdown of nutrients, and also the protection so that harmful substances aren't getting out of the gut and into the blood. At the moment on the news, and it has been for 6 months, is the Ebola crisis. But next time you see a photograph of a situation like at Sierra Leone where there are outbreaks, I want you to look at the background in the picture and you will find it's filthy. There's a lot of rubbish there. Now, I'm not saying that I know why it's there or what's happening there, but I think surely this is square one, is we clean up the area and show people how they can live in an environment that's not conducive to disease. I'm sure the Ebola breakout is more than just that, but I would suggest that it's the first step. One has to think, what would Florence Nightingale do in that environment? Exactly what she did in the hospital in Scutari. She would start to clean it up. Nothing can be lost by doing that, and possibly much gained. But I'd like to take you one step further now and show you the role that they really do play in disease. As you can see, they are responsible for the proper maintenance in the human body, but also their link with disease. What is the true link with disease? There is an element of scientists and doctors over the world today claiming that fungus plays a part in the cause of disease in human bodies. And when you have a look at how Most people I meet, I don't think I've met anyone other than my son James who has had no antibiotics in their lifetime. Well, some of my other children haven't either. What are you putting in your body when you put an antibiotic in your body? You're actually putting a mold waste in your body. Now, to date, medicine has documented 1.5 million different molds, yeasts and funguses, and 1,000 of those are known and acknowledged to cause disease in human beings. One of the problems with medicine today is it's difficult for that to be acknowledged because of some of the most popular drugs are actually putting it in, which we looked at with antibiotics. As I said, the human body can cope with probably 2 courses in a lifetime. But when a lady comes to me and says her little 3-year-old is sick, and I start to investigate as to why this child is sick, and this lady said to me, her baby had 22 courses of antibiotics in the first year of life. Wow. What is the definition of insanity? To do what you've always done and expect different results. If something is not working, then we need to step back and have a look at the big picture. And that's why it's essential to acknowledge the vital role that these play in the life in the human body and life on planet Earth. So why would a fungus or a yeast be in the human body? It may be in the human body because the person has taken antibiotics. How many people say to me they get thrush after they have an antibiotic? That's because a mold has just gone into the human body. How can mold get into the human body other than if someone takes an antibiotic? It can get into the human body through ingestion. Again, antibiotics are ingested. It can get into the human body if it is on food. That's why if it ever is on any food, you must not touch it, because it's so toxic. The other is it can get through the skin. So if there's a mouldy orange in your fruit bowl, please do not touch it. Get a pair of tongs and pick it up, or put your hand in a brown paper packet and pick it up with the brown paper packet and screw it over, then put it into the bin. So it can get in through your skin, it can get in through your mouth. It can be inhaled. That's why if there's any mould in your house, my suggestion is never put bleach on it, because bleach and mold together make an incredibly toxic mix. My daughter in America, she told me there was a story in the newspaper of a death of a woman who was cleaning her mouldy bathroom with bleach, and they came in and they found her dead. Every window was shut and the door was shut. Most people, when they clean, because many people do clean bleach with mold, the windows are open or they're not there for a long time. So how can we clean? White vinegar. White vinegar is one of the best. If you have an area that's mouldy, my suggestion is make sure you've got a mask on, make sure your skin's covered, and have a spray bottle with straight white vinegar in and just spray it, and then leave the room. You can come back 15 minutes later because it will be dead, and then you can wipe it up. If you spray and wipe immediately, the dust given off can go in through your skin and you can inhale it. But also important to ring the plumber or ring the builder and find out why it's mouldy, because they're just opportunist organisms. You will find them whenever there's filth, you'll find them whenever the sun and the air aren't getting into the area. Nurses used to read Florence Nightingale's book, Notes on Nursing. That's the title, Notes on Nursing, what it is and what it is not. And when you read her book, you think we should still be reading that book, because her cleanliness rules, some would say, were almost fanatical. She would never have agreed to carpet in a hospital. Carpet is often a breeding ground for germs. When I was nursing many, many years ago, the domestics were constantly mopping. You can mop wood, you can mop tiles, you can mop lino, but you cannot mop carpet. So I say if you like carpet in a room, it should be very short pile and it should be often vacuumed. You may have seen the SBS series a few years ago called Is Your House Killing You? Dr. Peter Dingle, a PhD from Perth, he majors in that series, and he has probably about 7 shows on those 2 DVDs of different homes where people were very sick. And in most of the cases it was a mold factor. And you'd get the team in, they'd find out why there was mold. In one house, every child's toy, every book in the bedroom, it had mold spores on it. And they found out there was a leaking tap underneath, something like that. So that's why the detective hat always has to be put on. That's why this resident Y should ever be here, because there should be no mold in your house. If you would like to even pursue this a little bit more, you can go to, I think it's Leviticus 13 in the Bible, where it says in there, if a house is mouldy, the house has to be pulled down. If the clothes are mouldy, the clothes have to be burnt. In the old King James Version, it's called leprosy. It says leprosy in the house, pull the house down. Leprosy in the clothes. In the new versions, it's called mildew. And then the same Hebrew word uses it for the skin. It's leprosy on the skin. But if they were accurately interpreting it, it would say mildew on the skin. In medicine, a mold is called myco, so mold waste is called a mycotoxin. And if you go to the medical dictionary and look up the word myco, you'll find about 4 pages of the amount of diseases that have a prefix of myco. In other words, they have a mold factor in them and can be caused by that. One lady said, "Are you saying fungus causes all disease?" Well, it has an aspect in disease, and one has to ask why it is there. So if it is in the human body, is it there because gut protection is broken down? Is it there because the person is eating a lot of sugar? Is it there because they're having a lot of antibiotics? Is it there because they're breathing in a mouldy pillow? Is it there because they're a gardener constantly subjected to mould in the compost? You see, it's not as simple as that fungus causes disease. It certainly can be an element, and the detective hat has to be put on and asked, why are these things so? There are a few books, and I'd like to refer to those books now. This book is called Breast Cancer, Hope at Last, and it's written by the former head of the World Health Organization Department of Mycology, which is, of course, the Department of Fungus. And after 25 years of research, he put all his findings in a book. This book's called Breast Cancer, Hope at Last. And he has 2 other books. One's on prostate and one's called The Garden of Eden Diet. But what I'd like to just give you an illustration of now, I'd like to show you the amount of medical research he quotes. On this page here, there are 16 quoted research papers. In some of his books, he's quoting 30,000 research papers. Wow! So that much of the book is just the quoted research papers. There is another book, and this one's by an Italian oncologist. He's called Dr. Tullio Simoncini. And his book is called Cancer is a Fungus. There's another book, and it's by a Doug Kaufman. He's a medical journalist, and he writes with a Dr. Holland. This is an American man, and his book is called The Germ That Causes Cancer. This book's out of print at the moment. You may get it on Amazon, which is where I got it. The book was a soft cover and it fell apart in my hands, but notice the front page of his book, the human DNA and the fungal DNA coming together to cause the cancer DNA. So the link between cancer and fungus is being acknowledged by many today. If you put that into the web, you'll have a whole heap to look at. But this book is very well known, and as you can see by my book, it's a very well-read book. Many guests look at this. It's called The China Study by Dr. Colin Campbell, and he was asked to go to the Philippines because children were dying of liver cancer between 8 and 10 years of age. Liver cancer, now this is something that only usually gets in adults, and at that, alcoholics. And he found the common denominator was peanut butter. Every jar of peanut butter that he tested had aflatoxin. Now the mold that gives off aflatoxin is Aspergillus. And aspergillus can grow on grains. Peanuts are a common one. And the mold waste that is given off by aspergillus is aflatoxin. Most people have heard of aflatoxin. Aflatoxin is the most carcinogenic substance that has ever been tested. And these children that were dying of liver cancer, he found that the aflatoxin was in every jar of peanut butter. He presumed that the poorer children would be dying and the wealthy children would not be dying. And he found the opposite was true. And this shocked him because he considered surely the wealthy children would be eating a better diet. But the wealthy children were eating what Time magazine called in one article they did, the meat sweet diet. In other words, high meat, high dairy, high sugar, high refined grains. Whereas the poorer children, they were eating a high vegetable diet, a little bit of soy, a little bit of fish, an unrefined diet. Colin Campbell scratched his head because in med school he was told the importance of dairy, the importance of meat, dairy for calcium, meat for proteins and ions. And yet what he was looking at is the poorer children were living and the wealthy children were dying, and the only difference was that diet. They were still having the peanut butter. So he looked a little bit further, and in one medical journal he saw an article on aflatoxin, on liver cancer, which immediately attracted him. And it was by an Indian doctor. And he had done research on rats. 20 rats, all injected with aflatoxin. Every researcher knows you inject aflatoxin, you create liver cancer. 10 rats, he gave a 20% animal protein diet. The other 10 rats, 5% animal protein diet. That's the only difference. He said 2 years rats live, and they test rats because rats have a very similar gastrointestinal tract to humans. And he found that at the end of their life, after 2 years, every rat on the 20% animal protein diet were either dead or dying of liver cancer. And he found every rat on the 5% animal protein diet was free of cancer. Never in research do you get 100% versus naught. He was shocked at this. He closed the study because he said this was against everything he'd been taught. Years later, he did his own research, and the book's called The China Study, because in China, I think it was in about the 60s, there's an emperor who got cancer, and he wanted to do research where he did maps on the parts of the country that had high cancer and low cancer rates. And the high cancer were always around the cities where they were eating the refined food, and the low cancer rates were always out in the country. That's why it's called the China Study. Years later, Colin Campbell did his own research, and he came up with the same results of this Indian doctor. But he did another aspect. He did 20% vegetable protein, but the rats did not get cancer. There was something in the animal protein that was triggering it. There are a few things actually. It creates an acid environment in the body, and cancer loves an acid environment. And one of those doctors, he was injecting sodium bicarbonate straight into the cancers. Cancer loves acid, and this sodium bicarbonate would cause a wave of alkalinity that the cancer could not survive in. Has he received a Nobel Prize? No, his qualifications have been taken away from him, I'm afraid, at this point. But my reason for showing you those books was to show you that this is acknowledged really worldwide by some very eminent doctors, professors and scientists who are looking at this and starting to get results. You see, chemotherapy and radiotherapy, I wonder if in about 20 years they're going to look that we're in the dark ages in treatment of cancer, because they certainly kill cancer, but they of course can kill healthy cells too. I find people that do survive chemo and radiotherapy are the people that change their lifestyle. And we here at our health retreat, we have seen some quite remarkable turnarounds by basically working with the human body. So the points that we use when looking at getting any yeast or fungus out of the body, and by the way, a person can have a yeast presence and not have cancer. Well, how would they know? The tongue. The tongue should be perfectly pink from the tip to the back. Now, if the white can be scraped off the tongue, that is waste. But if it cannot be scraped off the tongue, they are usually fungus buds. The human body is designed to heal itself, and it'll heal itself if you give it the right conditions. So what are the right conditions for eliminating a yeast presence out of the body? Where it be something as simple as psoriasis or eczema, which are commonly caused by a fungus, or whether it be athlete's foot, tinea, jock itch, anal itch, vaginal itch, or whether it be even more serious with cancer. Number one, starve. How do we starve the fungus? Well, it's very important to acknowledge its favourite food. Its favourite food is sugar. And just about everything that you buy in the supermarket has sugar. It also, of course, multiplies when it is exposed to yeast. So this is your Marmites, your Vegemites, your Promites, your yeast spreads, all your sugars, yeast spreads, and also grains. We drastically reduce grains because they can commonly be infected with aflatoxin. In Australia today, all grain is tested for aflatoxin. The grain we get is not totally free because otherwise then none would get through, but a small amount. And of course, if the gut's working well, a small amount can be handled. Also, the person must check their home that they're not constantly being reinfected by a mould presence in the home. Number two, kill. The good news is that there are herbs that will kill fungus, kill mould, and will not kill you. One is garlic, it's well known. Another is olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract contains a plant chemical called oleucin, and it is strong antifungal. One lady said, "Oh, I take a little bit of that every day." I said, "I would not advise you do that. That's like taking a little bit of antibiotic every day to prevent a cold." No, keep it for when you need it. Also, grapefruit seed extract. Grapefruit seed extract is a very strong antifungal, and if you do use it, my suggestion is only a few drops 3 times a day. You can buy it in a little container called Traveller's Friend. It's called Traveller's Friend because many people travel with it. They just put 1 drop, say, in a bottle of water, and it will kill off any bacteria or fungus that may be in there. Another one is Portiaco. It's a South American herb that is quite strong antifungal. When people are looking at eliminating yeast from the body, I say it's a good idea to work with a professional, a naturopath. But what I advise is maybe 2 weeks on this, 2 weeks on this, 2 weeks on this, 2 weeks on this. Body gets used to things, so it's good to alternate. Number 3, balance. Very important to bring back the balance in the gastrointestinal tract, and so that is taking a probiotic. When the antibiotic comes in, or the different drugs that kill off this, it's important to replace that gut flora. When you flood the gastrointestinal tract with the good guys, they bring the candida yeast back under control. So the balance is important. Number 4 is alkalize. Yeast and fungus love an acid environment, so it's very important to alkalize. I'm going to be doing a whole lecture on acid alkaline in this series, but very simply, the most alkalizing food you can take is your vegetables, and of the vegetable kingdom, it is the dark green leafies. That's why spirulina, wheatgrass, green barley, green smoothies, they're all very popular because they are very alkalizing in the body. So alkalize is important. And number 5 is ormis. This is orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements. It's a mineral supplement that produces minerals in a superconductive form. So it's very easily utilised by the body. And research in America today is showing that it is able to heal DNA damage. You can see by my last lecture, if we're not healing the DNA, it's quite possible that the rogue cells can continue to be made. We've seen many people conquer yeast presence in their body, even to the point of conquering cancer, by implementing this simple 5-step program. In conjunction with implementing the 8 laws of health, which is what we're going to be discussing this. Very important to have fresh air, a bit of sunshine every day. Don't take anything into the body that will harm it. Getting the proper rest. I will be defining the proper exercise. Proper diet will be defining that. Use of water. Trust in divine power takes in all the mental and the emotional aspects of disease, which it is well acknowledged that that can certainly play a part. So we have seen some incredible turnarounds by implementing these very simple procedures. But probably the most powerful way to stimulate a healing response in the body initially is to stop eating. To stop eating. Yes, we need fuel. Yes, we need nourishment, which of course is what food gives us. But we also need to take time where we go on a short fast. And that's what we do at Misty Mountain Health Retreat. People come to our health retreat to have 2 days on juices. So when they go on juices for 2 days, we serve them mostly vegetable with a little bit of fruit juices about every 2 hours. So every 2 hours they have a fruit and vegetable juice, mostly vegetable. What's happening? Well, digestion is like an explosion on the human body. And an enormous amount of energy and blood is required to digest a meal. So when a person's not digesting, all that blood and energy starts to go round the rest of the body looking for something to do. It's been used for centuries in Europe as part of detox or cleanse or stimulating a powerful healing response in the body. It can be likened to what happens when you or I are on holiday at home. I don't know about you, but I go to the parts of my house that are bugging me. I get given a lot of information, papers come in, and they often tend to pile up. Every day we sweep the floor, we wash the dishes, we wash the clothes, we make the beds. So we do all our basic maintenance, but I'm talking about that extra stuff. Well, this is what happens when you stop eating. The body starts to go to other parts. And it'll be different in every single body. The body knows what to do, and this is part of the condition. As the body starts to bring about restoration, regeneration, it's got to clean house first. And so it starts to eliminate built-up waste. And as it does, it gets thrown off via 4 main organs of elimination. The largest organ of elimination is the skin. Very large surface area, and it's got lots of little holes called pores in it. Dr. Kellogg, very famous doctor from over 100 years ago, who wrote many, many books on health, he called the pores in the skin millions of little sewers. And of course, what are sewers? They're throwing off waste. So your skin has certain needs for it to be an effective organ of elimination. It needs to breathe. So allow your skin to breathe by being very mindful of the clothes that you put next to your skin. There are many natural fibres we would be aware of. Cotton, silk, linen, wool, flax, hemp, bamboo. There's many natural fabrics today, but you might not be aware of 3 natural fabrics that are made from wood pulp. One is rayon, one is tencel, T-E-N-C-I-L, and the other is viscose. Viscose is very popular in many fabrics today. There's actually a 4th, and it's modal, M-O-D-A-L. It's the cellulose spun from the birch tree. So be very mindful that the clothes that are touching, especially your torso, be made out of natural fibre. The three to be cautious of are nylon, polyester and acrylic. Nylon, polyester and acrylic are three fabrics basically made out of plastic. And when they're on your skin and you get hot and those fabrics heat up, your skin can start to absorb the poisons from those fabrics. Also important to wash your body every single day, at least once. On very hot days, we are very hot as I speak. I know yesterday we're having a heat wave. I think I had 4 showers yesterday. And actually one of them was in the creek. So very important that the more perspiration that's coming off you, the more you wash. Very important to wash that waste away as it comes out of your skin. Also make sure that the clothes that are touching your torso are washed every day, especially when you're on a detox. So allow your skin to breathe. Water in and water out. Water in. Our body loses approximately about 2.5 litres of water every day. I think on days like today, the news said last night that in some places, I think out at Burka, it's 45 degrees, you know, it's very, very hot. So a lot more perspiring. We need to take a lot more water in. Even on days like that, up to 3 litres of water a day. Important to take it in little by little by little. So water out too. Wash that skin. I suggest when you're on a detox program, even to have at least 2 showers a day. The skin also needs you to exercise. When you exercise, you increase the circulation of the blood to the skin, and when the circulation of the blood to the skin is increased, more waste is thrown off via the skin. But before I move on from water, at Misty Mountain, we have steam baths. And these steam saunas down by the creek are happening every afternoon, and that really increases the body's ability to throw off waste. Under those conditions, up to 70% of body's waste can be eliminated via the skin. That's quite a phenomenal statement. What are the perfect conditions, really, that steam bath, where our guests get into the steam bath, they get very, very hot, then they dive in the cool creek, then back into the steam bath. They usually do it 3 times every evening. Exercise. What sort of exercise will increase the circulation of the blood to the skin? Anything that gets that heart moving and breathing increase. We should get to that every single day. And in a later lecture, I will define exercise in more detail. The second organ of elimination are the lungs. The lungs take in oxygen and breathe out carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is the gaseous waste created by the combustion of oxygen at the cellular level. So what your lungs need is fresh air, because the more oxygen that is taken into the lungs, the more carbon dioxide can be breathed out of the lungs. It's like a gaseous exchange in those little alveoli in the lungs. Your lungs also need you to exercise, because when you exercise, your breathing changes. Have you noticed? You start breathing a lot deeper, and the deeper you breathe, the more oxygen that you're coming in, that you're getting into your lungs. Your lungs also need water. On a cold winter morning, we can see each other's breath, can't we? Because of the moisture, the warm moisture that's coming out every exhalation. When we're dehydrated, the little bronchioles tend to shrink up to try and conserve water. So very important that you drink adequate water so that the lungs can expel their waste. Kidneys. The kidneys filter the blood. And they do it in quite a fascinating way. Let me illustrate. Our kidneys are made up of lots of little filtering units called nephrons, and our kidney is as big as our fist. So my 6'6" brother-in-law has a bigger fist than mine, and my little granddaughter Saffron Pearl, who is 3, she has a smaller fist than me. How important to teach children about the house they live in, which is this body. Surely the most neglected form of education. So our kidney is as big as our fist. It actually sits a little below our ribs, and each kidney has 1 million filtering units. Let me draw one of the filtering units. That's the filtering unit, and these are the tubules that the filtrate travels along before it gets down to the bladder and then of course is urinated out. So the blood goes in, it weaves around the filtering units, and then it weaves around the tubules. In a 24-hour period, 1,800 litres of blood is filtered. We don't have that much blood. No, we don't. But every 2 minutes, 1.2 litres goes through the little filtering unit. And out of that filtering unit, 180 litres of filtrate is filtered out. But we don't urinate out 180 litres. We only urinate out approximately 1.5 litres in a 24-hour period. So what happens to the other 160 litres? They're reabsorbed here. So there's a reabsorption area, and later in the week I'll show you that in that reabsorption area our blood pressure is balanced or monitored, salt and water balances in the body is monitored, and also pH is monitored. So you're understanding this gives you an idea of what the kidneys need. The kidneys need water. Because when you drink adequate water, it keeps your blood nice and thin, and it's a lot easier for that little filtering unit to filter your blood when the blood's nice and thin. So we need to be drinking at least 2 to 2.5 litres of water every day. The second one is warm. The kidneys need to be warm. Let me show you. Here is the kidney. And these little filtering units are all on the edge. And these tubules here basically weave down like this. And then into the ureter, which is into the bladder, and there's the ureter from the other kidney, and then urinated out. Considering this, you can imagine if this back area of the human body gets cold, then not a lot of blood will go into that area. You see, we're warm-blooded creatures, and where there's no blood, there's no warmth. And if someone has cold hands and you look at them, their hands will be quite white. But if they clap their hands and rub their hands together, the hands become pink, and now they're warm. Do you know why they're warm? Because they've got blood in them. So it is the blood that causes the warmth. So let's say, and it has been a common fashion over many years, to have the midriff area bare. And that's all right on a day like today. And it's all right in the middle of summer in Cairns. But when I lived in Melbourne a few years ago, in the winter you would see young girls with bare midriffs. What happens is the blood's not getting in there because it's so cold. And so what's happening is the blood's not getting filtered. And so waste starts to build up in the blood, and who's going to clean up the waste? Your own microorganisms evolve into the cleanup team. And then the girl goes to the doctor because she's discovered she's got a urinary tract infection. Hopefully that doctor says to her, how much water are you drinking? You've got to keep those kidney warms. Are you exercising? Have you stopped the coffee? Have you stopped the Coca-Cola? But I've got a friend, she's a doctor, and if she says that, you know what the girl will do? She'll get up, leave her surgery and find someone who'll just give her a course of antibiotics. No, she's got to keep those antibiotics when she really needs them. Urinary tract infections are quite easily fixed. You've got to look at what causes them, start to drink more water. But this is continuing. And so the brain says, the kidneys are having a problem. They're not able to filter the blood because they're so cold. Let's insulate the kidney. And what does the body insulate the kidneys with? Now remember, we don't have fur and we don't have feathers. We have fat. And so the fat cells are built up there to insulate the kidney. This is the belt. I think it's called muffin top. Do you find that today? Many young girls, they've got thin arms, thin legs, but they've got this weight around the torso area. And a lot of it has to do with the poor old kidneys are constantly cold. We had a girl work with us for a while who'd lived in Nepal for 2 years. She said, do you know the Nepalese women bind fur strips around their kidney area because they know the importance of keeping the kidneys warm. There's an old proverb, it's Proverbs 14 verse 6, it says, knowledge is easy to him that understands. And that's why I tell you this, because when you understand where the kidney is, how it works, you automatically have the knowledge on how to treat it and what to give it. So that will give you an understanding of why it is so important to keep the kidneys warm. Exercise. Often called the forgotten remedy, isn't it? Exercise is very important for the kidneys because when you exercise, you increase the circulation of the blood all through the body and absolutely to these little filtering units. So when you exercise, it enables the kidneys to filter the little units much more effectively. Exercise does something else too. See, every time you walk, just picture your kidneys. Every step that you take, your kidneys are being strengthened and toned to perform their work. The fourth organ of elimination is the colon. Only microscopic waste can come out via your skin, via your lungs, and via your kidneys. The largest pieces of waste is eliminated via the colon. And you may have noticed that the colon has a mind of its own. I have a book at home called The Second Brain. It's all on the colon. Have you noticed that when you tell it to stop, it won't? And when you tell it to go, it won't. It has a mind of its own. So the colon needs stimulation. It does not need irritation. It needs stimulation. So what stimulates the colon? Let's make a stimulation list. Well, the first point is laughter. No wonder the proverb says, a merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. Laughter relaxes the colon. Did you know that children laugh 125 times a day? So should we. Laughter's very good medicine, and it's very good for the colon. What else stimulates the colon is water. One of the main functions of the colon is to take water out so stools are formed so that the contents can be passed with ease. So when someone is dehydrated, usually more water gets taken out of the colon than should be taken out of the colon. Then you've got cement, rabbit pellets. So very important that you be drinking adequate water so that that colon functions properly. What also stimulates the colon is exercise. When you exercise, you increase blood supply to the colon, and the blood supply to the colon is massive. But something else is also happening when you exercise. Your movement of your torso. Every step that you take, your colon is moving. So exercise is vital for the proper functioning of the colon. Fibre. Fibre gently sweeps the colon. Fibre does two things. It gently sweeps the colon and it stimulates movement through the colon. It is important that the peristalsis in the colon be moving ever forward, ever forward. So fibre does two vital things. It sweeps the colon, and our colon basically is like this. It's got lots of little grooves in there. There's the appendix, there's the small intestine, and here's the colon here. And that's where everything comes out. And because of all these little corners and grooves, It's vital that fibre be a main part of the food so that that gets swept every day. And again, the fibre stimulates the movement through the colon. That's the appendix. By the way, did you know that it's a very important part of the body? What's the appendix for? Some people think that it's not necessary, and sadly, in times past, surgeons would chop it out. One lady said, I had my ovary removed, and while the surgeon was there, he took the appendix. That makes no sense at all. Let's just cut the foot off in case it gets sick. No, we need these body types, these body parts. The appendix has two main functions. It's called the colon's oil can because it releases a lubricant to allow the contents to get through the colon effectively, and it also releases antibacterial fluid. For some people who are on a high animal, high refined, high sugar diet, what's coming out of that small intestine is pretty toxic. And so the appendix releases antibacterial fluid to try and calm it down a bit. So appendix very important. Let's go back to the colon and the importance of fibre. At Misty Mountain Health Retreat, for the first 2 days on juices, we don't serve fibre. Obviously, they're on juices. So we offer herbs. And these herbs that we offer gently stimulate the peristalsis in the colon. So it's important that that move every day. Dr. Kellogg said 3 intakes of food a day should equal 3 evacuations of food a day. Now, or evacuations a day. Most people are surprised to hear that because most Aussies think if they go once a day, they're going well. Well, that would only be applicable if they ate 1 meal a day, and I don't know anyone that does that. Actually, I have met people who eat 1 meal a day. It starts in the morning and it doesn't stop till they go to bed. No, that's not counted. We should be having, and I'll show you this in a later lecture, we should be having a meal, then we should be having a nice 5-hour break, ideally, and then we should be having another meal. That's what the stomach and the colon loves. We are creatures of habit. And the colon loves you to be in a habit. It likes you to eat at the same time every day, drink at the same time every day, go to bed at the same time every day, get up at the same time every day. Now obviously there are times when we can't always do that, and the colon can cope with that. But how many people, when they travel, say their colon stops because what's happened? They've been thrown out of their usual habit times. The colon loves it when you have breakfast at 7 o'clock or 7:30 or 8 every day. What it doesn't like is 5 o'clock one day, 10 o'clock another, 8 o'clock another, 1 o'clock another. It doesn't like that. It can cope with the odd day. In a couple of weeks I'm travelling to America, so everything's going to be thrown out. It can cope with that. It doesn't mean you have to have breakfast at 7 o'clock every day, and if it's 5 past 7 you're in trouble, or it's 5 to 7. No. The colon can cope with about a half an hour either side. But we are creatures of habit. Your cell's a creature of habit. Your colon is a creature of habit. And the good thing about giving your body times where you do the same things at the same time every day is you can predict. You can predict when the colon is going to decide to evacuate, and that's very handy. Because it's not handy when we're on a plane and we're about to land and we need to go. And at that time, we are very thankful for our anal sphincter because it will hold. The problem is most people use that anal sphincter because they're watching a television show and it's getting excited and they don't want to go. Or they're on the phone to a girlfriend and they're busy in the middle of an exciting story, or she's telling exciting and they don't want to go. Can you see what I mean? Many people use this, what we're very glad of, the anal sphincter holding, when the rest of our body wants to go. We're very glad of that. But many people use it too often. And then the colon gets into a habit. And I think most people know that the person feels to go, but they don't go because they're in the middle of an interesting game or show. And then when it all finishes, they go to go and they can't go. Because when you feel to go, this area of the colon fills up, and that's the pressure on the anal sphincter. If you don't go, then everything actually falls back into the previous part of the colon. And the water continues to come out, because remember, that's one of the main functions of the colon, is to take water out so stools are formed. And what's happening to this bit that's staying in there longer than it should be staying in there? It's getting drier and harder, and then it's more difficult to pass. So the person says, I'm going to have to give it a bit of help and strain, and then terrible things pop out called hemorrhoids. I remember when I used to work in the operating theatre and I assisted for some hemorrhoidectomies. Oh, nasty. They put a little bit of suture line around the neck and just cut it off. I always used to think, oh dear, that's going to feel terrible when they wake up. Well, nothing compared to how they're going to feel when they pass their first bowel motion. And usually painkillers are given. And painkillers are well known to constipate, so you get this vicious, vicious cycle. So remember, prevention is worth an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. We should change that, because we're into kilos now. But this is prevention. Very important to prevent any problems in the gastrointestinal tract, especially at the bottom end. It should be running very nicely and very smoothly, and then that makes for a very happy human being. Remember, important part of the colon, if the sewage system isn't working well, nothing works well. Just remember this, that when you feel to go, promptly answer nature's immediate call. Got that? We need to promptly answer nature's immediate call, because your body panics if you don't. Very important to do that. It's an important part of making sure the colon works well and getting into the habit of listening. Have you ever been to a doctor who won't listen to you? It's very frustrating, isn't it? Don't be that doctor. When your body speaks, you need to listen. One lady said to me, I'm a businesswoman, people ring me and they pay $300 an hour to talk to me. She said, if I need to go, I say, excuse me, a crisis has arisen, I'll ring you back. Really, that's how we ought to see it. And remember, it's not the odd day that the plane's landing and you can't go. It's not the odd day you do it, and it's the odd day you don't. It's actually what you do every day that develops the habit patterns of your cells. If you have a look at most babies and children, they evacuate after every meal. Then they go to school and they don't want to, they're too embarrassed to leave the classroom, or they're not allowed to leave the classroom. And that's really when the habit patterns begin. But the good news is we're constantly being remade, and you can change those habit patterns. On my last lecture, I'm going to show you how you can rewire your brain. And you rewire your brain, you can also rewire your colon. As I said to you, only microscopic waste can come out of the skin, lungs and kidneys. It's the largest pieces of waste that is eliminated via the colon. In my next lecture, I'm going to be discussing your project manager, which is your liver, and your liver is the organ that is orchestrating where the waste comes out. But before we end this presentation, there's one more tiny little member. It's called the tongue. And it is also an organ of elimination. And on a detox program, it's not unusual for people to wake up with tongues that feel terrible. That's because the waste is coming out. And there's a very simple thing that you can do to help that waste come out and be eliminated. It's called oil pulling. Oil pulling has been known for centuries all through Europe. I myself have only known about it for about 10 years. What is oil pulling? It's putting a spoonful, if you're not used to it, start with a teaspoon, putting a small spoonful of oil, I prefer coconut oil, in the mouth, and then swishing. So swish, swish, swish all around the mouth, and you may do it for 10 minutes. You might swish for 30 seconds and rest for 30 seconds, something like that. Now, at the moment, our coconut oil is clear because it is so hot. In the winter it's solid, then it's quite white. But when it is liquid, it is clear. And I say to our guests, when you spit the coconut oil out on the grass, please not down the sink because it could go solid and clog up our drains. Spit it out on the grass. As you spit it out, you will see it is no longer clear. It is white, indicating the change that has taken place as the waste is pulled out of your tongue, as the waste is pulled out of the glands under your tongue, as the waste is pulled out of the blood vessels under your tongue, and this is everything that oil pulling does. So it's called oil pulling because you're using oil, and as you swish, it pulls out waste from your tongue and from under your tongue. I've also known people to conquer gingivitis, that's sore gums, bleeding gums, by oil pulling every day. I suggest that our guests on the detox program oil pull maybe about 3 times a day, especially on the juicing days. You get better at it. One lady said she started to oil pull and after a minute she couldn't bear it anymore. I said, that's all right, spit it out. Next time you do it, if you go 1.5 minutes, you'll be doing well. I'm so used to it now. I oil pull every morning. I need to do this little detox because I travel such a lot and I'm in planes such a lot, and I find it a very effective way at doing a very simple and a very easy detox. Some people prefer olive oil, some people prefer sesame oil. Myself, I prefer coconut oil. One of the reasons I like coconut oil is because underneath the tongue there are sublingual glands which release lingual lipase. And when that lingual lipase connects with the coconut oil, it causes a release of antibacterial properties. So that's another reason why your coconut oil is so good at the oil pulling. So be mindful of your organs of elimination. Give them the right conditions so that they can effectively detoxify you, for we are all subject to environmental poisons. And in my next lecture, we're going to be looking at the project manager, which is your liver. Your liver lives under your right rib. Your liver is the largest internal organ in the human body. It is the only organ in the body that has the ability to regenerate or regrow. As we go through this lecture, you'll see why God made it so. Let's have a look at the liver. You may have seen pictures of your liver. Basically looks a little bit like this. And your liver, as the project manager, determines what and how waste comes out of your body. And your liver, as your project manager, also has jurisdiction over everything that comes into the body. So let's first of all look at food. Never in the history of mankind have human beings eaten so many carbohydrates. What are carbohydrates? Let's make an assessment here. Carbohydrates. What would most Australians have started the day with? We know because there's a whole aisle devoted to it. Cereal. Cereal is Aussie's favourite breakfast, and sometimes toast. You can buy bread in every corner shop. It's a very abundant food. And because cereal and bread doesn't take you far, mid-morning, many are going to the cakes, the biscuits, maybe a pie. Australians love their pies. And Europeans have introduced Australians to pizza, another fast food, and pasta, the very popular pasta. I'm a 5th generation Australian with Scottish descent. I didn't know what pasta was till I was about 18. I don't think there's an Australian today that doesn't know what pasta is. Popular food. Rice. Asians have introduced Australians to rice. Potatoes. My husband's an Irishman. He loves potatoes. And then last and certainly least in nutritive value is the pure crystallized acid that was extracted from the sugarcane field. Would you agree with me? Australians are high carbohydrate consumers. This morning I talked about the gastrointestinal tract. I talked about how it's a hollow tube, and anything that goes into that hollow tube is not part of you or me until it gets broken down to tiny substances and then absorbed into the blood. Well, it is the liver that determines where that tiny substance goes. It is glucose. All of these foods break down in the gastrointestinal tract to glucose. Once glucose gets into the blood, it goes on the M1 main highway straight to project manager. It's called the portal vein. And then the project manager, your liver, determines where that glucose goes. The first place it will send glucose is to the cell. Let's have a look. Here is cell. Glucose gets sent into the cell. When it goes into the cell, it goes through a 20-step pathway. And that 20-step pathway gives us 2 units of energy. And I think we all realise that that's what glucose is for energy. The end result of that 20-step pathway is a chemical form of glucose called pyruvate. Pyruvate is the chemical form of glucose that gets fed into the powerhouse, called the powerhouse because this 8-step pathway delivers to us a whopping 36 units of the big E energy. Whoa, what a difference. And why the difference? The difference is oxygen. This pathway uses oxygen. This pathway does not use oxygen. For the technical amongst us, this is the glycolytic pathway. This is the mitochondria, specifically the Krebs cycle. What a difference oxygen makes. By the way, how are you going to feel if every single one of your 100 trillion cells has got enough oxygen coming in so that it can get down to there? You're going to feel good. We're not going to be able to hold you down. But we're not going to look at oxygen today. We're going to look at oxygen tomorrow. Right now, we're looking at the fate of glucose. So number one, the first place that the liver will send this glucose is to the cell to be burnt as fuel. But on a high carbohydrate diet, there is still a lot of glucose left over. And so now, this is specifically the muscle cell. It stores this glucose like a little bunch of grapes. They're little molecules of glucose, and they're called glycogen. Glycogen is a name given to quick-release glucose stores. That is what our body uses on our morning walk. I don't know about you, but when I get up in the morning, I have a few glasses of water and then I go for my morning walk. Do you ever wonder where you get the energy to do your morning walk when all you've had is water? It is your glycogen stores, specifically in your muscle cell. And those glycogen stores in your muscle cell, it's like they're in a prison. They can only be used by your muscle cell. But the liver can store glycogen too. And the glycogen stored in the liver can be used all over the body. So it can be a fantastic reserve supply for your brain. But on a high carbohydrate diet, releasing a lot of glucose, we still have glucose left over. Even when it's been fed through the energy cycle, even when it's been stored as glycogen, and only so much glycogen can be stored. Now the body, specifically the liver, sends it over to the most amazing fuel depot in the human body. it's called fat. And in many Aussies today, the glucose keeps coming, and the body, as we talked about earlier, gets into a habit. And shunt, the glucose gets into the habit of all just going over to the fat cells. And what's happening to most Aussies today? They're getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Did you know that we've overtaken America? 63% of Australians are today overweight or obese. So this is the third place that the liver sends the glucose to be stored as fat. This is a fact many do not realise. It was only about 6 months ago, Time magazine, front page of Time magazine, it said, "Butter, why we were wrong on the fat." And a recent Catalyst show said its title was Fat or Fiction. It is starting to be acknowledged, what I'm showing you today, that fat's not the problem. The problem is this high carbohydrate diet that many Aussies are consuming is being stored as copious amounts of fat. And often when people want to lose weight, they stop the fat. But the fat's not the problem. The problem is this high carbohydrate diet, forcing the body to store the excess as fat stores. And so what happens now is the person's getting big, and it could be like a man I met about a year ago who told me that he went to his doctor and his doctor said, "You're overweight, your blood pressure's too high, your cholesterol levels are too high, your blood pressure's going too high, you're going to have to go on some medication." He said, just let me see what I can do first. And the doctor said, "Okay, I'll suggest you stop all fat in your diet." He went home. He was only having a little bit of fat. He stopped the fat. And when the fat stops, the person gets hungry. And so they eat a lot of carbohydrate. That's what usually happens, because that's one of the roles of fat in digestion, is to give the feeling of satiation or satisfaction. He said 3 months later he went back to the doctor, he'd lost 1 kilo. What does that mean when you're 150 kilos? Not much. Doctor said, no, we're going to have to put you on medication. Lee said, nah, give me another try. He said, I'm a business analyst, and if something doesn't work, you don't keep doing it. He said, so I went home and did a Google search. I came up with the paleo diet. I came up with the GAP diet. I came up with Grain Brain. I came up with bodybuilding.com. He said, I came up with the FODMAP diet. I came up with Atkins diet. And he said, what got me about all of these authors, majority of them doctors, with many years of clinical practice up their sleeve, they're all saying the same thing. And what does the proverb say? In a multitude of counsellors, there is safety. They are all saying that the problem's not the fat, the problem is the carbohydrates. So he said to me, I thought, what have I got to lose? So he said, I decided to try it. It sounded a bit extreme, but he said, I had nowhere else to go. So he said, I dropped all my carbohydrates. No grain. No grain at all. Majority of these are grain. And he said, I dropped the potatoes. He said, I had a food program that was high in fibre. Where's he getting all his fibre from? Vegetables, with the exclusion of the potato. He said, I had a lot of vegetables. He said, I also had quite a substantial amount of protein. Where was he getting his protein from? He was getting his protein from meat, eggs, cheese, butter. He said, I was also having, as you can imagine, quite generous amounts of fat in the butter, in the cheese, in the cream, in the eggs. He said the weight just fell off me. He said I got quite excited. He said, I was quite happy with this food program because he said, I was never hungry. You see, there are 3 food groups that keep the food in the stomach longer. One is fibre. It keeps the food in the stomach longer because all glucose is bound up in fibre. And fibre slowly releases the glucose. And that's what we want to keep us going between meals. You see, protein keeps the food in the stomach longer because it is in the stomach that protein is broken down. And fat keeps the food in the stomach longer because fat coats the meal and slows down the digestive enzymes a little, breaking down the food. He said, I was never hungry. The weight just fell off me. He said, I had heaps of energy. You see, if you are not giving this quick energy release carbohydrates to the body, the liver specifically can break down your fat stores to give you glucose, and it has the ability to break down protein and fat to give you glucose if there's nothing else. It's called gluconeogenesis, producing new glucose from the stores. He said, I went back to the doctor 6 months later. The doctor hardly recognised me. He said in 6 months I had lost almost 50 kilos. Wow. He said the doctor took my blood pressure, normal. He took my cholesterol, normal. He took my blood sugar, normal. Doc said, keep up that low-fat diet, it's doing you well. Lee said, I decided not to tell him because I wanted to get this to its full. I wanted to see it fully through. But doctor did not even mention medication. He was balancing it really well. You see, these 3 food groups are the essential food groups. Essential because fibre is absolutely necessary for the colon to keep things moving. If things don't move, the body shuts down. It also helps to it does house cleaning in the colon by sweeping out all the grooves. And it is the fibre content or the fibre part of most of your grains where you'll find your B vitamins, essential vitamins. Protein is essential. You see, 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is protein. In our last lecture, we looked at the DNA, we looked at the crossword bands that are made up of amino acids, a breakdown from the protein that you eat. We looked at the new cell being made from amino acids, which is the breakdown from the protein that we eat. That's a pretty important part. In fact, you take all the water away, protein is the most abundant substance in the body. 50% of the membrane around every cell in the body is fat. Fat is an essential nutrient. This is true for every membrane, even the membrane around the nucleus, the membrane around the Krebs cycle, all 50% fat, except for the brain. The membrane around the brain cell is 70% fat. Whew, that makes it pretty important. Our sex hormones are a breakdown from the fat. Our stress hormones are also a breakdown from fat. That makes fat pretty important. At a later date, I'm going to look at fats and I'm going to define fats because there are fats that are dangerous and there are fats that are healing. But because there are dangerous fats, sadly, all fats have been lumped into the one basket. But as the nutrition world is starting to see, and as all these authors I just quoted to you show, fat is essential. Your fat-soluble vitamins cannot be accessed unless you're eating them with fat. The non-essential might surprise you. The non-essential food group is carbohydrates. Carbohydrates are not bad. What a relief. We certainly like these foods. Carbohydrates are not bad. Carbohydrates are not even dangerous. No. It's only when they are refined and overdone that the danger arises. Because with the refined carbohydrates and the overdone carbohydrates causing the body to store it as fat, this is fat build up on the internal organs. This is fat build up on the on the inactive parts of the body. Because your carbohydrates are your non-essential, and in the Catalyst program, Fat or Fiction, there was a professor there who said, let me make it very, very clear, you can live without it. But as the non-essential, that's your negotiating part of your food. Don't negotiate your fibre, protein and fat. They're essential. It's the carbohydrates that are the negotiating part. And the negotiations change depending on your age, depending on your height, depending on your size, depending on your fitness, depending on your physical, mental output through the day. So the other part where negotiations is a very important part with carbohydrates is health status. Earlier we looked at how cancer cells feed on glucose. It's their favourite food. So if someone wanted to conquer cancer, that would be the first food group they would drastically drop. If someone wanted to lose weight, they would drastically drop. If someone wanted to conquer diabetes, drastically drop. And tomorrow I'm going to show you how this plays out in diabetes. If someone wanted to conquer a yeast presence in their body, drastically drop. And it's not forever. I've seen many people drastically drop it, get a turnaround in their cancer, and then little by little start to implement it again. It's not forever. It's just for a period of time to get a certain result out of the body. Now with Lee, I did mention his protein was from animal sources and his fat was from animal sources. And I'm a vegetarian. You can do superior to animal protein and animal fat on a vegetarian diet. How? Let's have a look at this. I'm going to show you vegetarian protein here. So we've got the food, we've got the protein content of the food, and we've got the carbohydrate content of the food. And we're going to go to Genesis 1:29, where God tells Adam and Eve the best food. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth. What's a herb-bearing seed? That's a grain. And we have so many grains to choose from today. We've got wheat, rye, barley, oats, amaranth, buckwheat, millet, quinoa, so many grains. Grains are high in protein and they are quite high in carbohydrate. Let's go to our carbohydrate list and see how many are from the grain department. So we've got grain, 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 grain. So the majority on our carbohydrate list are from the grain department. No wonder they're high carbs. Another herb-bearing seed is the legume. What's a legume? That's your lentil, chickpeas, lima beans, black-eyed beans, cannellini beans, kidney beans, soy, split peas, so many legumes. Legumes are high in carbohydrate and medium to low in carbohydrate. You will find most low-carb advocates put the legume and the grain together, but they are not. The fact is, legumes are approximately a third the carbohydrate content that you will find in your grains. Another herb-bearing seed is the seed. So that's your pumpkin seed, sesame seed, sunflower seed, chia seed, flaxseed or linseed. Seeds are high in protein and they are quite low in carbohydrate. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, in the which of the tree is a fruit-bearing seed. What's a fruit-bearing seed? That's your nut. So your nut comes from the fruit of a tree. We live on a wonderful part of the planet. We're the only country in the world that can afford to eat macadamia nuts. Beautiful nut. One lady said, aren't they high in fat? I said, that's right. Isn't that good? Fat's an essential nutrient. One lady told me she was on a diet and she's allowed 1 macadamia nut a day. I said, I have 10 a meal. It's not the fat's not the problem. We've got walnuts, pecan nuts, Brazil nuts, hazelnuts, almonds, so many nuts. Nuts are high in protein and quite low in carbohydrate. So my suggestion is, with this information, to ensure that you're getting your 3 essentials and to ensure you don't overdo your non-essential, my suggestion is that you increase the legume, nut, seed part of the meal and decrease the grain part of the meal. That is an easy way to help get the balance on a vegetarian diet. And we have seen many people conquer many diseases by going on the low-carb diet on a vegetarian diet, by mostly decreasing the grains and increasing the legume, nut and seed part of the meal. That's an easy way to do it. And you can do that very effectively on a vegetarian diet. Most vegetarians don't explore the wonderful legume. Most people say, oh, but you have to soak it. I said, that's right, go home and soak saucepanfuls. In the morning, rinse them. Cook them, rinse them again, bag them in little bags in your freezer. Then you've got a whole freezer full. All they're waiting for is a delicious sauce. That's easy. Most people stop the fat because of cholesterol. What I'd like to show you now is the truth about cholesterol. Cholesterol is made by the liver, and 80% of the cholesterol that the liver makes is made from glucose, and 20% of the cholesterol that the liver makes is made from fat. Looking at this equation, if you want to get your cholesterol levels down, what food group would you drop? It's not the fat. And this is one thing that Lee found when he was on his high animal protein and fat diet. His cholesterol levels came down. Dr. Atkins showed in the 80s that dietary cholesterol has little or no effect on blood cholesterol levels. And was it about a year ago, Catalyst did a program on cholesterol? And it showed very clearly in there, well documented, that cholesterol is not the issue. Dr. Dwight Lundell, cardiovascular surgeon, has written an ebook called The Great Cholesterol Lie. He's done 10,000 bypasses, and he's written a book showing cholesterol is not the issue. We have a book in our library by Dr. Peter Dingle, and it's called The Great Cholesterol Deception. What I want to show you now is the role that cholesterol plays in the blood. You've heard of high-density lipoprotein and low-density lipoprotein, LDL. We are told LDL is the bad cholesterol and HDL is the good one, but the body doesn't make anything bad. They just have different roles. HDL is the carrier. It carries away excess cholesterol. That's why it's seen as the good guy, and you can see that. LDL is the repairer and the rebuilder. Important to note this as I show you how they work together in the capillary maintenance. They're like the road workers in your body, the road workers of your blood system. Let's have a look at how they do it. Here's the blood, a blood vessel. And because of its low density lipoprotein is always on the edge. Because of its high density lipoprotein is found right in the middle. Now let's say the person's smoking cigarettes. The nicotine weakens the cells even to the point of a hole can be made in the blood vessel. Let's say the person smoking, well, we've said the smoking, breathing in from a mouldy pillow or mouldy carpet in the bedroom. The fungus in the blood can poke a hole in the blood vessel. Let's say the person's got a mouthful of mercury fillings. Mercury is a neurotoxin, and it is also able to poke a hole in that blood vessel. Who's going to fix the hole up? Your repairer and your rebuilder, LDL, plugs up the hole. Now what's supposed to happen? The person's supposed to get all their mercury fillings out and stop eating so much tuna and shark. The larger the fish, the higher the concentration of mercury. The person's supposed to throw out their mouldy pillows or pull out their mouldy carpet in their bedroom and put tiles down. The person's supposed to stop smoking. And at the same time, they're supposed to be eating nourishing foods. Your vegetables are high in fibre, high in minerals, low in sugars. They're the healers. There's your high fibre. Protein. You need those building blocks to heal. Good fats to nourish that cell wall. So when a person gets rid of what's causing it and has nourishing food, then the body can heal the whole. And HDL comes along and picks up the excess and takes it away. That's how they work together in maintaining your blood network. But sadly today, many people are unaware of the dangers of mercury. Many people don't realise what the cigarette smoke is doing to their arteries. Many people don't realise the dangers of mould. And they're so busy that they just eat fast food that is very low in nourishment. And so what's happening in the blood vessel? It's building up and up and up and up. And the arterial wall, the artery is actually getting narrower and narrower. It's called atherosclerosis. When I used to work in the operating theatre, we did a bypass one day and the surgeon cut out the piece of artery that was all clogged. And then he got some tweezers and he started to pull what was clogging, and it was like, I never forget it, it was like gristle, like cream gristle. And they say, cholesterol. But you know what we should be asking? Why is it there? Why is it there? And if the cholesterol levels are high, we have to ask, why is the liver making so much? It will only make it in accordance to the demands on the body. Is it because the body's being damaged for various reasons? Remember, he's the repairer and the rebuilder. And so the person is put on Lipitor or Crestor, which is cholesterol-lowering medication. And that cholesterol-lowering medication blocks the pathway in the liver that the liver uses to make cholesterol. That's how it gets the cholesterol levels down. But that same pathway is the pathway that the liver uses to make coenzyme Q10. Coenzyme Q10 is your heart protective enzyme. So a person can go on Crestor or Lipitor in the hope of preventing a heart attack and actually increase their susceptibility because they've now lost their heart protective enzyme. There's no need to go on that medication. A few more dangerous things that I want to tell you about Crestor and Lipitor, especially Lipitor. Lipitor, one of its side effects is Alzheimer's, dementia, and I don't know anyone that wants to get that. Another side effect is muscle cramping and muscle wasting. No, the human body can heal itself, and it will heal itself if you give it the right conditions, even to the point of balancing out cholesterol levels. So we've made an assessment on what the liver does with the food that comes into it. Now I want to show you what it does to something else a little bit more sinister that comes in, and this is environmental toxins. We are all subject to environmental poisons. They come into the body, they go into the blood, they come up to the project manager, and the project manager often says, oh, this is a nasty, nasty guy. Wrap him up in fat and store him. And so all through our life, when these environmental poisons come in, these fat-soluble toxins are stored in our fat cells. And then the person comes to Misty Mountain Health Retreat. And the person goes through a detox. They only have juices for a couple of days. not enough glucose to run on. And so what the liver does, it starts breaking down some of the fat stores to give glucose for those extra energy needs. But something a little bit more sinister gets released. And I think most people are aware that when they go on a detox, their breath isn't as nice as normal, the body odour's a little worse than normal, what they're releasing into the toilet is a little worse than normal. It's because of the release of these fat-soluble toxins. When these fat-soluble toxins are once again in the bloodstream, they once again come up to the liver. Now, if it can, the liver will break that down to a water-soluble state. And that's what I want to show you now, how the liver does that. Phase 1 of the liver detox, the liver takes this fat-soluble toxin and it breaks it down to a metabolite. A metabolite, very simply, is the first stage of metabolism. And this metabolite is a little bit more complex than it originally was. This metabolite creates a lot of free radicals, which are damaging to the tissues. This metabolite is highly volatile, causing damage where it goes. This metabolite is sometimes 100 times more toxic than it originally was. So you might claim, well, what's the liver doing? It's just created something that's far more toxic than it originally was. It's a process. It's like when I clean the kitchen cupboards out, my kitchen looks 100 times messier than when I started. It's just a process. And your liver has certain needs at this stage. Your liver needs antioxidants because antioxidants have a nickname. They're called free radical scavengers. Your most potent antioxidants are beta-carotene. And beta-carotene is found in all your orange and your red-coloured vegetables. That's why at Misty Mountain Health Retreat, every juice we serve is either red or orange or green, high in beta-carotenes. The most famous antioxidant is vitamin C. Vitamin C is known as ascorbic acid. And vitamin C, as ascorbic acid, is a potent antioxidant. It has a lot of extra electrons to balance out the free radicals. But ascorbic acid by itself, once it has balanced out all the free radicals, it itself can become a free radical. But in nature, ascorbic acid is found with bioflavonoids. And research now shows that the bioflavonoids are continually feeding extra electrons to the ascorbic acid to protect it from becoming a free radical. Bottom line is, when you buy vitamin C, make sure your ascorbic acid has bioflavonoids with it. I'm going to write these two sideways because they are not antioxidants, but they are required in phase 1 of the liver detox, minerals and vitamin B. Before we move on, there is one more antioxidants, it's vitamin E. Vitamin E is a fat-soluble vitamin, and at Misty Mountain Health Retreat, on the juicing days, we serve protein drinks to our guests, and that is where they'll find their vitamin E. Within 36 hours of starting a detox program, phase 2 kicks in. So phase 2 takes this highly toxic, highly volatile metabolite and joins it together with amino acids. The union of this highly toxic metabolite and the amino acids creates the water-soluble state. As a water-soluble state, it can be easily released out of the body, and its symbol is a wave in a box. Phase 3 happens in conjunction with phase 2. So phase 3, the liver takes this water-soluble state and it releases out via your urine, via your sweat glands, and via your colon. They're probably the three main areas that this water-soluble state can be released out of the body. This information has only been known since 2002. Any book written before 2002 will not have this information in it. I do not think at the time of his death that Dr. Atkins realised the full effect of his diet. I mean, his book was #1 on the New York Times best-selling list 4 years running. Why? Because people were getting results. But I talked to a Dr. Benjamin in New York, who was Dr. Atkins' patient. He said, I believe if Atkins had read the China study, Atkins would have become a vegetarian, because Colin Campbell shows in the China study the dangers of this high meat, high animal protein, high animal fat diet. And as I showed you previously, you can do it very effectively on a vegetarian diet. So the needs for phase 2 is protein to provide the amino acids. The needs for phase 3 are basically your fats. And in the protein drink that we serve our guests, we put coconut cream in it, so they're getting a very nice fat there, as I'll show you when we get to the fat lecture. What happens if a person goes on a fast and does not supply the amino acids necessary for the second stage of this detox, which begins within 36 hours? Well, if within 48 hours no protein, no amino acids are supplied, the liver can suffer 25% liver function loss. That's your project manager. You don't want your project manager to go down. Cancer cannot get a hold on the body if the liver is working in optimum conditions. We need more protein today than any generation that has ever lived on the planet. And Dr. Colin Campbell shows very clearly in his book, The China Study, there is no danger with the vegetable protein. It's only with the animal protein. Vegetable protein is very clean burning fuel, very easily used by the body. In Florence Nightingale's book, she noted that if she had a very sick patient, someone who was almost on death's door, they responded to 2 things, beef tea and raw milk. Now, what do beef tea and raw milk both contain? Protein. Now, we are not going to give our guests at Misty Mountain beef tea or raw milk. We'll give them protein drinks. The protein drinks that we supply are made out of a pea protein. I gave this lecture in America one year, and the man said to me, this is very interesting, but he said, this is not for your lay people, this is for your academics. I said, lay people have livers too, you know. This is very important information for anyone living on planet Earth in 2014, 15. We're nearly in 15. Isn't it wonderful that if we give our body the right conditions, the liver has the ability to effectively detoxify us from environmental poisons, because we all come in contact with them. You can almost not get away from them today. The liver is a remarkable organ, as you can see, with an amazing ability to revive and to heal if given the right conditions. So you can see from looking at this, it is important that the liver have lots of vegetables, especially your red and your green coloured vegetables. And it is also important that the liver have protein in the amino acids and also healthy fats. I'd like to show you now some of the things that the liver needs to revive, other than what I've shown you. There are some bitter herbs. One's called gentian. It's incredibly bitter, but you might have heard the old saying, bitter to the mouth, sweet to the stomach, sweet to the mouth, bitter to the stomach. Gentian's very bitter to the mouth, but it's very sweet on the stomach, and it's also an excellent herb for the liver. Dandelion Dandelion is another bitter herb that can revive the liver, and St. Mary's thistle. Little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone, the livers heal and revive. And remember Psalm 104 verse 14, where the Bible says in the Psalm, God gave herbs for the service of man. So they're there to serve you. They come in and they are able to revive and stimulate this liver, because remember, it can revive and it can heal. Also very important for the liver to have sunshine. Every day the sun should get on the abdominal areas, so specifically if a person has any liver problems. One lady said to me, what about if your gallbladder's gone? Hopefully your gallbladder is not gone. But if your gallbladder is gone, all is not lost, because the gallbladder, which basically sits under the liver, a bit like this, into the bile duct, it is a reservoir for bile. It's connected basically like that. It's a reservoir for bile. It is the liver that makes the bile, and if the gallbladder is taken away, then the liver, of course, still makes bile, and the bile goes straight from the liver down to the bile duct. And the bile is probably one of the main enzymes that help in the breakdown of fats in the body. Some people think it's fat that causes gallstones. Gallstones are like little stones that seem to accumulate in the gallbladder, and if ever they start to pass, that's incredibly painful. Some think that gallstones because a person's on a high-fat diet, but it is not so. You see, if a person goes on a no-fat diet, the bile can literally stagnate in the gallbladder. So a no-fat diet is more dangerous to the liver than a high-fat diet, though I am not advocating a high-fat diet. Both can be dangerous. So the liver likes fat, not a lot, and one of the best way to get our fats is the food that we eat, like your nuts and your seeds, your avocados, all contain excellent forms of fat. And the only two fats that I advocate that a person be eating freely, and even then in very small amounts, is your olive oil and your coconut oil. Coconut oil specifically is excellent for the liver because it does not require bile. It's the only fat that does not require bile. Dandelion stimulates the formation of bile, as does St. Mary's thistle, as does gentian, because these bitter herbs all get a reaction from the liver. I talked about sun, putting the liver in sun, because the sun stimulates the blood supply to the liver. And if anyone has gallstones or has a liver that's not working well, castor oil compresses can be placed on the liver area. Castor oil penetrates very, very deep into the body, and wherever it penetrates, it breaks up lumps, bumps, congestions, adhesions. Excellent for breaking up even scar tissue. How do you make a castor oil compress? You would get a few layers of cloth, maybe like toweling, moisten it with castor oil. Now that might take about half an hour for the oil to moisten through, because castor oil is very thick, and then you apply it to the liver area, which again is under your right rib. Cover that with plastic, and often your clothes will hold it in place. My suggestion is to wear it for 4 or 5 hours in the day, maybe 5 days a week, and little by little that castor oil can break up any adhesions, lumps, bumps, tumours, cysts on the liver, and it can little by little start to break down stones in the gallbladder. This is, of course, in conjunction with giving the liver the right conditions in the food groups that I have previously talked about. The things that harm the liver the most are the stimulants. So alcohol is one of the most dangerous substances to be taken into the liver, and it is alcohol that breaks down to something that's 100 times more toxic. That's why alcoholics, the two organs often that go down with an alcoholic are the brain and the project manager. So headquarters, the brain, and the liver, the project manager. Cirrhosis of the liver is not uncommon with with alcohol abuse. All drugs affect the liver. Remember, he's the master chemist. He's the sieve. Everything that goes into the body goes first through the liver. So the more toxic the substance is coming in, the more the liver is harmed by that. Also, constipation can harm the liver because when the colon's not working well, you get some fermentation happening, putrefaction, that affects the blood, which again has to go to the liver, and the liver's the one that has to deal with that. So you can have a happy liver by giving it the right nutrients, by giving it some bitter herbs, by putting a castor oil compress on it, giving it some sunshine. Make sure that it rests every night. You know, one way that you rest the liver is to not eat at night. When you eat a large evening meal, when you go to sleep, your stomach still has to work, and putrefaction and fermentation happens because digestion's not happening as quickly. And again, any toxic waste that goes into the body has to be dealt with by the liver. You may have heard the old saying that we should have breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, and tea like a pauper. It is true. Exercise, very important for the liver. Because when you exercise, you increase the blood supply to the liver. When you exercise, your torso moves the liver. And as the liver's moved, it's strengthened and toned to perform its work. We talked about proper diet, dropping the carbs right down, increasing the fibre, protein and fats. Use of water. The liver cannot function properly, it cannot detoxify you effectively unless you are well hydrated. Every single function in the body requires water. So it's vital that a person be having adequate water. We lose out of the body a day 1.5 litres via the urine, 0.5 of a litre via the colon, 0.3 of a litre via the skin, and 0.2 of a litre via the lungs. So that's a 2.5 litre loss a day. And that's not on a day like today, which is very, very hot. So vital that we have enough water. And the other is trust. And as I mentioned previously, this takes in all the emotional and the mental aspects of disease. When someone is highly stressed all the time, creating toxic metabolites in the body, they all get taken to the liver and have to be dealt there with the liver. So be kind to your liver. Your liver has been designed to take you a long way through your life, and you will enjoy life much better if you've got a happy liver because you're giving it the right conditions. Hormones are little chemical messengers in our body, messengers giving messages. And the hormones particularly are messages that affect our emotions, that affect our sexuality. And I'm surprised how many people I meet today who have hormonal imbalances. I want to begin this lecture by going through some of the symptoms that a woman may have with a hormonal imbalance. When a young girl gets or develops breasts at the age of 8 and gets her periods at 9, that is a hormonal imbalance. Do you know what normal is? Most people don't know what normal is today. Normal would be between 16 and 18 years of age. But you hardly ever hear of a girl where such a thing happens today. Most girls are getting their periods about 13. And that still is fairly reasonable, but when a young girl is getting her periods at 9, that is definitely a hormonal imbalance. Another symptom of a girl having a hormonal imbalance would be her very heavy periods, very painful periods. Also tender breasts at period time. Premenstrual tension is a symptom of a hormonal imbalance. How many men and women think that that is normal? But it is not. Another symptom of a hormonal imbalance in a woman would be depression, heart disease, cervical cancer, also cysts on the ovaries, fibroids in the uterus, endometriosis, breast cancer. These are some of the symptoms of a woman having a hormonal imbalance. What about a man? A hormonal imbalance in a man can be revealed in a few ways. One is low sperm count, PD, called penile dysfunction, inability to hold an erection. Another symptom of a man having a hormonal imbalance would be prostate problems. We didn't even know what the word prostate meant 20 years ago. It's almost a household name today. Another symptom, too much of a female hormone can cause a man to be effeminate, and too much of the male hormone in a female can cause a woman to be masculine. So see, these are some of the symptoms of a hormonal imbalance in men and women. What I want to do now is I want to show you how the monthly cycle should run in a woman. And then I want to show you what throws the monthly cycle out. And then I want to end this lecture by showing you how you can bring that cycle back into balance. Notice that our sex hormones are made from cholesterol. Very important lipid in the human body is cholesterol. You can have too high cholesterol levels and you can have too low cholesterol levels. Anything under 3 is too low. In fact, ideally, a person should not go under 3.5. From cholesterol, the body makes pregnenolone, and from pregnenolone, the body makes progesterone. Progesterone is a key hormone because from progesterone, estrogen is made, from progesterone, testosterone is made, and from progesterone, our adrenal hormones are made. I'm going to explain the monthly cycle like a dance, because it is like a dance. Different players come onto the stage at different times of the month. Let me introduce you to our star players in the dance. One is progesterone, and progesterone is going to be wearing a green dress. And progesterone's nickname is happy hormone. Can't have too much of this one, can we? The other player in the dance is estrogen, and estrogen is going to be wearing a red dress, and estrogen's role in the human body is that of a cell proliferator, causing massive cell growth. It is estrogen that causes a skinny young girl to develop into a beautiful, shapely woman, but if estrogen levels remain high, that beautiful, shapely woman can get out of shape. Day 1 of the cycle is the day that a woman begins to menstruate. And day 1 of the cycle, progesterone levels are low, or progesterone is backstage, so to speak. Day 1 of the monthly cycle, estrogen levels are also low. But by day 7, estrogen levels rise up until day 11. Estrogen is now the star player in the dance. What effect does estrogen have at this time of a month in a woman's body? Let's go to the stage where the dance is played out. These are the reproductive organs of a woman's body. This is her uterus. These are her fallopian tubes. These are the ovaries, and that is the birth canal. And between the birth canal and the uterus is the cervix, right in there. What effect does estrogen have at this time of the month? Estrogen causes massive cell growth in the lining of the uterus, causing the blood nest to develop. As a cell proliferator, that's what it's good at, causing massive cell growth. Estrogen is also causing massive cell growth in the ovaries, causing an egg to develop. Estrogen also causes a form of lubricant to be released in the birth canal. By day 14, a fully developed egg bursts forth from the ovary. The little filaments on the end of the fallopian tube grab that little egg and pull it up into the fallopian tubes. The fallopian tubes are ever moving forward, like this, causing that egg to move up, up. The hole where the egg bursts forth develops a blister. And that blister is called the corpus luteum. I'm writing corpus luteum in green because corpus luteum is the main site of progesterone production in a woman's body. Can you see by this illustration how important it is for a woman to ovulate every month? Because every month that the woman ovulates, her corpus luteum is made, ensuring proper levels of progesterone. And as you can see, progesterone is a very important hormone as the precursor for all the other hormones. So by day 14, 15, 16, estrogen is given the message it can go backstage now. No need for estrogen anymore. We have our blood nest, we have our egg, we have our lubricant. By day 14, with the development of corpus luteum, progesterone levels begin to rise. At this time of the month, progesterone is having a ripening effect on the lining of the uterus, putting the finishing touches on the uterus. I liken progesterone to the plasterers and the painters. Progesterone has another effect. As the happy hormone, it heightens a woman's mood at this time of the month to the point of increasing her sexual desire at this time of the month. But progesterone has another effect, and that is on the cervix. This little plug in here, which is the seal between the birth canal and the uterus. Let me magnify it for you and show you what's happening. Usually, the cervix looks like that. Two lips with a mucus plug. Under the effect of progesterone, the mucus plug goes, the lips come up a little tighter, and also, as well as that, a special form of lubricant is released around the cervix, designed specifically to facilitate the entry of sperm up into the uterus. So you can see the stages set for the entry of man. Did you know that between 500 and 200 million sperm are released with one ejaculation? If the sperm meet this cervix, very difficult to gain entry. If the sperm meet this cervix, that lubricant literally grabs the sperm and accelerates it or shoots it way up and into the uterus. It's got a long journey, a long way to go. And some of the sperm go down the wrong road. There's no road map. Some of them go down the right road, and aha, they've found their prize, which is the egg. I saw a photograph one day of 15 sperm all trying to gain entry into one egg, but only one does. Occasionally two. That's when the twins share the placenta. Did you know that when the sperm gains entry into the egg, within a matter of days, there's a division to two cells. And when those two cells are created through the division, the DNA of a new human being is perfectly intact. What happens with the conception of a new human being? Progesterone levels soar 200%. Whoa. No wonder we often say when a woman's pregnant, oh, she's just blossoming. That's because her happy hormone levels are nice and high. Whereas estrogen is not one hormone, estrogen is a family of three. There is estrone, often called E1, and it has strong cell proliferator action. Estradiol, often called E2. It also has strong cell proliferator action, whereas estriol is the delicate hormone. And it is estriol levels that rise in pregnancy, sometimes called the protective estrogen. So what happens if there is no conception? Then by day 26, progesterone levels are dropping. By day 26, estrogen levels are dropping. When both of those levels drop, then the blood supply to the uterus is cut. And when the blood supply to the uterus is cut, then the blood nest falls away, and once again we are at day 1 of the monthly cycle, which is the day that a woman begins to menstruate. Before I move on and show you what causes a disruption of these hormones, I'd like to mention a couple of things. And one is a pap smear. What is a pap smear? It is a little scrape or a nick taken out of the cervix, and they test for abnormal cells. Let's say a woman has a pap smear, and then that night she is intimate with her husband. When sperm goes through the prostate gland of a man, it takes on an immune suppressant property. If it didn't, no sperm would survive in woman's body because her immune system would rise to attack. Because of the immune suppressant property of sperm, when woman's immune system rises to attack, because sperm is an alien, her immune system is knocked back somewhat because of the immune suppressant property of sperm, and so sperm is able to get through. But let's say a woman has just had a pap smear and her immune system is healing that wound. Then she's intimate with her husband that night, and her immune system has to stand back in the presence of sperm, and so it cannot tend the wound. Let's say she's a sexually active woman, a very sexually active woman. Let's say this is happening 2 nights out of 3. 6 months later, she has another pap smear. They happen to take a little scrape on the same spot. The test comes back, abnormal cells. What caused the abnormal cells? The first pap smear that was never allowed to heal. Women should be told that for 4 weeks after a pap smear not to allow sperm to enter her. One lady said, my husband can't wait 4 weeks. I said, well, he must wear a condom, but the sperm must not enter because of the immune suppressant property of sperm. The amazing thing about the human body is memory. And when a woman's husband's sperm enters her, it eventually has a memory, and so the sperm enters, her immune system rises to attack, and then it says, oh, it's all right, it's just husband, and stands back. And so the sperm can get through. But can you imagine how damaging it is if a woman has multiple partners, and also in the act of homosexuality? But what causes the imbalance? That's what I'd like to look at now. Number 1, let's make a list. What causes the imbalance? In 1957, the first contraceptive pill was introduced to men and women. Why do I say men? Because men, of course, played a role because it's their wives that were on the pill. And I've had some women say to me, my husband said I was not to go on the pill. They knew there was something wrong. And the other reason men are affected, if a woman's on the pill for 5 or 7 years before she gives birth to her man-child, then he is affected. The 1960s was called the sexual revolution. Women wanted to be able to have sex without falling pregnant. Men and women are, and will continue to pay a very high price for this so-called sexual freedom. What is the pill? The pharmaceutical companies grow acres and acres of Mexican wild yam. That Mexican wild yam contains a plant chemical called diosgenin. And in a laboratory, diosgenin can be converted to progesterone. Called progesterone because it has an identical molecular structure to the progesterone that is made in woman's body. So the pharmaceutical companies cannot patent that. They can only patent something new, something they create. So they add a few more atoms in one area and come up with a synthetic estrogen. They add a few more atoms in another area and come up with a synthetic progesterone. They cannot call it progesterone, so it's called progestin or progestone. These synthetic hormones, when they're taken into a woman's body, are fed into that biochemical pathway that the body uses to make its own hormones, and it causes a disruption. And the body's not sure what's happening. There's a disruption. So it thinks, I must be pregnant. So it stops releasing the egg, then the woman doesn't fall pregnant. But if a woman stops releasing the egg, can you see corpus luteum's not being made? Let me show you what's happening month after month on the pill. Our precursor should be progesterone with estrogen underneath. Month after month on the pill, with the synthetic estrogens, estrogen levels are rising. Month after month on the pill with no corpus luteum being made, can you see what's happening? We've got a situation, sadly too common today, it's called estrogen dominance and progesterone deficiency. Estrogen is a good slave, but a bad master. Now the good slave, bad master has become the master. Where are our estrogen levels now? Way up here. Where are our progesterone levels now? Way down here. And how does the woman feel the week before her period? Watch out, she'll bite your head off. The good news that I can give you today is premenstrual tension is not normal and it can be reversed. We need our happy hormone. But let's have a look at estrogen, way up here with its cell proliferator action. Now with estrogen levels that high, we've got cysts developing on the ovaries, we've got fibroids developing on the uterus, we've got abnormal cells being developed on the cervix, we've got lumps in the breast developing, we've got breast cancer. Too much estrogen is causing too much endometrium. Endometrium is the name of the lining of the uterus. So now the endometrium, being made in excessive amount, starts to wander through the abdominal wall. That's called endometriosis. You may have heard of it. And then on the 26th day, when both the levels drop and the blood nest bleeds, all these pockets bleed, and that causes excruciating pain for the woman. One young woman said to me that she's only 25. She said she has to be taken to hospital and knocked out for these few days every month. Her doctor said, when you go through menopause, you'll be all right. 25-year-old woman? That's 25 more years of suffering. And the doctors just acknowledged that it is the high estrogen that is feeding these little pockets. What I'm going to show you today is how you can turn that around. It is the baby boomers that were first given the pill. The baby boomers are now going through menopause. How are they faring? Not well. What's happening? They're getting hot flushes, too much estrogen. You see, estrogen is a capillary dilator, causes all the blood to rush to the skin, and the woman feels hot and the husband knows it because all the bedclothes get thrown off. 10 minutes later, they get all pulled back on again. Causing massive cell growth so that the woman, and you wouldn't believe how many women I meet between the age of 40 and 60 who have got too much weight on the torso, and they tell me, I cannot shift this weight. It's impossible to shift that weight while estrogen levels are high. So this is another contributing factor in the weight gain we are seeing in Australia today, especially in the women. As a cell or capillary dilator, estrogen in some women causes migraines at period time. It's also causing depression because of a lack of happy hormone. The woman has lost her desire for sex. And when she does have sex, it is very painful. And it's very, very sad that her husband's secretary is looking better all the time. That's a tragic situation. So she goes to the doctor. She says, I'm having hot flushes every 10 minutes. I can't bear it. I can't function. So he gives her hormone replacement therapy. Hormone replacement therapy. What is this? More synthetic hormones. It tricks the body again into thinking it's pregnant. So it stops causing the capillaries to dilate to the skin, puts all of its energies into the uterus and the breast. 6 years later, the woman finds she has a lump on her breast. She goes to the doctor, he takes her off HRT immediately. Why? He knows. He knows it causes breast cancer. And if you talk to the doctor and you say, why do you do it if you know it causes it? His answer is this. He said she was suffering and it brought her relief. That is true. And he said not every woman will get breast cancer, and that also is true. I feel sorry for the doctor because they're the only alternatives they have. What is HRT? More synthetic hormones causing more disruption in the hormonal balance of a woman. But some women say to me, I have all these symptoms and I have never been on the pill, and neither was my mother. There is more. What causes a chicken to be fully developed in 5 weeks? It's a little bit scary, isn't it? This explains our 6'2" sons coming out of 5'2" mothers and 5'8" fathers. Where did that come from? And about young girls developing very large breasts when there's none of that in the family. When I was a little girl, we had chicken once a year and we used to get it from the farm. When I was 15 years of age, Kentucky Fried Chicken came to the nearest town. When Kentucky Fried Chicken came, that's really when Aussies started to eat chicken regularly. Chicken today, it's illegal to give them growth stimulants. So how they've got around that, there's a couple of ways. It can be in the pellets, the chicken pellets that they're eating. They have also been able to genetically modify the chicken so it produces more estrogen. Whatever way, they grow too big too quickly. And the human being that eats it is going to be getting some of that estrogen. If it's in the chicken, it's in the egg. What about meat? It's against the law for Australian cattle farmers to give their cattle growth stimulants. But we had a cattle farmer's wife do our program, and she confirmed to me, she said, once a fortnight they knock on our door. Recently we had a young girl who worked in the meat industry, and she said, it used to be you stop the growth stimulants 5 months before market and it wasn't picked up in the blood test. She said today it's 5 days. If they stop it 5 days before, it's not picked up in the blood test. So basically, if it's in the meat, whether it be chicken or red meat, it's in the product. What about fish? Well, when you've got 80% of women on the pill or HRT, going to the toilet, the sewage goes out to sea, the fish are feeding on the sewage, they're finding female fish with male tendencies, male fish with female tendencies. Lentils are sounding more attractive all the time, aren't they? What about the girl that said, but I've never been on the pill either of my mother and I'm a vegetarian? There's more. Plastics. Plastic contains something, many plastics today contain something called nonylphenol. Estrogen has a phenyl ring, and that phenyl ring is the key that unlocks the door into the estrogen receptor site on the cell. So plastics that contain nonylphenol or bisphenol A. Bisphenol A is what is found lining most tins, and the nonylphenol is what makes plastic soft. So when these phenols are in the plastics and the human being eats things that have been touching the plastic or heated in the plastic or been in the plastic for a while, can you see they're getting those estrogen mimickers? Dr. Anna Zotto, she's an American endocrinologist. She was growing she was growing cancerous breast tissue in flasks. And whenever she injected it with estrogen, it would grow. She'd stop injecting it with estrogen and it would stop growing. One day she came in and all night it had grown and she had not given it any estrogen. She was puzzled by this. So she asked the people who were providing the flasks, she said, have you changed the flask? They said, yes, we're now getting a flask that has nonylphenol in it. It's a lot softer. So the nonylphenol in that flask was feeding the cancerous breast tissue. I think it's impossible to get away from plastics. It's handy stuff, but be very mindful of food's exposure to it. You can get some plastics that don't have nonylphenol, those hard plastics don't. If you have a kettle, get a glass kettle or a stainless steel. Just be mindful of the dangers. And babies, the plastic nappies, the disposable nappies. You can get nappies in the supermarket called Natty, and they are made out of starch. They're a little bit more expensive, but I think you'll agree with me, worth every cent. If we think we've got a hormonal problem now, you wait till these children grow up with their plastic disposable nappies and chewing on plastic rattles in plastic bottles with altered cow's milk heated in microwaves. A bit scary, isn't it? That's why education is important. That's why if you know someone has a baby, buy them 2 packets of Natty nappies, all made out of starch, can be put in the compost bin, can even be put in the fire. Buy them a stainless steel milk bottle. You can get glass, or you can actually get some phenol-free plastic bottles now. Herbicides, insecticides, pesticides, and chemicals. All of these can break down to metabolites that mimic estrogen. You see this little list, it explains the hormonal balance that's really exploding on the planet today. What I want to show you is the different estrogens. So these are 3 cells, and these are 3 estrogen receptor sites on the cell. This one is a xenoestrogen, and these chemical estrogens are often called xenoestrogens, and they are 20,000 times stronger than human estrogen. So how big are they? They're huge. What about human estrogen? It's about this big into the receptor site. And human estrogen is 20,000 times stronger than plant estrogen, or often called phytoestrogen. And it's a little slip of a thing that just slips into the cell like that. So these xenoestrogens are literally 400,000 times stronger than the plant estrogens. Where do you find the plant estrogens? Red clover, soy products. Let me show you the soy. This is the soybean grown in America today. It's called Ready Roundup. Do you know why it's called Ready Roundup? Because it has been genetically modified to resist Roundup. And one farmer told me 5 times before market it's sprayed with Roundup. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doses of Roundup, as well as a genetically modified soybean. That is a dangerous soybean. That soybean will increase breast cancer, will increase prostate cancer. But it's a pity to throw all soybeans out, because if you can buy an organically grown, non-GMO soybean, it's probably got the most anti-cancer properties of any food on the planet. So make sure you buy soy that is organically grown, non-GMO. So how can we turn this around? If you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. So number 1, eliminate. Stop the pill. Stop HRT. How can we stop having babies popping up everywhere? Well, sex is 2 parts, so contraception should be 2 parts. And a woman's role, I believe, is to determine when she is ovulating, and it's obviously when she's menstruating. Ovulation isn't as easy, but her body will give her 3 signs. One sign is that her temperature changes. It can be as simple as her taking her temperature every morning before she gets out of bed, and she will find that her temperature will go like this, then drop and go up onto a higher plane. So this drop and up to a higher plane is her indicator that she has begun to ovulate, and it'll happen anywhere from day 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, even 15. So it'll be somewhere around there, but it will allow her to identify the starting point. So that's one sign. The second sign is that the cervix changes, and it can be as simple as her testing that cervix every day and just writing it on a chart. The third sign is the vaginal mucus changes. When the progesterone level's high, it's very clear and stringy compared to what it normally is. So those three signs can come together to tell her when she is safe and when she is not safe. The husband's role is to wear a condom or master the art of withdrawal in this time that she is unsafe, which will probably be around that time there. So that's how the pill can be eliminated. HRT. When this is implemented, this list that I'm giving you now, I have seen many get off hormone replacement therapy. Eliminate meat and its products, if you like, meat and its products. It really should be organic. At Misty Mountain Health Retreat, we show you how to make lentils taste fantastic. Plastics. I think it's impossible to eliminate plastics, handy stuff, but as much as you possibly can, greatly reduce them. And you can buy plastic bags made out of starch. The more people that want the plastic bags made out of starch, the more there will be. My daughter lives in Tasmania, and Tasmania has declared themselves to be a plastic bag-free state. Did you know that? So when you go shopping, you have to take your own bag. Herbicides, insecticides, pesticides really should be eliminated. As much as possible, go organic. Start growing your own. Get the chemicals out of your home. Throw all the chemicals out and bring the vinegars and the sodium bicarb and the microfiber cloths in, and gumption. Are you familiar with gumption? It's sodium bicarbonate paste. Great cleaner. That's all we use at our health retreat. So that's turning the tap off. Number two, your liver is designed to eliminate excess estrogen. And it does it down one of two pathways. One is the hydroxy 2 pathway, and the other one is the hydroxy 16 pathway. When it goes down the hydroxy 2 pathway, it's literally taken out. When it comes down the hydroxy 16 pathway, it comes back in 100 times more toxic. So we don't want that one. We want this pathway. So what I'm going to do now is give you a list of foods, vitamins, herbs that encourage highway 2 and discourage highway, we'll call it highway 16. Cabbage family. The cabbage family contain indoles. These are a plant chemical that stimulate highway 2 and discourage highway 16. Vitamin B6, B9 and B12. These three vitamins stimulate highway 2 and discourage highway 16. Licorice, if you have high blood pressure, don't take the licorice. I'm referring to the herb. There is a tea you can buy and it's called Blackadder. And this tea contains licorice, peppermint and aniseed. It's quite a delicious tea. It can be as simple as having 1 or 2 cups of those teas a day. And flaxseed. Flaxseed contains lignans, and lignans encourage highway 2 and discourage highway 16. So number 1's turning the tap off. Number 2 is stimulating the liver to eliminate excess estrogen. And number 3 is an Australian cream called the Anna's Wild Yam Cream. The Anna's Wild Yam Cream is a cream that contains diosgenin. And this diosgenin, when it is applied to the skin and taken up by the fat cells, it stimulates this pathway in your body that your body uses to make its own progesterone. The Anna's Wild Yam Cream does not contain progesterone. What it does is this diosgenin stimulates the pathway that your body uses to make its own progesterone. And by stimulating the production of progesterone, you automatically balance the estrogen, testosterone, adrenal hormones, whether you be man or woman. Progesterone's the hormone that ideally should be stimulated. How long should it be applied for? When I was overseas a few years ago, I met a young girl who was menstruating at 9, and I advised her mother put her on the Anna's Wild Yam Cream for at least 1 year. I met a 92-year-old woman who was on the Anna's Wild Yam Cream. She had osteoporosis. You see, progesterone boosts bone-building cells. So everyone with osteoporosis should consider the Anna's Wild Yam Cream, because boosting that progesterone stimulates the bone-building cells. You see, osteoporosis has a hormone factor. What a woman will do is she'll apply it every morning and every night, 1/3 of a teaspoon. And she alternates her spots. So tonight, she might apply it to her face, and then in the morning to her throat, then the next time her chest, next time inside of arms, next time abdomen, next time inside of thighs. So she alternates the site of application of the Anna's Wild Yam Cream, and that keeps the body reactive. And she will do this for 3 weeks a month. If she is still menstruating, she applies it at these 3 weeks. And notice it's when the progesterone is the highest, and she stops for the week that she is menstruating. If a woman is not menstruating anymore, she just chooses 3 weeks of the month where she applies the cream. One lady said to me, "I tried the Anna's Wild Yam Cream and it didn't work." I said, "How long were you on it for?" She said, 2 months. Let me show you what's happening after 2 months. Remember? The imbalance is like this. After 2 months, it's probably like that. That's why it's important to be on it for at least a year, so we can get that balance around to where it should be. How long will it take? It will depend on many things. Some women have been out of balance for several generations. The good news is it won't take several generations to get them back into balance, but it may take a year or 2. If a woman is on it for a year and then she stops, and within a couple of weeks her symptoms return, her body is really literally saying, "A little bit longer, please." One lady told me that. So she went back on it for another 6 months. Then she stopped. And when she stopped that time, she found that her symptoms did not return. One lady said to me, "Thank you for giving me my daughter back." Now, I didn't give her her daughter back. I actually showed her I gave her the information, and as she applied it, her daughter's moods certainly became a little bit better, because premenstrual tension should not be happening. What about a man? Because men are not cyclic, a man will apply it once a day, like aftershave, and he does not have the break in the month. Why would a man apply the Anna's Wild Yam Cream? Well, excuse the French, but one man said to me, "It just puts lead in my pencil." Another man said to me he decided to begin implementing the Anna's Wild Yam Cream instead of taking his hormone injection that he was taking every 3 months for prostate cancer. He made a decision to implement these 8 laws of health, start having the Anna's Wild Yam Cream every morning. And his wife emailed me 10 months later. She said, we have had amazing results with these simple lifestyle changes. She said, my husband had been having hot flushes, 4 or 5 a day on the hormone injection, and he was developing breasts. He was late 60s. She said, since we've changed our lifestyle, implemented the laws of health, we're drinking more water, we've stopped our coffee, we're exercising every day, we're going to bed earlier. She said, since we have implemented those lifestyle changes, I also have lost weight. My energy levels are great. But she said, my husband's hot flushes have stopped, his breasts have gone down, and we just had a test for his testosterone levels, and she said they were the best they've been for years. This is on the simple Anna's wild yam cream and changing the lifestyle habits. What I love about this cream is it's working with your body. It's working with the needs of your body. It's working with how your progesterone works, so it just boosts it. Number 4 is the 8 laws of health. Florence Nightingale called them the laws of nursing. Dr. Jackson from New York, he called them laws of life. They are the 8 principles or the 8 laws of health. I had a lady come and do our program and she got dramatic changes. All her hot flushes stopped, she started to lose weight. 6 months later she emailed me and she said, Barbara, things have just stopped. So I began to question her on any changes she'd made lately. And she went, oh dear. I said, what is it? She said, I just realised that the last month I've started to have a cup of coffee a day. That 1 cup of coffee a day with just 1 teaspoon of sugar a day had been enough to stop her body balancing, and it had brought the imbalance back again. So this is where the law of temperance comes in, which we'll be looking at tomorrow, looking at the things that can damage the body. And most people are unaware of how dangerous caffeine and sugar are. But they both of themselves, together and of themselves, can cause a disruption in the hormones in the human body. Sometimes I get a woman that rings me back and says, I need a bit more help. There are some herbs that you can take that can give this a boost. One is dong quai. Another one is black cohosh. And another one is red clover. Red clover is a phyto or plant that contains the diosgenin. It's quite powerful at helping the balance. Most people, it is enough to change the lifestyle and implement what I have shown you, but for some people, I guess it can depend on many things, they may need to as well take one of these supplements. I have seen many women regain their life, regain their health, even regain their marriage and their sexual relations by these lifestyle changes. I've also seen many women come off their antidepressants. First of all, changing the lifestyle, implementing the Anna's Wild Yam Cream. As happy hormone levels rise, they begin to ease off their antidepressants and are back in control of their life. That's good news, isn't it? It's very good news. Life should be good. It should be fantastic every single day of our lives. And I'm alarmed at how many are not experiencing peak health because of this hormonal imbalance. There are 4 vital elements needed for life. Number 1 is oxygen, number 2 is water, number 3 is sodium, and number 4 is potassium. The last 3 we're going to be looking at later in our series, but today I want to look at oxygen. Let's have a look at the effect of oxygen in the human body. Yesterday, I took you to the cell. I showed you how glucose goes into the cell. Glucose goes into the cell under the action of insulin. Insulin is like the key that unlocks the door to allow glucose into the cell. So glucose comes into the cell, it goes through a 20-step pathway. This 20-step pathway delivers to us 2 units of the big E, energy. The end result of that 20-step pathway is a chemical form of glucose called pyruvate. And pyruvate is the chemical form of glucose that gets fed into the powerhouse. Called the powerhouse because this 8-step pathway delivers to us 36 units of energy. Whoa. And isn't that what everyone wants today? Energy. As I showed you yesterday, this pathway gives us 36 units of energy because it's an aerobic pathway, meaning it uses oxygen. So this is the aerobic pathway. Whereas the 20-step pathway, it's called an anaerobic pathway because it produces energy without oxygen by the process of fermentation. What a difference oxygen makes. The most powerful way to oxygenate the body is exercise. Such an important subject that I'm going to devote another lecture to exercise. But today I want to look at all the other things that influence oxygen going into our body. First of all, let's make a list of the effects of oxygen on the body. Oxygen vitalizes. Oxygen invigorates. And you can see why when you have a look at these pathways. An incredible difference oxygen makes. Oxygen electrifies. That's how you're going to feel when every cell in your body is running on oxygen. Oxygen does something else too. Oxygen soothes the nerves. And we need nerve soothers. If you could put it into a bottle, you'd make a fortune, wouldn't you? And there is a name given for lack of oxygen in the body. It's called chronic fatigue syndrome. Chronic fatigue syndrome has one cause, and that is lack of oxygen. Now, there may be 100 causes for that lack of oxygen, and some of those we're going to have a look at today. So this is what oxygen does, and you can see why when you look at the energy cycles in the cell. 36 units of energy. But what are the symptoms of lack of oxygen? Medicine calls it hypoxia. Hypoxia basically means lack of oxygen. Fatigue. The person feels like they've climbed a mountain and all they've done is got out of bed. Lethargy, can't even get out of bed. Nausea, not the only cause of nausea, but it is one of the symptoms of hypoxia. Headache, not the only causes of a headache, but it is one of the symptoms of hypoxia. The most severe signs of hypoxia are blue top lip, blue fingertip. You see, when blood goes through the lungs, it picks up oxygen like a little parcel, and it gives the blood a bright red colour. So when the person's lacking oxygen, their blood has actually a bluish colour. That's the blue top lip, that's the blue fingertips. I find that many people I meet today are drifting in the haze that lies between optimum health, they're not actually jumping out of their skin with energy, and sickness. They're not actually bedridden, They're in the middle. How many people, when you ask them today, how are you? How many say, all right, not too bad? What does not too bad mean? Not too good? How many people, when you ask them, how are you, say, fantastic? You'd almost go, what's the matter with him? It's sad, isn't it? And age has got nothing to do with this. When I came close to my 50th year, I was shocked at how all my friends were going, oh no, 50. Age has got nothing to do with this. We should feel fantastic every day of our life. And you can see for what I showed you in the cell, one of the reasons is simply lack of oxygen. So let's have a look at the things that influence oxygen going into our body. One is the air that we're breathing. Have you heard of negative ions? Negative ions are electrically charged oxygen molecules. Where do you find negative ions? You'll find negative ions wherever you find moisture, movement, and air. You see, water droplets pass through the air, giving off negative ions. So where do we find water or moisture, movement, and air? The thunderstorm. So negative ions are found, and again, the negative ions is referring to the negative charge. Thunderstorms. You'll also find negative ions. Again, we're looking for moisture, movement, and air. Waterfalls. You'll find negative ions by the sea. So the ocean waves are also creating negative ions. And I think we can all identify the smell in these areas. If we had earplugs in and eye patches on, we would know by the smell of the air. You'll also find negative ions in the pine forest. Negative ions are given off by trees, but the pine is far more. You just think about it, you've got probably 18 little needles of a pine tree compared to the leaf of one other tree. So you've got this massive surface area, and every leaf is always giving off oxygen. Always a little bit of moisture. If you look in the early morning in the bush, you'll see mist rising up out of the gullies, given off from the trees. And you only have to have the slightest breath of wind, and because the pine needles are so light, you'll get a little movement, whereas the other trees are hardly moving at all. That explains why the pine forest has more negative ions in it than other forests. On the other hand, we've got positive ions. Positive ions have more carbon dioxide in their molecule than oxygen. So where do you find the positive ions? You'll find the positive ions before the thunderstorm. And what's the air like before the thunderstorm? Heavy. In fact, we often say to each other, I can feel a storm coming. The air is heavy. And often people can suffer from these symptoms before the thunderstorm. You'll also find positive ions in the city. What have you got in the city? A lot of people, and they're all breathing out carbon dioxide. And some people are smoking. And it gives off another gas, carbon monoxide. And carbon monoxide is a dangerous gas for humans because carbon monoxide competes with oxygen on the red blood cell side. I'll show you. So here we have a red blood cell, and when it picks up oxygen, it's an unstable union. It's an unstable union so that it can be dropped again quickly in my toes, in my brain, in my pancreas. Whereas when carbon monoxide is breathed in, it forms a very tight union, inhibiting the uptake of oxygen at that cell. You'll also find carbon monoxide coming out of cars. So car fumes are giving off carbon monoxide. Often when I'm in the city early morning and I see people jogging on the side of the road, I wonder the value of their jog on the side of the road when they're breathing in a lot of carbon monoxide. You'll also find carbon monoxide wherever you find mould. Mould runs very well with no oxygen. It's called an anaerobic organism. And it explains why when someone has a yeast presence in their body, their cells are running up here. Well, not all their cells, of course, but some of their cells are, which is one of the reasons why they lack energy. That's the only energy that they're getting. So one has to be very cautious of any mould in the house or any mould in their work area. And it is one of the reasons for chronic fatigue syndrome. I had a lady come and see me. She was an engineer from Russia. She said to me, I was working in Australia for a couple of years, and then she said, I got chronic fatigue syndrome. That always challenges me because you can't catch this one. So again, I put the detective hat on. I listened to her story first of all. She said, I went to the doctor and I told the doctor that I was living in an apartment on the southern side of the apartment building on the bottom floor. She said, I noticed that my leather shoes and my leather belts would often go mouldy, and there were some cupboards and rooms that often had mould in them. I mentioned to the doctor, but he didn't seem to take note in what I was saying to him. She said, I had to stop work. I just had no energy. She said, I was battling this for about a year, and I heard of a doctor in Manly, Sydney, who specialises in chronic fatigue syndrome. She said, the first thing he asked me was, where do I live? I explained my house to him, and he said, you cannot go back to that house. He said, you can't even set foot in that house. She looked at him. He said, maybe if you're well covered and you've got masks on and no contact at all with any part of your skin. See, common sense had told her that. Do you know there's been a death and no one attended the funeral because no one knew he'd died? It was the death of common sense. I'm surprised, well not really, but I am surprised how many people I meet with chronic fatigue syndrome, and I trace their history back and I find contact with mould. Most people are unaware of how dangerous exposure to mould is. You'll also find positive ions coming out of some heaters. Now the heaters that are the most dangerous are the heaters that rob the air of oxygen. Now we have in every house here at Misty Mountain wood fires. You might just see the edge of one just here. It's like a combustion stove. And we love them because it keeps our houses nice and warm. They do rob the air of oxygen, but what we do in the winter, say we have a program starting on Sunday, we light this fire Saturday morning, and you'll notice that our building is big, thick Besser bricks. So by Sunday morning, it's toasty warm, and we're able to close the vents. So now the heater's not robbing there of oxygen, and yet that nicely maintains the heat. So if you do have one of these heaters in your home, just be mindful that they do rob the air of oxygen. As soon as you're able, bank it down, meaning close the air vents so the air's not being taken, or the oxygen's not being taken out of the room. Always have a little bit of a window open. Have plants in the room. Plants, especially the wide leaves, are able to purify the air. The best heaters are probably your oil heaters in those columns that are warmed up by electricity. So just be mindful of heaters in the home. You can do much to improve the oxygen content of your body by being mindful of the air that you're breathing. There's one thing else that you can be mindful of that will influence the oxygen uptake in your body, and that is hydration. Let me tell you a story. I gave I did a live blood analysis on a 23-year-old girl one day, and her blood was clumped. Her red blood cells were clumped like that. I always presume I've spoiled the slide. It is very easy to spoil a slide. 5 blood slides later, her blood looked like that. I said to her, "Have you had any water to drink today?" It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She said, "I don't drink water." I said, "I can tell." I said, "I cannot read your blood. It is so clumped." Her mother came in. Her mother was 45. I took her mother's blood and it looked like this. I said to her, "Your mother is 22 years older than you and she has better blood than you." This girl did not want to be at our health retreat. Mind you, by the end of the first day, she grabbed a book and a pen and started writing. She started to get excited about the information she was hearing, and at the end of the week she said, "I wish this was my first day." 10 years later, I talked to her mother, and her mother said she's married with a little baby and she's applying everything she learned at Misty Mountain. But when I did this blood slide, she was not drinking water, she was not interested. It's amazing the difference that knowledge makes, isn't it? Now, when that blood goes through the lungs, how much oxygen is it picking up compared to when this blood goes through the lungs? Can you see the surface area that has been lost purely because of dehydration? One microbiologist said to me, he said, "Barbara, we have done research on this," and he said 1 cup of coffee requires 5 cups of water to accommodate for the dehydrating agents in the coffee. Whoa. How many people having coffee or tea instead of water? How many people do we meet today who are always tired? They may not have exposure to mold. They may not have problems with the heater. They could simply be dehydrated. That's easy fixed, isn't it? Now, the good news is that this girl, if she started drinking water, and the best way to hydrate the body is little by little by little over the day, by the end of the day, I could look at her blood and it could look like this. Dehydration is easy fixed. So a person can suffer from chronic fatigue syndrome simply because they're dehydrated. Another way that a person can limit the amount of oxygen going into their body is by the way they breathe. Our body was designed so that the abdominal muscles are used in the breathing process. I don't know if you're familiar with Andrea Bocelli. He's a blind Italian opera singer, amazing voice. And I saw a video once of him in concert, and he's standing like this. You see, when you learn to sing, your teacher teaches you how to breathe with your abdominal muscles, because you cannot hold the note, you cannot get the tone. Obviously with Andre, there's a little bit of training there, but sometimes he'll sing a note and you think, how can he go much further? And he'll go up onto a higher note and go a little bit longer. Yes, that is training, but he has trained not only his chest and throat, but mainly his abdominal muscles. So our abdominal muscles must be used in the breathing process. Many times that is not possible because of posture. So hunching like this, it's impossible to use your abdominal muscles. Tight clothes around the waist inhibits the abdominal muscles being able to breathe. So there are some of the things that can influence the oxygen uptake in our blood. Our body was not only designed to use chest, but abdomen. And when someone is just a high chest breather, they can actually be losing out on gaseous exchange at the bottom of the lungs. So be very mindful of the way that you're breathing, because that absolutely can influence the oxygen uptake in your body. And this is why I suggest that everyone do Pilates exercises. When I say Pilates, I mention Pilates because it's well acknowledged that those group of exercises are designed to strengthen the core. And the core of the body is like the hub of a wheel. And your core muscles in your abdomen are all connected to your spine. In fact, you have one muscle called transverse abdominis, and it starts at your spine, connects with your hip and rib on other side, and then back to spine. And when you do core strengthening exercises, which Pilates targets, then when your muscles here are strengthened, it automatically pulls your spine straight. So part of your exercise program, ideally even 5 days a week, should be some core strengthening exercise that will help your spine to be stronger and straighter, and then it will be easier to use your abdominal muscles in the breathing process. Sunshine is law number 2. The sun is not the enemy in the sky, it is the doctor in the sky. And yet how often is it hailed as the enemy? The reason why the sun is so important is because ultraviolet rays from the sun hit the skin and convert a form of cholesterol just under the skin to vitamin D. And vitamin D is being hailed today as the anti-cancer vitamin because of its ability not only to stop cancer cells running, but even convert them back to a normal running cell. That's quite amazing, isn't it? You see, vitamin D not only is hailed as the anti-cancer vitamin, but it is essential for the assimilation of calcium in the body. And calcium has a nickname. He's called the king, because when calcium gets in, all the other minerals are able to get into the cell. And the largest concentration of calcium is found in the bones. We've virtually got 2 epidemics today. We've got many epidemics, but 2 I want to speak about now. One is a vitamin D deficiency. And this is in the land of the sun. And the reason there's so much vitamin D deficiency is, number one, people are not getting the sun exposure. And when people put sunscreens on, that stops, yes, the burning rays, but the burning rays are the healing rays. Michael and I had a holiday a few weeks ago in Fiji. We were the only people laying by the pool that weren't covered in sunscreens, and we didn't get burnt. And by the way, we noted some very burnt bodies. Why didn't we get burnt? Because we would lay in the sun on our back for 15 minutes, on our front for 15 minutes, have a swim, dry off, go back to our room. We did that morning and night, and we came back with quite a nice tan, no sunburn. It's just using your common sense. If you have to be out in the sun for a long time, put a big hat on and just cover your skin. What about sunscreens? What's the problem with sunscreens? Sunscreens contain something like, say, zinc oxide, which is not toxic, but it is brought down to nanoparticles, and nanoparticles are barely measurable. And they do that so that it goes into a cream form and it can be nicely smoothed on the skin. But they're finding these nanoparticles in marine life. And they do not know at this stage whether those nanoparticles can get through the blood-brain barrier. Not a lot is known, but it is suggested that one of the contributing factors for the demise of our Great Barrier Reef is the amount of Aussies that are swimming in the water with sunscreens with these nanoparticles in them. If we're wise with our exposure to sun, we do not need to put sunscreens on. One lady said to me, "My little girl's at preschool and they will not let her go outside unless she puts sunscreen on." So my suggestion is to get a little tube of sunscreen and empty it, and then get some aloe vera gel and suck up the aloe vera gel into the sunscreen tube and send that with the child. Isn't it lying? No, it is not lying, because aloe vera has a natural sunscreen in it. It's not going to stop you burning if you're out there for hours. And ideally, when your little one is home, she spends quite a bit of time outside. She develops a nice tan. And that's one of the best protections against sunburn, of course, is a tan. And only little by little can you develop this tan. My daughter in America has 5 children. She never puts sunscreen on them, and by the end of summer, they are golden brown. One of the big contributing factors to skin cancer today is vitamin D deficiency. Research is showing that vitamin D deficiency is contributing to skin cancer. On the DNA of the human body, there are 2,500 receptor sites for vitamin D. We cannot heal without vitamin D. We don't need much sun exposure to get all the vitamin D that we need. But you will not get vitamin D unless your skin has no creams and potions on it at all. But by the way, if you have a shower and wash yourself with soap and then lay in the sun, you will get no vitamin D. There must be that light film of natural oil. And if you lay in the sun and then go and have a shower and wash yourself with soap, washing off all those oils, you will not get vitamin D. It takes approximately 2 hours after sun exposure for the vitamin D to be developed in your skin. Your vitamin D is stored in your kidney, and then as it is needed, it's taken over to the liver, which releases the vitamin D. Notice what I first said. When the ultraviolet rays from the sun hit the skin, they cause a form of cholesterol just under the skin to be converted into vitamin D. Did you notice the word cholesterol? Another reason why we need to be cautious not to have too low cholesterol levels. Is it the amount of people who are on statin drugs, cholesterol-lowering drugs, that is contributing to this vitamin D deficiency? Calcium is stored in the bones, so this is our second epidemic that I'm mentioning in this presentation, which is osteoporosis, brittle bones. Lack of calcium is the lack of calcium because of the lack of vitamin D. You can have calcium in your food, and yet if you're not getting adequate vitamin D, you cannot access that calcium. So it's very important to get the sunshine so that we've got nice, strong bones. Our eyes need sun. We have a book in our library called Better Eyesight Without Glasses by Dr. William Bates. Every library should have this book. It shows you how you can do some simple little exercises to prevent deterioration of eyesight. He actually says in his book that the eyes can't get enough sun treatment. He says if you go out into the sun and you've been in a dark room and it's a little bit glary, he says close your eyes and then tip your head up to the sun and just stay like that for a few minutes and put your head down and open your eyes, and your eyes will be used to the sun. Never should we look at the sun. The eyes tell you that. He also suggests that sometimes we go outside, lift our eyelid, look down, and let the ultraviolet rays from the sun hit the eyeball, the white of the eye. Obviously only for a minute or 2 at a time. We don't want burnt eyeballs. So let me very quickly say in the next breath, you can overdo the sun. Absolutely. And Aussies have been guilty of that over the years. When you overdo the sun, you know it because it's very painful. You've burnt the skin. That's what damages the skin. Short bursts of sunshine do not damage the skin. In fact, the body deteriorates when it's not getting those short bursts of sunshine because then it is not getting the vitamin D. Did you know that children suffered and died for 300 years in England before finally in 1921 it was acknowledged that rickets was a vitamin D deficiency? Now, excuse the illustration, I'm not the best drawer, but you'll get what I mean. This is the head, this is the torso, legs looking like this. I've got a photograph at home in a book called The Healing Sun. It has a photo of children with rickets. I'm not talking about the 18-month-old baby who has a big nappy on and the legs look like that. I'm talking about children 5, 6, 7 years of age. He also showed another in this picture. There were 3 children. This child didn't have rickets. And basically the legs are like this, And the third child also had rickets, but the legs were more like this. The perfect leg is where the ankles and the calves and the knee all touch when the legs are put together. I'm sure you'd be pleased to see me rubbing that off. I'm not the best drawer. But to give you an illustration, did you know that rickets is returning? You go in any shop mall and look at legs and you will see rickets is returning because people are not getting into the sunshine. Now in 1921, when it was finally acknowledged that rickets was a vitamin D deficiency, then women attended classes given by nurses on how to put their babies and their children in the sun. Do they still have those classes? Oh no. One woman told me that she was told not to put her baby in the sun for the first year of life. No, no, no. I know when my babies were little, I used to give them sun kicks. You know, you'd put a little bit of shade from about their chest up and take their nappy off and let them kick in the sun. My babies were as brown as berries. That's a healthy glow. They weren't sunburnt. I was very cautious how little by little I had sun exposure with them. You see, we've almost gone from the one extreme to another extreme. Aussies have been overdoing the sun, now they're underdoing the sun. There's a balance. In the middle, the sun is not the enemy in the sky. It can be overdone. But now, Aussies are underdoing it. So we need that little bit of sun. It was estimated in 1890 that 90% of children living in North London were suffering from rickets. Again, a vitamin D deficiency. Your eyes need sun. About 10 years ago, a group of scientists discovered a receptor site on the eye, on the retina. It was called melanopsin. They gave it the name melanopsin. And melanopsin is an absorber of blue light. And the highest source of blue light is the sunlight. And they found when brains had adequate amount of melanopsin, they were able to solve mathematical problems easier, their tactical reasoning increased, all because of the eye's exposure to the sun. Melanopsin is not involved in sight, and yet it's a receptor site on the retina. You see, our eyes are an extension of our brain. And our brain needs sun. And our brain gets the sun through our eyes. Another reason that we need exposure to eyes for the sake of the brain, and Dr. Neil Nedley found this, he talks about it in his book, Depression: A Way Out. He explains how he found that 80% of depressed people, their circadian rhythm was out. Circadian rhythm, what's circadian rhythm? Circade is Latin for around day. So the circadian rhythm basically is the rhythm of balance in the brain. And it is the night and dark signals that actually bring that balance. And he found 80% of them, their circadian rhythm was out. And his advice to reset the circadian rhythm was to allow the eyes to be exposed to 1 hour of early morning light. He said there is something in that early morning light that when our eyes are exposed to it, it resets the circadian rhythm. Now, doesn't God paint a magnificent picture morning and night? It's almost as if He's done something so that our eyes are drawn to the sun rises and the sun sets. And science now proves the value of this, the value of allowing your eyes to observe the early morning. And the early morning light is the most powerful. A little bit also happens in the setting sun. He said that early morning exposure of the eyes resets the circadian rhythm in the brain. Light and dark signals are fed through the optic nerve to a control center in the brain where our body clock is located, and our body clock communicates with the pineal gland. And the pineal gland, it helps us sleep at night. The pineal gland releases a hormone called serotonin, and that's why on a sunny day we feel so good, because our pineal gland is being activated by the sun's rays going through the eyes and making us feel better. So it's excellent news for someone who is challenged with depression. And the latest figures are this: 50% of Australians have, are, or will suffer from mental illness, some form of mental illness. They're alarming figures. Is it because Aussies are going to bed too late? Is it because they're not catching that early morning light? Is it because they're not getting enough vitamin D? I don't think it's the only cause, but I think it's definitely a contributing factor in the mental illness that we're seeing. So as you can see by my illustration, we need sun. Our brain needs sun, our eyes need sun, our bones need sun, our skin needs sun. And our bones get our vitamin D from the sun through the skin, and our brain gets the ultraviolet rays through the eyes. So all are important. So the next question I'm often asked is, what about sunglasses? Well, I never say never to sunglasses. If I was going to be snow skiing and we've got white powder, blue sky, strong sun, I'd wear sunglasses because the eyes can burn. And if I was driving in the city with the glare of the other cars, the glare of the cement buildings, I may consider wearing sunglasses. But as a rule, we should not wear sunglasses. If we go out into a very hot sunny day, our eyes are assessing the strength of the sun, the heat of the sun, and it gives a message to our brain. And our brain then shuts up little receptor sites on our skin to prevent us burning too badly. Obviously, overexposure to the sun, nothing's going to prevent burning. But if we go out into the sun and we have sunglasses on, can you see messages are not getting to the brain because of the sunglasses? So a person can burn a lot easier if they've got sunglasses on. Again, I never say never, but our eyes were designed to cope and adjust to the sun. See, we've got amazing eyes. You just have a look at them. They're set in this bony structure, so if anything hits the eye, the bony structure protects it. We've got these eyelashes there that you only have to get a little bit close and the eyelashes start to close. That protects things going into the eye. But not only that, in the eye, it's surrounded with a lot of a mucus, so that if anything does get in, it is trapped in the mucus. But something else is amazing, and that is that anything that touches the eyeball, in the majority of cases, it ricochets off. And this happened recently. My daughter lives in America, and the little boy across the road had a little BB gun. It has little pellets, and he was trying to shoot flies, apparently, and his little sister got in the way. Do you know that little bullet, a little pellet, it went through her eyelid, hit the eyeball and ricocheted back off again, and it came out through the hole that it had made when it went through the eyelid. They of course took her to the doctor and they assessed the eye, they did a lot of tests, and they said, it's a little bruise, she's got to lie down for a few days and she will totally recover. So what an amazing eye we have. It's a very important part of the body, and people don't realise that it is connected to the brain, and the brain gets many substances, messages, and absolutely ultraviolet rays are important for proper brain function, and they come in through the eyes. That's why if you wear glasses, you should spend some time every day not wearing your glasses. Again, I never suggest you look at the sun, but just being outside, the ultraviolet rays from the sun are going in through the eyes and giving messages of many sorts to the brain. When you get those messages through the eyes to the brain, you sleep better at night. Not only do you sleep better at night, but you also have better brain function in many areas, as I have just touched. But very important that the eyes have rest. When do the eyes rest? Well, in our next lecture, I'm going to show you that the eyes must rest between certain hours in the night. We've got daylight saving at the moment, so those hours are between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. every night. One of the many reasons eyes are deteriorating today is because they're not getting the proper rest. We need to be closing our eyes and going to sleep every night. And there is a price to pay for our eyes experiencing flashing lights, moving things at a time when they should be sleeping. It's quite alarming how many people are wearing glasses today, isn't it? And it's very alarming how many children are wearing glasses. I mentioned eyes being exposed or overexposed to small screens. A friend of mine went to see an eye doctor. This is about 15 years ago, and he was about 90 then, so maybe he's not with us. But he said something to her. She was complaining about her lack of eyesight. He said, "We need to spend more time gazing at the mountains." I love that saying. We need to spend more time gazing at the mountains. So if you have a job where you're at the computer a lot, very important, if even hourly you go outside and gaze at the mountains and you say, "Barbara, all I've got is high rise." Well, gaze at the clouds. But get those eyes balanced in the amount of short things they're looking at and the amount of wide things they're looking at. It's reviving to stand outside and gaze in the distance. If there are no trees, if there's no water, if there's no sea, then maybe it's the clouds. Just watch the movement of the clouds. And of course, all through life, there is always movement. The eyes need exercise. So exercising the eyes means gazing at the mountains. And forgive me as I give this maybe silly illustration of how you can strengthen your eyes. So you turn one way on one foot and you focus on one point. And then you turn another way and you focus on another point, standing on one leg. Blur, 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 gazing, focus, blur, 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 gazing, focus. This is one of the exercises that Dr. William Bates gives you in his book, Better Eyesight Without Glasses. So a very simple exercise. And another thing I advise is not wearing the glasses a lot. I do have glasses. They're only a 1.550 magnification, and I use them when I'm reading small print, maybe in the morning or at night. But ideally, if I have small print I want to read, I'll go to the sun or I'll get a light and target it on there. And in that way, you can strengthen your eyes. Dr. William Bates says in his books, the only time our eyes really start to get weary and deteriorate is eye strain when you're tired. And this explains what I said to you previously. The eyes are an extension of the brain. So when the brain is weary, when the brain is tired, and you press and push the eyes and strain them, that's what wearies the eyes. Eye strain when you are not tired. Eye strain when your brain has been well slept and your eyes well slept, then your eyes are strengthened. So they're simple things to remember. Yes, I have my glasses in my bag if I need them, but I will always go to the sunshine because sunshine straight on small print, you can see it quite well. And the most important information on many products is in the small print, isn't it? You can't see it. I was in the supermarket one day and there was a lady in the aisle and she had a wire around her neck and the biggest magnifying glass I'd ever seen. And she was reading all the small print. It's like on, you know, your V drinks, your energy drinks, Red Bulls, Mother. In the small print it says that one should not drink more than 2 in a 24-hour period, but most people that drink it don't even know that because you can't even see it because you can't read it. So eyes can be strengthened and eyes can be weakened. Remember, they need to sleep at night. They also need to be exercised, and you can exercise it by the little simple one I just gave you, but also gazing at the big things, gazing wide at the mountains. Get the children to count how many clouds, how many birds they see, but get those eyes going around. But also the eyes need you to be well hydrated, as the brain needs well hydration, and we're going to be looking at that in more detail later. Your bones need hydration, your skin needs hydration. Not only do you need the good fats, and you need to make sure that your cholesterol levels are nice and high to access your vitamin D, but your skin dries out and you don't have that moisture in the skin that the sun needs to convert, or to touch that cholesterol to convert it to vitamin D. Water loss in a day is basically this. Via the kidneys, we have a 1.5 litre loss. I think on a day like today, where it's been very hot under these hot lights, I think I'm drinking easily 3 litres of water a day. Your skin has approximately a 0.5 of a litre loss. Via your colon, approximately a 0.3 of a litre loss. And via your lungs, there is approximately a 0.2 of a litre loss. That's a 2.5 litre loss in a 24-hour period. Again, that can greatly change. On a very hot day, it changes. We need to be taking at least 2 litres of water a day for proper eye function, for proper brain function, for proper bone function, and for proper skin function. The other half a litre can come in via herb teas, can come in via maybe the fruits that you're eating, maybe the salads that you're eating. So the water is essential. In a later lecture, I will be defining that in a little bit more detail. So let's make a list here of the essentials. Number 1 is pure air, sunshine. We've got that. Not taking anything into the body that will harm it. We'll be looking at our next lecture. Rest. And not only do our eyes need rest at night between the hours at the moment of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m., but your eyes also need rest through the day by alternating. Alternating looking at small screens and writing and printing, and alternating looking at the mountains. And by the way, if we had a choice of which we would spend more time on, obviously it would be the mountains, gazing out and looking at that. And what that does is that gives the muscle balance in your eyes, it gives them the proper balance. Also, water is necessary for proper eye, for proper bone, and for proper brain function. At least 2 litres a day. And number 3, exercise. These things are not often addressed, are they, when looking at proper eye function? Exercise, in-body exercise. And the reason why body exercise is important, that means the whole body exercising, is because it increases the circulation of the blood everywhere in the body, and particularly now we're looking at eyes and brain. And that increases blood supply to the eyes. But also, we need to specify eye exercises in the ones that I just mentioned to you. So they are vital for the proper functioning of the eyes, and this whole lecture is about sun exposure. One man told me that his specialist told him to keep his eyes out of the sun. It's a pity that people have overdone the sun and given the sun a bad name, but the sun, as you can see by what you've heard this morning, is actually the doctor in the sky. Your eyes need it, your brains need it, brain needs it, your skin needs it, and your eyes need sunshine. The other thing that eyes need and brain needs and skin needs is nutrition. Every cell in the body has these cycles running through it. The only cell in the body that does not have those energy cycles running through it is the red blood cell. And the red blood cell doesn't have a nucleus. The red blood cell is made in your bones. The blood is often called the river of life. The Bible calls the blood the life of the flesh, because every part of your body is only alive because of blood going through it. And the reason it's called the life is because it carries the oxygen, and as you can see, the cells cannot run effectively without oxygen. It carries the nutrition, it carries the white blood cells, and as it goes out of that area, it takes the waste away with it. And yesterday we looked at the disposal units of the body, or the waste parts of the body where the waste are eliminated. So the blood is important because it's the carrier of this. So what's proper nutrition? We'll be looking at this in a little bit more detail, but we touched on it yesterday. High fibre. And the highest fibre foods are your vegetables, and your vegetables contain the minerals. And the minerals basically are the glue that glues us together. They're your healers. High fibre, great proteins. And yesterday we defined the proteins in the vegetarian protein. We looked at Genesis 1:29, where God says, "Behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed." We looked at legume, we looked at grain, and we looked at the seed, and we also looked at the nut. The last part of that verse, God says, "The seed, to you it shall be for meat." In other words, the seed is like the chicken's egg. It contains all the nutrients required for the running and the healing of the body, and healthy fats. And this afternoon we're going to be defining the healthy fats. There are fats that harm and there are fats that kill, and because there are killer fats, fats have got a bad name. And because the sun can burn, the sun has got a bad name. So what we need to look at here is a balance. So the nutrition is vital, the healthy fats are vital, so you've got nice amounts of cholesterol just under the skin so that the vitamin D can be made. The protein is important because our eye cells, as I mentioned the other day, are constantly being remade. In fact, every 1 to 2 days, new eye cells are made. But they have to have the nutrition to be able to be made effectively. And the new eye cells are built up by amino acids. And the amino acids comes from the protein that we eat. Now, some people are a little bit uncertain as to the link between protein and amino acids. So I'll show you. This is protein. Protein is all these bonds linked together. That's what protein looks like in a very simple way. Then it comes into our stomach, and the pepsinogen, this is the enzyme that breaks down them, and it breaks them down into smaller bonds. So that one's called a peptide, and this one's called a polypeptide. And then those substances get down into the small intestine, where trypsin and chymotrypsins further break it down. They will break these peptides down to amino acids. And they'll break this one here down to an amino acid and maybe a peptide. And then further down, they also come down to amino acids. So these are your amino acids. They're very simply the breakdown from the protein that we eat. And it's those amino acids that are taken into the gut, taken into the blood, up to the liver, and the liver has the ability to start putting those amino acids together in different shapes to start building us up again. And the healthy fats. We don't need much fat, but we need a little bit of fat. These are the nutrients required for proper skin function, proper bones function, proper eye function and proper brain function. This is an amazing body with an amazing ability to heal itself, and it will heal itself if you give it the right conditions. And the aim of this group of lectures is to give you the information that you need to give the body so that our eyes see better, our brain works better, our pancreas works better, our liver works better, our lungs, our skin, every part of our body. And so we continue our journey of looking at the basic conditions required for healing. We've looked at pure air, we're looking now at sunshine. In our last lecture we looked at sunshine, and now we're looking at temperance. Not a word you hear very much now, but the dictionary definition of temperance is not taking anything into the body that will harm it and taking in moderation the good things. So that gives us a list of things that should never be done or never be taken into the body, and a list of things that should be taken in moderation. Really, all good things should be taken in moderation. So we'll say all good things, because even good food can turn to poison if overdone. I have a book in our library called The Physiology of Digestion by Dr. William Beaumont. And he came to the conclusion after decades of research on the stomach, he said it is not quality of food that is of the most important, it's quantity. So even good food can be overdone. All work and no play makes Jack a very dull boy. We've come to a strange time on planet Earth where it surprises me how parents are not teaching their children to work. And you know when children love to work? When they're little. And most parents don't take use of that. You see, the day doesn't come when the child suddenly stands in front of the parent and says, "I'll work now." I always taught my children to work from a young age. I taught them that they were part of the family firm. And if a child dirties a dish as they eat their dinner, they should be part of cleaning that dish. Very simple basics. You see, and when a parent teaches a child to work, they've got time to play with them. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy, and all play and no work makes Jack a very poor boy. So you could say it's a balance, moderation in these things. But there are some things that should never enter the human body if you're looking for optimum performance. And I consider the pure crystallized acid that's been extracted from the sugarcane plant one of the most lethal substances ever to be introduced to the human frame. Why do I say that? Well, sugar is as closely related to the sugarcane plant as heroin is to the poppy plant, and yet really more lethal. Let me show you. When sugar goes into the body, blood glucose levels rise dramatically. Not in sugarcane, because in the sugarcane, the sugar or the glucose is all bound up in fibre and it's slowly released. But this pure acid that's been extracted from the sugarcane plant, when it's taken into the body, how would it have been taken into the body? What would most Aussies have had for breakfast this morning? Cereal. I challenge you, find a cereal with no sugar. Some of them are incredibly high. Blood glucose levels rise dramatically. Very quickly, the pancreas responds by releasing insulin to get the blood glucose levels down. Because it was a crisis and too much insulin was released, because there was so much glucose, blood glucose levels start to drop too low. This is a crisis. And this is a crisis. Now blood glucose levels are too low. And so the brain says to the pancreas, quick, stop the insulin and release the glycogen. Glycogen is the hormone that gets the blood glucose levels up again. But the person usually has a little bit more sugar down there. So up they go again, now too high. So the brain says to the pancreas, now we're too high. Stop the glycogen, release the insulin. And we've got a situation now where many people's blood sugars levels are doing this all day long instead of this. Instead of a nice, steady, sure, consistent supply of nutrients, we get too high, too lows, and basically crisis, 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 crisis. And what's happening is the cell starts to resist the insulin. Let's go back to the cell. So here is the cell. We've got our 20-step pathway, and then we've got our 8-step pathway. And over on the side, we've got our glycogen stores, the quick-release glucose stores. And what happens is, when the insulin's released to get the glucose into the cell, and if the energy cycle is full, and the glycogen stores are full, then a situation happens where the cell begins to resist insulin. It's called insulin resistance. And what happens when you've got insulin resistance happening? The glucose stays in the blood. The message is given to the pancreas, more insulin, so more insulin's released. See, we've got this vicious cycle. And eventually the pancreas just stops releasing the insulin. We've got 400 new diabetics diagnosed every day in Australia. It's an epidemic on this high sugar diet. I challenge you, go to the supermarket, it's in everything. Especially with the fat phobia that's hit Australia and has for the last 20 years. When they take all the fat out of a food, they've taken all the flavour out. For instance, yogurt. How many non-fat, low-fat yogurts do you find? Now they're not palatable at all. So what do they do to make them palatable? They add a bit of sugar. Now that person that eats that low-fat yogurt, sparked with sugar to make it palatable, now their body's dumping a dangerous fat, which we talked about yesterday. You see the predicament. But something else has come in. You see, Aussies have been using sugar for decades. Something else has come into the equation that has caused this explosion of diabetes. It is wheat. Now, the wheat I'm referring to is the wheat that you will find in every pasta, every bread, every biscuit, every cake, every cereal. And what that does is it contains a starch. Now, the wheat that is found today is a hybridized wheat. It was hybridized in the 1950s. Dr. Norman Bulag received a Nobel Prize in 1969 for this hybridized wheat. And in the 1970s, that hybridized wheat went worldwide. And that's why I say every bread, every wheat product you find today, it will be the hybridized wheat. Tomorrow, I'm going to discuss the gluten aspect of this hybridized wheat. But what I want to show you this morning is the starch aspect. And the starch that is in wheat is amylopectin, amylopectin A, it's called. And amylopectin A gets the blood sugar level up very quickly, like that. That's your amylopectin A. Amylopectin B is found in bananas and potatoes. And for those who are familiar with the glycemic index of food, the glycemic index of food is where the sugar is released into the blood. Anything above 55 is high, anything below 55 is low. And banana and potatoes are quite high. So amylopectin B is found in bananas and potatoes, and that gets it up quite high. It's basically like that. And amylopectin C is what you find in legumes, and amylopectin C is a blood sugar level like this. So it's the amylopectin A, it's this specific starch that you'll find in the hybridized wheat. Look what it's doing to blood sugar levels. In fact, if this is sugars, blood sugar levels, this is wheats because of this amylopectin A, this type of starch that is in the hybridized wheat. Let's look at the glycemic index. So GI, glycemic index, how quickly the food breaks down to glucose in the blood. Anything above 55 is high. So 55 basically is baseline. Cherries are about 26. So cherries are nice and low. So let's have a look at sugar. And I'm referring to the pure crystallized acid that's been extracted from the sugarcane plant. That's 59. And that does not surprise us. Where's white bread? And there's an American nutritionist, he's got a saying, he says, the whiter the bread, the sooner you're dead. But that's changing when you see this. White bread is 69. Because of this amylopectin A, can you see that white wheat bread is higher than even refined sugar? Wholemeal bread. Where does wholemeal bread sit? Wholemeal bread is 72. 72. Wholemeal bread gets the blood sugar level up higher than white bread? How could this be? It's because the wholemeal bread, not being refined, it has more amylopectin A in it. You see that? And what are most diabetics told to eat? Wholemeal bread, whole grain cereal. And you talk to diabetics, they're not conquering their diabetes. We have seen many people conquer their diabetes. We had a man come here for the last 2 weeks. Halfway through the program, after 1 week, he stopped his insulin because his blood sugar levels were averaging 6 every morning. He'd never seen that. So he stopped his insulin. Halfway through the 2nd week, he stopped 2 more of his diabetic medications. So halfway through the 2nd week, he's off all his diabetic medication, and his blood sugar levels, they didn't stay at 6, they came up a little bit, but I said, don't you worry about it, you're coming off the medication. He said, I used to be 23. He said, the highest level I got here at the health retreat was something like 9. That's remarkable, and that's off his medication. If you want to pursue this subject, you can pursue it a little bit more in a book called Wheat Belly by Dr. William Davis, where he shows very clearly the research that is showing that. And this explains why the wheat is getting these highs, higher even than banana and potatoes that are well acknowledged to get blood sugar levels up quickly. And diabetics are usually told to stop potatoes and to stop bananas, but they're not told to stop the wheat. Why not? Because this is not universally known, but you can know it by reading Dr. William Davis' book, Wheat Belly, where he shows it very clearly. You know why the book's called Wheat Belly? Because these blood sugar level highs that wheat's causing is causing it to all store as fat on the belly. That's the book, Wheat Belly. Caffeine. How does caffeine affect the body in a negative way? Let me show you. This is a nerve cell, and we have 1 trillion of these in our brain. This is what our brain is made up of, nerve cells. This is the arm that comes out of the nerve cell called the axon. These are the little filaments on the end. These are the boutons. And here we have the next nerve cell. These are the receiving stations called the dendrites. And here are the dendrites here. These cells communicate with each other via little chemical messengers. So the little chemical messengers come in, they're encapsulated, go down the arm, into the little boutons, and then they're released out to the next nerve cell, and the whole process is repeated from nerve cell to nerve cell. These messages can be travelling at 200 kilometres an hour. One nerve cell has the ability to communicate with 20,000 other nerve cells. What caffeine does is that it interferes with these neurotransmitters. One neurotransmitter is adenosine. And adenosine is the neurotransmitter that acts like the brakes. Our brain runs according to precision balance, and anything that interferes with the brakes is potentially dangerous. When caffeine goes in, adenosine levels drop. Brakes are failing. Body's got to do something. So it quickly develops extra little receptor sites on the dendrites to grab every bit of adenosine that comes through. Then the person comes to Misty Mountain Health Retreat. Adenosine levels go back to normal. Receptor sites get flooded. Oh, does that hurt? People say to me, Barbara, do you drink coffee? I say, no, I just watch the people suffer. Day one of Misty Mountain Health Retreat. If someone says to me, Barbara, how can I prepare for my stay at Misty Mountain? I say, start reducing the coffee. Start reducing any caffeine. Let me define caffeine in coffee, in tea, in Red Bulls, all your energy drinks. There's not much in chocolate, but most people, I say most women that I meet, can't stop at one square. So a whole block of chocolate, you're starting to get there. Caffeine also affects another neurotransmitter called acetylcholine. And acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that has to do with brain function, and it rises under the effect of caffeine. That's why a lot of people say, oh, I can't do my work unless I've had my cup of coffee. It just gets my brain working. That is true. It does get it working. But very quickly the brain says, we've got an imbalance here. Stop making so much acetylcholine. So there might be an initial rise, and then there's always a corresponding dump. The other neurotransmitter is dopamine. Dopamine is an interesting hormone because dopamine is not a happiness hormone, it's a pursuit of happiness hormone. It actually gets us to pursue happiness. It rises under the effect of caffeine. Many addictive substances release dopamine, and that is what causes a person to go for the next cup of coffee, for the next cigarette, for the next drink of alcohol, for the next drug. Dopamine, it's the pursuit of happiness, it's the pursuit of reward hormone. It's dopamine that gets me weeding my garden, but then I get my reward of a weeded garden. So it's not that dopamine's bad, but in the case of addictions, it's actually overused for the person to keep going and getting the pursuit of happiness, but they never find happiness. Eventually, when a person is continually having coffee day after day after day, dopamine levels get exhausted. And then the pursuit of happiness is not there. And what a person eventually experiences is an inability to even do anything. Caffeine dramatically interferes with the neurotransmitters in the brain. The definition of depression is a chemical imbalance in the brain, and caffeine is one of the most responsible for that. I will be exploring the effect of caffeine on the brain in more detail in my lecture on the mind. Suffice to say now, this is best kept out of the body. Mercury. Mercury is a neurotoxin. There's no safe dose of mercury. About 50% of dentists today are still using mercury. But I don't know about you, but I don't want a neurotoxin anywhere near me. You've heard of Mad Hatter's disease? Mad Hatter in Alice in Wonderland. Hatters went mad because they used to glue the felt hats together with mercury. And of course it went in through their skin, and this neurotoxin started killing brain cells, even eating away at the myelin sheath, which is that fatty substance around the arm coming out of the nerve cell. A person is in a very dangerous situation if they're on a fat-free diet and they've got high mercury levels, for instance, mercury fillings in the mouth, or they're having a high fish diet, especially the larger the fish. You see, mercury is bioaccumulative. That means that the more mercury that is going into the body, the more it is accumulating. And this is why it's the larger fish that have the highest concentration of mercury. So for people that love fish, I say keep it to a small part of the diet and just go for your smaller fish. The smaller the fish, the smaller the concentration of mercury. It's the fish and the fillings, the two F's, where most people are subject to mercury today or exposed to mercury. Just remember, there's no safe dose of it, and it is a neurotoxin. Alcohol. Alcohol is also a neurotoxin. There is no safe dose of mercury and there is no safe dose of alcohol. Mercury was banned in America for 300 years, till about the early 1920s, when 3 European dentists started their own association, the American Dental Association, where they legalized mercury. Why do they love mercury? Because it is the only metal that is liquid. And so it molds to the teeth, and it is antiseptic. It's antiseptic, all right, it's anti-life, it's anti-human. No safe dose of it. Alcohol was banned in America for 13 years, from 1920 to 1933. And if you can get the results of that 13 years, why do I say that? Because it's very difficult to get the results. They like you to think that alcohol was legalized to stop the black market, the mafia, the moonshine, but the American government promised the American people if they legalized alcohol, they would not have to pay taxes. But you can get some figures. One of the figures is mental institution occupancy dropped to 8% when the alcohol was gone. Domestic violence almost wiped out. The jails were a lot emptier when the alcohol was illegal in America. Some states were a little bit slower on changing around, but the results were phenomenal. There's no safe dose of alcohol. It's a neurotoxin. That means it kills brain cells, and I don't know about you, but I don't want any more brain cells to go. And the brain cells we have now, we have for life. So alcohol must go if you're looking for optimum performance. Tobacco. There are some pretty impressive pictures on the side of the road today. I don't know whether impressives of the world. Some of them are horror pictures, showing the effect of tobacco, and every single one of them is true. One of the slogans said, tobacco affects almost every organ in the body. Wrong, every organ, because it affects the blood, but it particularly affects the respiratory. So a person who smokes can get nasal cancer, they can get tongue cancer, they can get throat cancer. Cancer can go all through the lung area. There is no safe dose of this. Have you ever had a fire and cleaned your chimney out? That gives you an idea of what's building up in the lungs of human beings. Drugs do not cure disease. They only change the form and location of the disease. Every drug has a side effect. I had a guest say to me recently, he said, Barbara, they're not side effects, they're effects. They're one of the effects of the medication. Absolutely right, the drug might alleviate one symptom, but it can create a whole lot of other symptoms. That's why I say to people, if you're on any medication at all, you need to go to the chemist and get a printout and have a very good look at the side effects of the medication that you're on, because every drug has a side effect. Some drugs must not be stopped immediately. That's why I say if you're on medication, you must work with a health professional who can show you how to ease off and implement lifestyle changes. Even herbs, there are a whole range of things that can be done to bring about a healing condition in the body. Monosodium glutamate. Monosodium glutamate is called an excitotoxin because it causes the nerve cells on the tongue to overfire. And when the nerve cells on the tongue overfire, the food tastes fantastic. Do you know what that means? Rotten food would taste good. Do you know it's one of the causes of food poisoning is people are eating rotten food and they don't know it because of the amount of MSG in there making anything taste good. When we eat food in its natural state, when we're eating organic food that has a far higher mineral content giving it a better taste, there's no need to go to the artificial flavourings and colourings. You'll find MSG in the 620s to 630s, that's the number. But be careful, they're putting it under different names now. Hydrolyzed vegetable protein, hydrogenated vegetable protein, and flavour enhancers. They're other names for MSG. If MSG is an excitotoxin, and if it causes the nerve cells on the tongue to overfire, it causes nerve cells everywhere to overfire. And the highest concentration will be found where the spinal cord meets the brain, and you'll find a lot of people who have a meal with MSG in it get a pain in that area. Chemicals. We've got to get the chemicals out of our toothpaste, out of our shampoo, out of our laundry detergent, out of our homes. Shannon Lush, she's often on Talkback Radio. She has a book called Completely Spotless. We have it in our library. And she has alternatives to just about everything regarding cleaning. I bought my daughter a book called Good Old Days, Good Old Ways. And that book shows all the ways that housewives used to clean things using natural products. We don't even need to go to that. In the supermarket today, you can find biodegradable washing detergents. You can even find whiteners. I know Echo Store is one. There are actually quite a few. I like white pillowcases, but I don't want to use bleach. But these whiteners do a very good job, and they don't have any toxic ingredients in them. This is a very socially acceptable list, isn't it? There's no need for me to talk about the dangers of cyanide, arsenic, ice, heroin, but there definitely is a need to discuss the dangers of this list, because most people will agree with me this is a very socially acceptable list. And little by little, like the dripping tap on a stone, these substances are eating away at the proper functioning of the human body. But I think one of the scariest places they're eating away at proper body functions is the brain. And in my last lecture, I'm going to show you how these things directly affect the brain. There are 1,700 new cases of Alzheimer's diagnosed every week in Australia. Here we have another epidemic. And little by little, these are causing a deterioration of the proper functioning of the brain. And this is why temperance is an important law of health. Because if you don't turn the tap off, you're still going to be mopping up in the other corner. If you don't find the cause, you will never get a cure. And because all these substances don't appear to make you sick as soon as you have them, often people think that a little bit won't hurt you, but not so. We're going to look at our fourth law now, which is the law of rest. There's a tiny little gland in the base of our brain called the pineal gland. And the pineal gland releases 4 hormones every night. And it's about as big as the little circle that I have drawn here. The pineal gland. In my Anatomy and Physiology book of the 70s, it is said not much is known about the pineal gland, but a lot is known about the pineal gland today. Light and dark signals are fed through the optic nerve to a control centre in the brain where your body clock is located. And the body clock communicates with the pineal gland and causes a release of 4 hormones between the hours. Daylight saving is between 10 and 3 a.m. When winter comes, or if you're living in Queensland, it'll be between 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. it is in these hours that these 4 hormones are released, and they are responsible for revival and renewal. One is serotonin. Serotonin is your mood hormone. This explains why the children aren't very happy if they have late nights, either of the adults actually. You want to feel good every day, all day, go to bed early. Arginine vasotocin. Arginine vasotocin is a hormone that puts you into a deep sleep. Arginine vasotocin is also your natural painkiller. If you have any type of pain, go to bed early. Your natural painkiller will kick in. I meet people who have trouble sleeping. And when I ask them what time they go to bed, they say, oh, I don't go to bed till midnight. Because they have this reasoning that if they stay awake a little bit longer, they'll get more tired and they'll sleep better. But the opposite's true. The earlier you go to bed, the more likely you are to fall into a deep sleep because of arginine vasotocin. I read an article in Time magazine on sleep. They said, sleeping tablets don't do a whole lot because you don't wake revived, and it's really not fixing the problem. They said, what helps more than anything else the research has shown is cognitive behavioural therapy. Let me illustrate cognitive behavioural therapy. We had a lady do our program and she said to me, my sleep drives me crazy. She said, I wake up at 3 every morning, she said, and I get so annoyed. I get so annoyed, why am I waking at this time? And I can't sleep again. After hearing this lecture, I said to her, now if you wake at 3 in the morning, you can say, this is fantastic. I've got my hours of power. And you can just relax and plan your day. And she did. And she actually went back to sleep. It's because she was so annoyed. It was affecting her worry, so she could not sleep. So these are your hours of power. These are your hours of renewal, regeneration. Another hormone is epithalamin. Epithalamin is a hormone that reduces aging, and it also increases learning capacity. When you hear the lecture on the mind, you will see that we should never be out of school. We should always be learning new things. Many people in the latter years of life have trouble learning new things because they're dehydrated and they're going to bed too late and they're not exercising, as you will see. So if you want to increase your learning capacity, make sure you're asleep at the moment by 10. In the winter, make sure you're asleep by 9. Those early mornings are called the hours of gold. About 6 years ago, I had to do a 10,000-word thesis to finish my nutrition course. I had 1 week to do it. I didn't have to do it in a week, but I wanted to do it in a week because I wanted to graduate at the up-and-coming seminar. And I did it. I went to bed at 8 o'clock. I woke at 4 o'clock. I had 2 hours of peak study time. And I made it. And when I read my thesis today, I think, wow, who wrote this? Well done. Brain sparky at that time of the morning. The last one is melatonin. Melatonin has a nickname. It's called the fix and rejuvenate nighttime hormone. So sleeping in these hours allows the pineal gland to release these hormones that are responsible for our body getting rest and rejuvenation in the night. And there are things that you can do that will cause an increase in the output of these hormones, and there are things that you can do that will cause a decrease. Let's look at those. Increase. Laughter. No wonder the proverb says, a merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit dries up the bones. That brings us to the decrease. Worry. What's the old saying for worry? Worry is blind and cannot discern the future. So we need to laugh more. I think I mentioned the other day that children laugh 125 times a day. So should we. We should laugh more. Sleeping in the dark. You see, it is light and dark signals that are fed through the optic nerve to the control centre in the brain that gives the messages to the pineal gland. So it's very important that the lights are off while you're sleeping. Sleep in the dark. Sunshine in the day. These are both giving very clear messages to the pineal gland. So it doesn't surprise you to hear me say that artificial light is very confusing to the pineal gland. Especially, I'm referring to the screens. How many people's eyes are glued to screens in these hours? And I'm referring to the television, I'm referring to the iPod, the iPad, the computer, the Game Boys. I say to parents, you must have some rules in your home. My brother-in-law gathers all the teenagers' technology of in the evening and charges it in his office overnight. It's a very good idea. I think one of the contributing factors to the mental illness we're seeing, especially in adolescents and teenagers, is the overexposure of the eyes to these screens when the pineal gland should be reviving and recharging. And as you'll see on Saturday morning when we look at the lecture on the mind, the frontal lobe of the brain doesn't develop till 30. We're getting brains that are getting damaged before they're even developed. We have computers, handy stuff. I don't have to carry 2 suitcases loads of books when I'm doing a school. I just need a computer and it's all on there. Very handy. It's the overexposure, as I looked at when I discussed the eyes, but it also is within these hours. So you'll be doing your body and your brain a great favour if you make a decision not to allow your eyes to observe the screens in these hours. Alcohol. Alcohol causes a 41% reduction in the output of these hormones. So that bit of red wine might put you to sleep, but you'll wake with half-charged batteries. Caffeine. Caffeine causes a cut in half for 6 hours. So these hormones are cut in half for 6 hours after caffeine. Exercise. I will be discussing exercise in a later lecture, but when you implement the exercise that causes the body to start running more efficiently, you can double the output of those hormones at night. Fasting. When we go to bed with empty tummies and quiet intestines, the intestines produce tryptophan. And tryptophan is a key amino acid used in the production of melatonin and serotonin. Meat is high in an amino acid called methionine. And methionine, in high amounts, blocks the action of tryptophan. This knowledge allows you to get more out of your day, more out of your life. What's the old saying? Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. They didn't know about the pineal gland. In the 1970s, they didn't know about the pineal gland. But science today is proving the truth behind that old saying. I was reading an interview of a 116-year-old Russian man on his secrets of longevity. He says, I rise with the sun, I go down with the sun. He didn't realise it, but he's getting his good quota of his reviving, renewing hormones every single night. There's one other part that I'd like to cover in rest. And that is an organ of the body that rarely gets a rest today. It's called stomach. We have one stomach. I'm going to put a big number 1 here, just to remind us how many stomachs we have. Just one. You see cows, sheep, goats, they have several stomachs. And they can eat all day long because it goes from one stomach into the next stomach, into the next stomach. But we only have one. A couple of years ago, I got a book from America. Amazon found it for me. Found it for me in Aristotle State College Library, Teacher's Library. And it's called The Physiology of Digestion by Dr. William Beaumont. I'd read of articles referring to this story. It's a remarkable story. And it happened in the probably early 1800s, where a young man named Alexis St. Martin sustained a gunshot wound to the stomach. So this gunshot, it was an accident, went through and it blew out part of his ribs and some of his stomach. At the time, Dr. William Beaumont was only 25, and he attended Alexis St. Martin, and he said he would not live. And every day he visited him, and every day Alexis St. Martin was picking up and getting a little brighter. And there were 2 things that Dr. Beaumont put on his wound. One was aloe vera, excellent choice, and the other was myrrh. Myrrh is a strong antiseptic. Nice that there was a time when doctors used herbs. You know, there are some doctors using herbs today, but the majority not. He said about 4 times over the next few months, a big tumour rose, burst, and a 2-inch piece of rib came out. Isn't that interesting? Why did the body make a tumour? To get rid of a piece of rib. And then after that, everything settled down. And Alexis St. Martin moved around, was able to eat and function, but he was left with something unusual, a hole in his stomach. It was about there. And in the book, The Physiology of Digestion, there are a couple of pencil drawings. And in the morning, foals would sort of be coming out of the hole a little bit like that. When he started to eat and the stomach muscles started to move that food around, then the folds would go back in somewhat. Dr. William Beaumont saw his opportunity, and he started to experiment on Alexis St. Martin and this hole. And he would get a piece of food, he'd tie it to a silk thread, and he would put it in the hole. And after 2 hours, he'd pull it out, have a look at it. Then he'd put it back in. Then he'd pull it out again. He did numerous studies. In fact, the book that I have, the first third, is the story. And it's a remarkable story because Alexis St. Martin lived till he was in his 80s. He married, had children. Every few years, Dr. Beaumont would telegram him and say, please come back for a year. I'll put your children through school. I'll put you in a nice house. I'd like to just do a few more experiments. The last 2/3 of the book is where Dr. Beaumont meticulously documented all his experiments. It's fascinating. Dr. Beaumont found with his research that digestion is accomplished within 3 to 4 hours. And then he noted that the stomach loves a rest of 1 hour. Put that together and the equation is 5 hours at least between meals. And the stomach hasn't changed. And how many people today are told to graze? How many people today are told to eat lots of little meals? I've had a few ladies and they told me that their doctor said, eat lots of little meals, it'll raise your metabolic rate. Do you know how it raises your metabolic rate? It irritates the stomach so much, which irritates the nervous system, and in that way it raises the metabolic rate just a little. The most powerful way to raise your metabolic rate is to exercise. But Dr. Beaumont found there were 5 situations where the food was still in the stomach 8 hours later. So let's have a look at those 5 things. Number 1 was overeating. Dr. Beaumont came to the conclusion that there's only so many digestive enzymes released in the stomach, so if too much food goes into that stomach, it basically just can't do it. It's like asking me to carry up the hill here a heavy load that my big strong son could almost run up the hill with, but I'm struggling. Putting too much food in the stomach, it just can't do it. How many people want to eat an evening meal on the 25th of December? Not many, because their Christmas lunch was bigger and richer, and the food is often still in the stomach 8 hours later. Often eating. Dr. Beaumont found that if Alexis St. Martin put more food in before the previous meal had been digested, the pyloric sphincter shut. The pyloric sphincter is a little valve at the end of the stomach into the first part of the small intestine. And he came to the conclusion that there were sensors coming out of the pyloric sphincter. And what he found was when the food goes in, it goes round and round and round and stops. And then it goes round and round and round and stops. And every time it stops, the sensors go out. And when the sensors sense that the food is broken down to the required state, it'll start to open. And little by little, the food will come through. So let's have a look at what's happening at 9:30 in the morning, maybe 2.5 hours after breakfast was eaten. And there's still probably a remnant, maybe there's about 1/3 of the breakfast still in there. And then the person has morning tea. Maybe they have a biscuit. Maybe they have a cake. Maybe they have a pie. Maybe they have a sandwich. Or maybe they're really healthy and have an apple and a handful of nuts. Actually, it doesn't matter what it is. It's food. The senses quickly pick up that it's not broken down to the right state, and so the door is shut. After about an hour, the apple and the nuts or the sandwich are broken down to the desired state, and pyloric sphincter starts to open little by little. And because of the going round and round and stop, it's in the stopping sign that it starts to take bits of food through. So let's say they had the apple and the handful of nuts at 9:30. 12 o'clock, lunch happens. 12 o'clock, the food isn't all out. Lunch comes in. How big's lunch? Maybe it's this big. Pyloric sphincter shuts again. And this is happening all through the day, to the point where Dr. Beaumont found remnants of breakfast still in the stomach 8 hours later. Large fluid with the meal. And isn't this an Aussie habit? Every time Michael and I are travelling and we go to a restaurant, the waiter says, "What will you have to drink?" And we say, "We won't have anything to drink." And you can see they're very challenged by this, because everyone drinks with their meal. So they say, "Oh, we'll just bring you water." Now we let them, because otherwise they won't leave us alone. And one day when a waiter was just really floored by us saying we won't have anything to drink, I said, "We've already drunk our water." We're such a fast society today. People run, 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 work, 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 sit down to lunch. Oh, they haven't drunk. So the water is drunk with the meals. I say to our guests, if you're thirsty, by all means have a mouthful. A mouthful won't do a great amount at reducing your hydrochloric acid, your pepsinogen. But large fluid with the meal absolutely will. We need to stop drinking water about half an hour before the meal and then resume drinking water about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours after the meal. And that's easy done, especially when you leave 5 hours between the meal. Alcohol. Whenever Alexis St. Martin had alcohol with the meal, it slowed down digestion. Fear and anger, stress. Whenever Alexis St. Martin was irritable or angry, digestion just stopped. I think sometimes he got a little irritable with the food going in and out of his hole in his stomach. Most of the time he was fine, but Dr. Beaumont found that if he'd been drinking alcohol the night before, he was more irritated, so a few things came together to cause that. How many Aussies could tick every box here? No wonder stomachs aren't working properly. Stomach's very important because that's where the start of our protein is broken down. Protein's a very important nutrient. We should be eating breakfast like a king. We should be eating lunch like a queen. And we should be eating tea like a pauper. And sometimes paupers don't eat. How many Aussies today are having breakfast like a pauper, lunch like a pauper, and tea is the king and the queen together? And then they sit down in the easy chair and they fall asleep very quickly. Body says, finally, we've got some nourishment. Oh no, they've gone to sleep. What does the body have to do with all that excess glucose now? It has to store it as fat. And that's another contributing factor to our 63% of Australians obese or overweight. To be able to go 5 hours between the meal, we should be eating a high fibre diet. You see, fibre slowly releases the glucose. The high fibre diet gives you this lovely, consistent delivery of nutrients. We should be having great proteins. We've already defined how important the protein is. And we should be having healthy fats. Ideally, the majority of our fats should come from the food we eat, nuts, seeds, avocados, and a little bit from the concentrated oils in the coconut oil, the olive oil. This afternoon I'll be defining that. These are the 3 food groups that keep the food in the stomach longer. These are the 3 food groups that will ensure a nice, consistent delivery of nutrients to every cell in the body. This will allow you to go 5 hours between meals. What about children? I raised 8 children by giving them breakfast like a king, lunch like a queen, and tea like a pauper. A great evening meal for a child is a banana. A banana causes a release of melatonin so they sleep better. Not everyone can eat lunch like a queen like we do, because they're at work, they're at school, they're in the office. So I say, make breakfast a little bit more substantial. Ensure that you've got your 3 essentials in lunch, and maybe make tea a little lighter and a little earlier. Some mothers have told me that when the children come home from school, that's when they serve the main meal. And that's when children are hungry, isn't it? When they get home from school. So it's just working out what suits you. One lady said to me, but it's so nice to sit and eat with the family at night. I said, yes, it is. But just make it lighter. It's such freedom for a woman. I homeschooled my children, so it was very easy to give breakfast like a king and lunch like a queen and tea like a pauper. We'd garden of an evening, especially on the cool summer evenings, when we couldn't see which was a weed and which was a plant anymore. We'd come in, we'd shower, story time, and then straight to bed. No big evening meal, no big wash up. It's fantastic. One lady said, "But Barbara, you don't understand, that's the only time I've got time is at night." I said, well, what you can do at night, you can prepare for the next day. You can do a little bit of prep so you do have a nice substantial breakfast, so that you do have some great things in a packed lunch. And then at night, it can just be light. Some of our guests find they just have a protein smoother at night, or soup if the weather's cool, or just a salad, but something light. You've just got to find out what works with you. Our stomach hasn't changed. Alexis St. Martin's stomach was the same as our stomach. It works the same. I think it would be good to have his book published again. The problem is we'd have to have an interpreter because it was written in 1833. I understand it because I read the King James Version of the Bible, so I'm used to the lovely poetic Old English. But his findings changed the nutrition world. Up until then, nutritionists, doctors, they thought that digestion was purely a mechanical process, but he showed that it is also a chemical process. We need to eat breakfast like a king that contains the fibre, the protein and the fat, and then we need to stop. No more goes in other than water after a couple of hours till lunch. Many people who need to drink with their meals need to because they sit to their meal dehydrated. So the time to hydrate your body is before your meal, between your meal. I wake up at about 5 every morning. I eat at approximately 7. I do my exercise program in the middle there, and I'm able to have 3, sometimes 4 glasses of water over that time. I eat at 7. And I often do not drink water again till about 10:30. You see, I'm not at all thirsty. I'm well hydrated. I was well hydrated when I sat to eat my breakfast. So at about 10:30, I might start drinking water. I usually have lunch at 1. And then I can easily drink maybe 2 or 3 or 4 glasses before lunch. If I do that, I've done about 1 3/4 or 1.5 litres by lunch, which means all I have to do after lunch, before bed, between lunch and bed, is drink 2, maybe 3 glasses of water. When a person is not used to drinking water, it's important to plan like that. How many people wake up in the morning, don't have water, and then sit to the table and have their breakfast with their orange juice and their cup of coffee? Both contain dehydrating agents. Caffeine and sugar are 2 of the worst dehydrators. And how many people try and hydrate themselves with that? Water and water alone will hydrate it. Let's look after the stomach. We've only got one. And if we give it the right conditions, it will serve us well. What is the best fuel for human beings? How long have we been on the planet? We've been on the planet a long time. And if you look at the authorities regarding nutrition, it seems to change every 6 months. Fat has always been hailed as public enemy number 1, but in the last year, 6 months, Time magazine, Catalyst show there are a lot of messages coming through now that fat is actually not the enemy, it's a very important part of the body. So what I'd like to do, rather than being another voice in the maze of voices that says this is what you should eat, this is what you should not eat, I'm actually going to come at it from a acid-alkaline balance. What is acid-alkaline? Acid-alkaline balance is called the pH scale. pH means potential hydrogen, because when you dissolve acid in a solution, it gives off hydrogen ions. So when you test how acid something is, you're testing how many hydrogen ions are in it. So let's have a look at the pH scale. Up the acid end, you've got 0. Up the alkaline end, you've got 14. And in the middle, you've got neutral, which is neither acid or alkaline. It's 7. Blood has a reading on the pH scale. Blood's reading on the pH scale is between 7.35 and 7.4. All blood will be within that range, because if blood pH goes up to 8, then the person will go into a coma and die of alkalosis. And if blood pH drops down to 7.22, that person will go into a coma and die of acidosis. So we have not got much variation there. And you don't have to worry about the pH of your blood, because there are 2 organs that are constantly balancing it, monitoring it, keeping it within this range. One is your lungs. When you go on a walk in the morning and you come to a big hill, by the time you're getting up that hill, you're starting to breathe deeply. And the reason you're breathing deeply is that your muscle cells are burning off more oxygen, more glucose, giving off carbon dioxide, maybe a little lactic acid. The blood pH is starting to drop. So the brain cells' lungs start breathing deeply. We need more oxygen. And every time you breathe in, you're taking in oxygen, and every exhalation, you're breathing out the carbon dioxide. It is in that way that the lungs help with the balance, the pH balance of the blood. The other organ is the kidneys. Let me show you how the kidneys do it, because it's quite fascinating the way the kidneys do it. Here is the little filtering unit. It's called a Bowman's capsule. It's in the nephron. And these are the tubules that weave around, taking the filtrate away. And then it's taken down to the bladder, where it is urinated out. The blood comes in, and the blood weaves around the little filtering units. And when it weaves around the filtering units, that's where it is filtered. But when it comes out of the filtering unit, then it weaves around the tubules. And it is in this area that the pH of the blood is balanced. Let's say the pH of the blood is getting too acid. Then it is here in this reabsorption area that the pH is balanced by the blood dropping extra acid into the tubules to be urinated out. Let's say the pH of the blood is getting too alkaline. Then it is here that extra acid is pulled out of the tubules and back into the blood. So you can see that your kidneys are not only filtering your blood, your kidneys play a vital role in balancing not only the pH of our blood, but also sodium and water levels in the body. They are also balancing blood pressure. Out of this little filtering unit, 180 litres is filtered every day. 180 litres of filtrate. In a 24-hour period, 1,800 litres of blood are filtered. But we only urinate out 1.5 litres. So there's approximately 160 litres that is reabsorbed back into the blood. And it is there that pH is balanced. It is there that sodium and water is balanced. And it is there that blood pressure is balanced. So your kidneys not only filter your blood, they also play a very important role in maintaining balance, called homeostasis. So your lungs and your kidneys are constantly at work, constantly balancing the pH of your blood. pH of your blood cannot change, as you can see, but the pH of the cell can change. The pH of the cell should be approximately 6.5. This is slightly acid, and there is a reason for that. The most acidic substance is sulfuric acid, and sulfuric acid travels at the speed of light. The most alkaline mineral is calcium, and on the scale of speed, calcium doesn't even move. Have you ever had a swimming pool? Every day you test the pH of your water? Because if the pH in the swimming pool goes to acid, then the little pipes start to corrode. If the pH of the swimming pool goes to alkaline, then algae starts growing on the pipes. The hydroponic gardener is constantly testing the pH of the water that the roots of the plants are sitting in, because if the pH of the water goes to acid, the little roots burn. If the pH of the water goes to alkaline, then they don't get the speed of uptake of minerals out of the water and into the plant because of this speed connection. Let's go to the cell. We're going through the 20-step pathway, then into the 8-step pathway. The glucose comes in. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 chemical reactions before the energy comes out. Every single one of those little chemical reactions is pH dependent. So if the pH at the cellular level is going to alkaline, all these chemical reactions, and basically there are millions while we stand or sit here, they're going too slow. If the pH at the cellular level goes to acid, then they're going too fast. The body runs according to precision balance, and ensuring that the cell pH is as it should be helps the body to function as it should. pH of the blood cannot change, but the pH of the cell can change. It should be 6.5, slightly acid to get the speed of uptake of minerals. In a 5.5 cellular pH, this is where cancer thrives, and this is where fungus thrives. And in our first lecture, we looked at the link between fungus and disease. Where does Coca-Cola sit? Coca-Cola sits way up here. It's a killer at 2.6. And I think you'll agree with me, the most fantastic advertising campaign that's ever been embarked on is surrounding Coca-Cola. And you know why? Because it's got nothing else. Nothing else. It's a killer. So you can see by my illustration here how important the pH is. Again, pH of blood cannot change, but the pH of cell can change. I don't know about you, but some of my friends break every law every day. They're not breathing fresh air, they're not having any sunshine, they're living on the no list that we looked at because they're so tired, they take those quick stimulants. Going to bed too late, no time for exercise, no time for nourishing food, just quickly take in those refines. Water, many people don't like water. They say, I would rather drink juice, I would rather have tea or coffee. Stress, stressed out, such a stressful society today. When all of the 8 laws of health are broken, it creates an acid environment. Lungs and kidneys are struggling, but they're just managing to keep it so. And then the person has a can of Coke or a cup of coffee with a couple of teaspoons of sugar. Already the lungs and kidneys were struggling. Blood pH starts to drop, 7.34, 7.33, alarm bells go off. The last resort buffer system is called on. Calcium is pulled out of its biggest storage house, which is the bones. It's pulled out in an unnatural form because it was a crisis. It comes into the blood in a form of calcium phosphate. It immediately neutralizes the rising acidity of the blood. 7.33, 7.34, 7.35. We're safe, but at a cost. We now have free calcium crystals floating through the blood. What's the body going to do with that? It settles it in our joints as arthritis, gout. It settles it on our bones as bone spurs. It settles in our kidneys, contributing to kidney stones, settling in our gallbladder, contributing to gallstones, building up on our arteries, contributing to atherosclerosis. You've heard of all of these conditions. They are all illustrations of Newton's third law of motion, that to every action there is an equal and an opposite reaction. The body is reacting in an attempt to keep us balanced and alive at a cost. But what probably affects the pH more than anything is the food that we eat. So I'd like to show you now foods that have an acid effect on the body and foods that have an alkaline effect. Alkaline. The most alkaline forming food you can put into your body is the lemon. And you might say, no, the lemon is acid. It is. And it's acid where it should be. There's only one part of our body that should be acid, and that is stomach. It must be acid, because only in an acid environment can those little protein bonds all be broken up. If someone says, I have a very acid stomach, my question is, how do you know? I can feel it. The problem's not acidity. The problem is maybe you're dehydrated and you don't have that nice thick mucosa lining. Some might say, well, it comes up. That's not the problem with the acid. The problem is the gate, the cardiac sphincter. If it's strong and shut, no acid will come up. Can you see why the detective hat has to be put on to find out why these things are so? No, lemon is acid where it should be, in the stomach. Every salad dressing we serve at our health retreat contains lemon. It's a digestive aid. But when the lemon gets absorbed, well, it gets broken down first to glucose and fructose, then gets absorbed into the blood, taken straight to the liver, the project manager, and the project manager, the liver, he converts the fructose to glucose. Then the glucose is in the blood and sent to the cell, where it goes through the 20-step pathway, then into the little powerhouse, often called the furnace, because the glucose from the lemon with oxygen is being burnt here to give us energy. All matter on planet Earth, when it is burnt, leaves an ash. And the food that we eat is no exception. So lemon is acid where it should be, in our stomach, but when it is burnt at the cellular level, it leaves an alkaline ash. What determines the difference? It is the mineral composition of the plant. So these foods here are high in the alkaline minerals, which is calcium, magnesium, sodium, potassium, and iron. They are the 5 main alkaline minerals. And these foods that I'm going to write up here are high in the alkaline minerals. Whereas on the acid side, the foods on this list are high in the acid minerals, or the acid-forming minerals, which is chlorine and sulfur and phosphorus. Can you see when foods are grown in superphosphate soil, even foods that are commonly or usually alkaline can start to go to the acid side because of the high phosphorus? The second most alkaline forming food you can eat is dark green leafy vegetables. They're very alkalizing. This also explains why on day 1 at Misty Mountain Health Retreat, when our guests are on their first day of juicing, we serve green barley 3 times. A lot of waste is starting to come out of their body. All body waste is acid. So the only 2 parts of our body that should be acid is stomach and the waste that's coming out. This explains why green smoothies are becoming popular, why wheatgrass, spirulina, green barleys or barley greens, Also kale, we didn't even know what kale was 20 years ago. Even 10 years ago, it's become a very popular green. The greens are very alkalizing and they're very high in the alkaline minerals. Vegetables. Vegetables are also alkalizing, but there is an exception in the vegetables, and that is the nightshade group of vegetables. For some people, these have an acid effect. For some people, they have an alkaline effect. So we put a question mark there, because for some, they are acid, but for some, they have an alkaline effect. That's the tomato, the capsicum. These are the nightshade group of vegetables, eggplant, and what the Fijians call the white man's potato. This is not the sweet potato, this is what we often also call it is the Irish potato. The sweet potato is not a potato, it is a yam. These have a question mark because for some people they have an acid effect and for some people they have an alkaline effect. What determines the difference? It appears to be that if a person has an inflammatory condition in their body, this nightshade group of vegetable can increase that inflammation. So specifically, we're talking about, and what's affected the most is arthritis. I've seen many people conquer their arthritis by going off the nightshades, implementing the 8 laws of health. It's not forever. It's just for a period of time. One lady said to me, Barbara, all my swollen joints have gone back to normal. This lady's in her late 60s. She said, I have no more pain. How nice. We had a lady do our program. She was 43. She said, I have rheumatoid arthritis. She said, my joints were very inflamed. My doctor put me on some fairly heavy anti-inflammatories and cortisone drugs. She said, little by little by little, I eased off them because she said, I found that if I had, excuse me, early nights, lots of water, I was eating right, I wasn't having the stimulants, I found that I could conquer my arthritis. But she said every now and then I'd be traveling and I wouldn't be eating as well. She said, then I would go back on my medication just for a little bit. And then when I conquered again, I could get off it. But she said, I don't tell my specialist because he won't see me unless I'm on my medication. So she said, I visit him and I smile and I nod and I get the next script. But she said, I never use it. Well, she said, hardly ever. After doing our program and hearing what I'm telling you now, she was so excited. She said, I believe that I will be able to manage my crises now without the medication, but what I have learned here. That's good news, isn't it? I love the story of this lady because it was a story of a lady who took control of her health. I feel sorry for doctors, naturopaths, nutritionists, because so many people come to them and they give over their health. That's why we should be the doctor. Your specialist, your doctor, your naturopath are your advisors. There are some excellent nutritionists, but not so good ones. There are some excellent plumbers, excellent builders, but some not so good. You can take that into every profession. That's why you have to search your way. And if someone gives you advice, especially in the professional area, and it doesn't work with you, you're the boss. You're the one that's living in this body. Many have found that when they stop the nightshade group of vegetables, their arthritis starts to go away. How nice. I never thought such a thing was possible when I was young. You see, my mother died when she was 51 from rheumatoid arthritis. I was only 25 at the time. But I now know it can be conquered, and it can be conquered naturally. It's not forever, it's just until it's conquered. One lady said, I can eat raw tomato and not cooked. Another lady said, well, I can eat the cooked and not the raw. One lady said, I can eat raw capsicum but not cooked. Another lady said, I can eat the cooked and not the raw. One said, I can eat the red and not the green. Another said, I can eat the green and not the red. I love these stories because they're stories of people doing this to their body We are the doctor. If the body says go for it, do it. My body says to me, don't even put capsicum anywhere near your mouth. So I don't. You've got to listen to this body. My husband has 5 times the potatoes I have. That's why you're the doctor here. One day I might be able to eat capsicum. What happens when I eat it? It repeats on me all afternoon and my energy is just zapped. So I listen to my body. When you cook tomato with oil, and I think you'll agree with me, the nicest oil to cook tomatoes with is olive oil. When you put these two together, lycopene's released. You see, lycopene is from the vitamin A family, which is a fat-soluble vitamin. Lycopene is not available in the raw tomato. It's not even available in the tomato that's cooked unless it is cooked with a fat. You see, all raw is extreme and all cooked is extreme, because raw will deliver what cooked won't and cooked will deliver what raw won't. I myself aim for about a 50-50. 50 cooked, 50 raw, because of the different things that are released in the different states. So that's why I put a question mark. If you love this food, if it sits well with you, if you don't have arthritis, well, you get a tick. And if you do have arthritis and you do love that food, as one lady said to me, I love this food. I said, how much do you love your arthritis? It's not forever. It's just until you conquer it. Have you ever seen the hydrangea plant? It's this huge big green bush and it has flowers like this all over it, and each flower has lots of little flowers. Sometimes you'll see a hydrangea and the flowers are all pink. Sometimes they're all magenta, and another hydrangea plant has purple flowers, and another hydrangea plant has blue flowers. They're not different types of hydrangea plant. The gardener plays with the soil pH, because at different pHs, different colours come out on the plant. And just as the gardener plays with the soil pH to get different coloured flowers out of his different hydrangea plants, we can play with the pH of our soil, our cell, and get different health conditions out of our body. Interesting to note that the gardener aims for a soil pH very similar to the cell pH. The gardener aims for a soil pH of 6.4. So vegetables have an alkaline effect. For some, this has an acid effect, and for some, they have an alkaline effect. Fruit. Fruit also has a question mark. Let me explain. If a person has a yeast presence in their body and they eat a high fruit diet, the sugar in the fruit will feed the yeast. And as the yeast feeds on the sugar in the fruit, it gives off acetic acid, it gives off lactic acid, it gives off uric acid, and it gives off alcohol. So as you can see, yeast feathers its nest. So the more sugar the yeast gets, the more waste is produced, the more acid the environment. Yeast feathers its nest. It creates the very environment of 5.5 that it thrives in. So if someone has a yeast presence in their body, my suggestion is to greatly reduce the fruit for a period of time. In our first lecture, I showed you the link between cancer and fungus. If someone comes here wanting help to conquer their cancer, my suggestion is to stop all fruit for at least 6 weeks. In one of the books that I quoted the other day, Dr. Holland, he says when you deprive cancer cells of glucose, they self-destruct. And that's why fruit has a question mark. One lady said, Barbara, but fruit is good. I said, fruit is excellent. But if a person has a yeast presence in their body, they need to greatly reduce it just for a period of time. Remember, you're playing with the pH of your cell to create certain conditions. Millet is an alkaline grain. Quinoa is also an alkaline grain. Buckwheat is an alkaline grain. And amaranth is an alkaline grain. Most people aren't familiar with amaranth. If you see this grain, it looks almost like grains of sand. It is so tiny. And when you cook it, it comes out like a lump of glug. So I suggest people have 3/4 millet with maybe 1/4 amaranth, or even half-half's quite nice. 2 other grains, spelt and kamut. Let me give you the wheat story at this point. The original wheat, the wheat that God made, was called inkhorn. And that wheat had a very fragile structure. And the structure that I'm referring to is the gluten or the protein structure. It was very fragile. Fragility is important. Fragile means that when it's ground, it's broken up. When it's cooked, it's broken up. When you chew it, it's further broken up. Your digestive enzymes further broken up, and it's easily absorbed and utilised by the body. It is not sure when, but at some point, Inkhorn did a wild hybrid or a natural field hybrid of a wild grass, and that produced emmer wheat. And emmer wheat is slightly more complex than the original one, but still quite a fragile structure. And because of the starvation crisis in the 1950s in Mexico, Africa and India, a group of scientists in Mexico hybridized wheat. They did that to produce a plant that had a high yield of grain, and they did. Now originally wheat always grew this high, and so when it produced a higher yield, the stalk bent and they lost their harvest. So they went back to the drawing board and they came up with a wheat plant that only grew this high. It has a nice thick stem. It continues to have that high yield. And this is the hybridized wheat that we know today. Dr. Norman Bulag got a Nobel Prize for his hybridized wheat. It saved the lives of apparently millions because it has such a high yield of grain. In fact, one farmer said he gets 10-fold more grain out of 1 acre with this new hybridized wheat than any other wheat grain. Amazing. And we don't complain about that. But what was never addressed was the effect of this hybridized wheat on the gut of human beings. In my last lecture, I showed you how it certainly has changed the starch structure, but I want to show you how it's changed the gluten structure. This hybridized wheat has an incredibly complex gluten or protein structure. Very complex, and it's almost only a cast iron gut that can break that down. In my last lecture, I showed you the stomach and I showed you how many people aren't treating the stomach right. I also earlier showed you the lining of the gastrointestinal tract and how the microbes are responsible for breakdown, absorption and protection. So we've got a loss at that level. We've got a loss of hydrochloric acid in combination with this hybridized wheat. So what's happening is partially digested glutens are coming into the blood. They're not known, they're seen as an enemy, and so more white blood cells are produced to try and deal with this, and then all the allergies start to come. If that wheat is made into a sourdough bread, the sourdough bread is a cultured bread and it directly breaks down the protein or the gluten in the grain. So it comes up with certainly a less complex protein structure, but still not as fragile as these. You can still get a wild or field hybrid of this emmer wheat, and it's called spelt. And the structure of spelt is this structure that was in the emmer wheat. Quite a fragile structure. And if that spelt bread, or that spelt flour, I should say, is made into a sourdough bread, it can bring it way back to the original Enkhorn wheat with its very fragile structure. If someone is celiac, they can't even handle spelt. But if someone is gluten intolerant or gluten sensitive, they can usually handle the spelt. I have met people who cannot handle spelt, but they can eat the spelt sourdough bread. And this is why, because it brings it back to a more fragile structure. So it is this hybridized wheat here that you will find in every bread, in every cereal, in every pasta, in every cake, in every biscuit. It's everywhere, because it was in the 1970s that this hybridized wheat went worldwide. So in Australia, this hybridized wheat became well established probably by the 90s. If you go out Western Australia today, all the wheat is only this high. And you can see why the farmers love it, because they get more grain, thus more money, and one can understand that. But you can see what was never addressed is the effect of this hybridized wheat on the gastrointestinal tract and even the whole body of human beings. Let me show you another aspect of this. Here's the lining of the gastrointestinal tract, and here is the gut flora, as I showed you the other day, that covers the lining of the gastrointestinal tract. And do you remember I showed you how it's responsible for the breakdown, the absorption and the protection? And when a person's had antibiotics, the contraceptive pill, cortisones, etc., many things, you start to get a compromise or a dying off of this gut flora. And the other day I showed you how this gut flora nourishes these cells. So here we have a happy cell, here we have an unhappy cell that lines the gastrointestinal tract. When this hybridized wheat goes through the guts of human beings, it breaks down to a substance called glutamorphine. Morphine is an opiate derivative. When I'll give you that's a representation of glutamorphine. If glutamorphine comes here to this part, say a healthy gut, that cell there has the ability to knock off glutamorphine. It has the ability to knock off the morphine part of this breakdown. And so what gets into the blood is just gluto. Now, if glutamorphine comes to this section, this sad cell here, because it has no nourishment from gut flora, it cannot knock off the morphine aspect. And so glutamorphine gets into the blood. It gets taken to the brain, and the opiate receptors on the brain pick it up. This explains why it is well documented in many research papers that when an autistic child is taken off all wheat and all dairy, they get a 50% improvement in their autism. What's the dairy? Well, when it's broken down, it breaks down to casomorphine. And exactly the same thing happens. If you've got healthy cells, they can knock off the morphine. If you've got unhealthy cells not being nourished by the gut flora, they cannot knock off the morphine. And Dr. Andrew Wakeful, in his book Callous Disregard, he showed very, very clearly, his team of pathologists proved again and again that autistic children, their guts are not working well. So can you see we've got a few things happening here? What we've got is the hybridized wheat. What we've got is compromised gut flora. But what we've also got is Aussies are overdoing wheat. Let's have a look at how many of this carbohydrate list is wheat. Wheat, 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 wheat. The majority of that list is from the wheat. Aussies are just overdoing wheat. How many people do you know have cereal and toast for breakfast, pasta for tea, sandwiches for lunch, cakes, biscuit through the day? That's almost 100% wheat. Yes, we've looked at the dangers of the high carb, but there is a carb in there that is more dangerous than any other, and it is the wheat. In my last lecture, I showed you the danger of the starch in the wheat. Now I'm showing you the danger of the gluten or the protein in the wheat. But we've got another problem. And that problem is that children are being fed food too young. The first teeth that children get are called milk teeth. That's 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom. And they're called milk teeth because do you know what children should be eating then? Milk. It's at the milk teeth stage, which starts about 7.5, 8, 9, 10 months of age. That's when you give baby taste. I used to give my babies a celery stick to suck on, a very hard prune that they'll suck on for a while, a hunk of apple maybe in a net bag, a carrot, just little taste. That's all they should be getting, because at the milk teeth stage their main food should be milk. Then at about anywhere from 14 to 20 months of age, the next teeth appear, and they are the molars. They come through about here, and they're the grinders. When the molars come through, then an enzyme is released in the mouth. It is an amylase. It's called ptyalin. And ptyalin is the enzyme that breaks down starch. But do you know what this means? No baby has the ability to break up starch until the ptyalin is released, and the ptyalins are released when the molars are fully through. And what are mothers told to feed their babies between 4 and 6 months of age? Rice cereal, Farax, pure starch. Recently, it was only about a week ago, I always look at babies, how I love babies, and there was this little baby just sitting at about 10 months of age with a bread roll. Whoa. And what would happen if I would try and tell that lady? She would say, how dare you tell me what to feed my baby? I have to wait till they come to me. That's why this information is so important. We've got to stop this gluten intolerance epidemic. And it's happening because babies are being fed too young. Strange things are happening today. Did you know that adults are drinking milk and babies are eating food? Strange. People say, what milk do you drink? I say, I'm weaned. I eat food. Milk's for babies. Where do most people drink milk? In their coffee and in their tea and in their cereal. I don't eat cereal. I don't drink tea or coffee, so I have no need of milk. No wonder we have a gluten intolerant epidemic. It's the hybridized wheat. It's the way the wheat is grown with all of its superphosphates, so we're losing the minerals in the soil. So we're not getting the minerals in the wheat, so it can't be digested properly. Babies are being fed far too young. And it's the hybridized wheat. Almonds and Brazil nuts are the 2 alkaline nuts. Almonds called the king of all nuts. It deserves the title because almonds are alkaline. Almonds are very high in protein, very high in iron, very high in calcium. They are the king. Brazil nuts are a very important nut too because Brazil nuts are phenomenally high in selenium, very important mineral, especially for the thyroid gland. You see, the thyroid gland needs selenium to convert iodine into thyroxine. And mercury fillings have an affinity for selenium. Most people with mercury fillings in their mouth are low in selenium. So you can get someone developing a thyroid problem because of the mercury fillings in their mouth. We only need 5 Brazil nuts a day to get all the selenium that we need. Selenium in Brazil nuts is about 10 times higher than any other food. Soy, lima and lentil are the 3 alkaline legumes. Yesterday we looked at soy and I showed you how soy is only a problem if it's been genetically modified and it hasn't been organically grown. All your seeds have an alkaline effect. The most acid-forming substance that can go into your body is the pure crystallized acid that's been extracted from the sugarcane plant. The hybridized wheat the hybridization of wheat has also created a wheat that has a very acid effect on the body. Meat. In his book China Study, Dr. Colin Campbell, he shows very clearly how the high acid effect of meat on the human body is feeding cancer. Alcohol is not a food, but it creates a very acid effect in the body. Aged cheese. What's the blue in the blue vein cheese? It is mould. And mould is very acid, loves acid environment, creates an acid environment. All aged cheeses get their flavour from mould. So I'll make a distinction here. We'll put a pH here of 7. And they're your fresh cheeses like feta, cottage. And you can get some quite nice goat and sheep fetas now. I don't usually eat feta, but if I travel and there's not much available, I might eat a little feta. Tobacco's not a food, but it creates a very acid condition in the body. All your other grains, other than the millet, quinoa, buckwheat, amaranth, spelt, and kamut. All your other legumes, other than lima, soy, and lentil. And all your other nuts, other than the Brazil and the almond, have an acid effect on the body. To maintain this cellular pH of 6.5, we should be consuming 20 to 30% acid-forming foods and approximately 70 to 80% alkaline-forming foods. That ratio will maintain the 6.5 pH. And this 20 to 30% ideally is from this section here. What would most Aussies be? 90? 10? I don't know about you, but I've met some sick vegetarians. And I find they're living over here, but they're particularly living here. This is the cereal and toast for breakfast, sandwiches for lunch, pasta for tea. Balance is of the essence. The body runs according to precision balance. One of the easiest ways to maintain this balance is to eat more vegetables, more dark green leafy vegetables. Start exploring the other grains. One lady said, "Oh no, I love walnuts and they're on the acid side." I said, "That's fine. You need a little acid. It's only when this is overdone that the problem arises. We need a balance." When we run our 2-day juice program at Misty Mountain Health Retreat, we give 100% alkaline. And on the first day that the guests eat, which is Wednesday, it's mostly an alkaline diet. Because they're detoxing, we're still getting a lot of acid coming out of the body. So it's all a matter of balance. And if you deep fry potatoes, you can bring them over to the acid side. And if you culture the grains in the sourdough method, it can come a little more alkaline. And if you sprout your legumes, you certainly can bring them to the alkaline side. Be very cautious of sprouts though, because many sprouts, being moist all the time, can grow mold. But when you sprout your grains, you actually bring them back to a plant, so you do lessen the protein level. For instance, 1 cup of lentils gives you about 15 grams of protein. 1 cup of lentil sprouts will give you 6.5 grams of protein. So you're bringing it back to a plant. One lady said, "Oh, what about rice? I love rice." Rice is a good grain, but it can be overdone. So it's all a matter of balance. Again, targeting your dark green leafies and your vegetables and your different grains will help you to maintain the balance. Just as the gardener plays with the pH of the soil, you can play with the pH of your cell to create sickness or to create health. So the knowledge of the alkaline forming vegetables, the alkaline forming grains, allows everyone to start implementing more of those into their lifestyle and lessening this. Let's go over to our carbohydrate list and see how many of them are from the acid side. Pasta, bread, cereal, pie, pizza, rice, sugar, and if you deep fry the potatoes, they can come over too. The sick vegetarians that I have met are the vegetarians that basically are living over on the carbohydrate section. Mind you, I've met some very healthy vegetarians, and I'm a vegetarian. I think it is a superior diet, but it needs to be done right. Most vegetarians that I meet are protein deficient. When you stop the meat, you must replace with a vegetarian protein, which is your legumes over here and over here. And again, keeping the balance. If you have chickpeas and walnuts, you can balance that out with a great big green leafy salad and a vegetable stir fry. You see that? So again, it's maintaining the balance. We have a cream that we give our guests to have on their millet on the first day. It's called Brazil nut cream. It's 1 cup of Brazil nuts blended to a powder, and then you pour 1 whole tin of pears in their natural juice, and then you blend that again till it's a cream. And so, as you can see by my description, this Brazil nut cream is a lovely alkaline cream that the guests very much enjoy having on their millet. You can get breads made out of spelt and kamut. You can also get breads made out of millet. So there's a variety of breads that you can get with this. There are a lot of products coming on now because of the gluten intolerant epidemic. So you can get a lot of different breads, biscuits, you can get pastas, all made out of these other grains. You really just have to read your labels to get them. One old saying is that every person has their own doctor inside of them. And having the information on how you can play with the pH of the cellular level, bringing about a healing condition in the body, is important information. Also, the 8 laws of health. When we're breathing in stale air, mouldy air, bad air, it creates an acid condition. So very important to check the air in your home. Get those windows wide open. If you have carpet, make sure it's regularly vacuumed. And there's a great little tip for cleaning up an old carpet, if you're unable to pull it up, is to sprinkle sodium bicarbonate all over it. You leave it there for a couple of hours, dry, and then come and vacuum it up. The sodium bicarbonate, because it's so alkaline, it kills off any anaerobic organisms, which your fungus and your mold are. Earlier in the week, I talked about Dr. Tullio Simoncini, who's injecting sodium bicarb straight into cancer cells. That wave of alkalinity just wipes them out. So sodium bicarbonate, it alkalizes. Some people say, well, can I drink it? All it will do is alkalize your pH of your stomach, and you want that to be acid. The only time I might advise drinking sodium bicarbonate might be if someone has stomach cancer. They may try that. So make sure your air in your home is pure and it is clean. Sunshine alkalizes. If you stay in the sun until your skin gets burnt, that can create an acid condition, but just the right amount of sunshine alkalizes. Yesterday we looked at the things that can cause a very acid condition in your body, referring to the stimulants. So this is alcohol, caffeine, and caffeine got forgotten here. Sorry about that. Caffeine is another one. Caffeine foods and caffeine drinks all create a very acid condition in the body. And many people use caffeine to give themselves a hit, especially combining it with the sugar. But as I showed you in the last lecture, it gives an initial high, but then it creates a dump. And the effect of caffeine and sugar can be seen as where Coca-Cola sits. We had a man quite high up in the Bundaberg Sugar Company do our program, and he said 15 teaspoons of sugar in 1 can of Coke. That's a very acid environment. So make sure that you're going to bed nice and early and getting well hydrated and well nourishment. Then you will not have to resort to the stimulants. And temperance means not taking anything into the body that will harm it and taking in moderation the good things. When you're eating nourishing food, highly alkalizing, fresh air, going to bed early, which alkalizes, exercising every day creates an alkaline environment, eating a proper diet, which I've given you an illustration of here, being well hydrated and having peace in your heart. I found peace when I gave my heart to God at the age of 25. We need peace. A lot of people don't have peace in their hearts today. They all create an acid condition. But when you begin implementing these things, combining the 8 laws of health with this more alkaline diet, you will not need coffee. You will not need those artificial stimulants. One lady said to me, coffee just gets me up and going in the morning. My next question is, why do you need to get up and going? Why do you need something to get you up and going? Is it because you've gone to bed too late? Is it because you're dehydrated? Is it because of those moldy pillows? Is it because your bedroom carpet hasn't been vacuumed for a while? Can you see why the detective hat has to be on? We all need to be private investigators finding out why these things are so. What's the use of resorting to caffeine when the moldy pillows remain? What's the use of resorting to caffeine to get that hit when it will not give you a high that will last? It's a delusive high, it's a transitory high. It is very brief, and the height that it takes you, the low that it produces is lower than the high that it takes you. So implementing these 8 laws of health, implementing a diet that is high in alkaline forming foods and low in the acid forming foods, ideally eliminating this top list so we only have approximately 20 to 30% of the acid forming foods. That's just like the gardener playing with the soil to get different coloured flowers out of his hydrangea plants. You can actually play with the pH of your soil by implementing all of these and get fine health, proper health. What's proper health? Energy. Eyes that see, ears that hear, sleeping well, digestion's well. You can still climb mountains with your grandchild at the age of 70. Isn't that what everyone wants? And it is within the reach of every human being. That's the good news.